DOTA 2开启全新篇章 ，DOTA Plus 加入游戏，英雄修行解锁徽章，陪伴你从入门到精通，从新手成长为英雄。英雄语音聊天轮盘，诙谐幽默，
你是值得信任的伙伴。
你心中的话语，借英雄
我可不吹牛皮，升级绝对是好
完成任务
东西
即可获得英雄碎片，全新特效套装等你兑换，彰显不凡和尊贵。英雄圣物记录成就，带你回味每一个精彩瞬间。游戏中获得的数据将被忠实记录，数据也许冰冷，但其中跃动的记忆无比火热。勇士联赛再度开启，呼朋唤友挑战极限。信任与配合是 DOTA 2不变的主题，更由 Plus 助手带你快速上手游戏。也许曾离开，但全世界的玩家期待你的归来。DOTA Plus，DOTA 2的新时代。
读书人的事情怎么能算通这世界？自作自受。
你非常酷。
毁灭。时间结界，
裂地尖刺，青蛙快跳！可怜的魔导，
死亡之指。你软绵绵的法术真是扶不上墙的来。进攻！超新星，月食！雷神之怒！神灭战，末日接招，原来是这样的。黑洞，来吧！
要陪丽娜玩吗？会被烧焦的哦。
他们无论怎样武装，也不足以战胜我。
第一份祭品已经奉上，欢迎来到奈罗尔的地盘。They call me Speed.
They call me Speed.
我的爱上林燃烧，有5个名字。
是谁在呼唤水晶侍女？
如果世人不承认我的存在，那就有必要再重新造。
还需要介绍？
因灭弱已经消失，只有主宰尚存。看看这群待宰的狗呀！
没有什么角色是我模仿不出的。
我沿着地上的一个大洞跑到了地下。这东西是座铁链，铁链上还有很大的钩子。最后，死亡之神以为被偷走了，要我说是无为人族。杀戒的好日子！开工时间，眼观六路，给我叫起来！好大个鲜肉，来亲热亲热，小鲜肉！1、2、1、2，计划不就陪我来我这儿？给你切个漂亮的豆花。火 腿罐头，烧烤时间。大家叫我骗子，你才是土耳其起家的。
Welcome to Dota, friend. It's Dota time, baby!
大招踩到了4个，但是敌还在对面之上，
基本上没有突破环境了。
对面之上好像还不活，被铁锤死了。诺瓦直接敲出了机械，恭喜李逵！恭喜李逵，拿到了本届Super Major的冠军。
世界游戏主办的2018 CSGO 亚洲邀请赛。
打到底，鬼王也会也打3个。
恭喜哪位获得这次 CDEC 亚洲邀请赛的冠军。
第二条率有没有锤？还传一下，传一下，漂亮！一个要击的水还起来走。
这样，这一场老分店其实已经没有什么机会了。
恭喜 Menesky，
恭喜 Menesky 拿到了DPC亚洲邀请赛的一个冠军。
我不是 Works 这个都没有想到。他以为在闭门，站起来，索保尼打下了这个不可思议的残局。
我到底有个什么东西？这是开着吗？我又要提这个问题。3胜！恭喜 Monster！ 恭喜 Monster！ 2-0。战胜了来自于芬兰的Major亚军
Welcome to the International.
创造不了奇迹，扔在飞机脸上又是秒被带走，
直接打出了奇迹。
DOTA 2开启全新篇章 ，DOTA Plus 加入游戏，英雄修行解锁徽章，陪伴你从入门到精通，从新手成长为英雄。英雄语音聊天轮盘，诙谐幽默，
值得信任的伙伴。
你心中的话语，借英雄
我可不吹牛皮，升级绝对是好
完成任务即可获得英雄碎片，全新特效套装等你兑换，彰显不凡和尊贵。英雄圣物记录成就，带你回味每一个精彩瞬间。 游戏中获得的数据将被忠实记录。数据也许冰冷，但其中跃动的记忆无比火热。勇士联赛再度开启，呼朋唤友，挑战极限。信任与配合是 DOTA 2不变的主题，更由 Plus 助手带你快速上手游戏。也许曾离开，但全世界的玩家都期待你归来。DOTA Plus，DOTA 2的新时代。
还剩5秒。请天辉方挑选猎人。
潮汐猎人。
还剩10秒。还剩5秒。请天辉方禁用英雄呢？请夜眼方禁用英雄。还剩10秒。请天辉方禁用英雄，请夜眼方禁用英雄。还剩10秒，请天辉方禁用英雄。请夜眼方禁用英雄。还剩10秒。还剩5秒。
Hi everybody, welcome back here to the DPC. My name is R.Cryptic. I'm here with the legend himself, Mr. Neff, and I'm excited, man. We've got a sick series on our hand. You and I have been really talking about this matchup the whole first week and what to expect, but I'll let you do the honors of introducing our teams here in this series and why it is going to be a great series.
We got YBB. See what I did there? I'm quite clever, Ricky. We got YBB against Extreme Gaming. The players on YBB.
What is going on in chat right now? Or in the game?
Oh, that's Lou. For a second, I thought like you were playing some sort of sound effect after my joke. My really awful joke.
I thought thought you were doing something. I was very confused. The new voice lines.
Those are the VC voice lines that have just been added to the game. So anyone who hasn't gotten the chance to yet, check out some of the team bundles. They finally arrived. Not all the teams have gotten theirs in the game. You know, there wasn't a ton of time between when the announcement came out and when the teams needed to add them. But they're going to get added to the game in increments here. And some teams have some pretty good ones. Anyhow. The reason I am excited for this game, Ricky, we got YBB against Extreme. The players on YBB, 4 million on Extreme in the previous season, despite being removed from the roster and replaced with some giants such as like Paparazzi here. They made it back through the opens, and they've had a hell of a run so far. YBB, they're sitting at 4-2 overall. They're 2-1. Extreme Gaming, they've only had a chance to play a single match so far, but in that single match, they played amazing. They ended up absolutely destroying Neptune Gaming, but this is a chance for the old to fight the new here. A chance to kind of stick it to Extreme Gaming for having to make, or forcing them to make that open qualifiers run, which is a little bit scary. But they ended up making it through the opens all the way through the upper bracket, only dropping, I think, a single game that entire run through the qualifiers, which is a hell of an impressive run.
It is. And YBB's on they got to be feeling good right now. I mean, last night they took a 2-0 over Magma, which is one of the strongest teams. So they're coming into this series swinging. You know, Extreme. We've only seen that one game, but you know, we'll see if they have what it takes to actually hold off. You know, a team as strong as YBB.
Yep. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to see a 928 on one of his signature bug heroes. That guy has scuttled into our hearts recently.
I like that.
The timing on these. Oh, man. The timing on these chat lines. I think you're streaming off of, you know, the clean feed provided to us and not the client at the moment. I'm not sure it's catching them. But every time after I make these awful jokes, Lou ends up dropping one of the chat lines.
You're just really benefiting from this, Neff, aren't you?
I am. I'm loving this stuff. But Extreme, they go for the silencer. They go for the Tusk afterwards. And, you know, previously we saw TZY yesterday run Tusk in position 3. And, you know, it's completely possible that we see a position 3 Tusk again today, given that we've got Monkey King, Silencer, and Tusk now. Unless they plan on running this Monkey King in the position 1, which they might flex into the 4. We could see position 3 Tusk run yet again today. So people are starting to get a little bit more creative here, despite the fact that we've been sitting on 7.30 for quite a while.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, I would like to see a position 1 Monkey King here. You're into the Tidehunter, but this Batrider pick from YBB is so strong. Like, they don't really have any hero that can lane up against the Batrider right now.
Yeah. Nobody's able to. I mean, you could, if you're running the Batrider in the mid lane, you can run the Lina against. You have enough range that you're able to keep your distance. The only issue is if somebody rotates in on you, you just end up dying. Like, Fire Snap Cookie comes in, and like that small hop, he gets on top of you, followed by the stun. I think you're just dead.
Yeah.
Or even the Nightmare setup, if Bane can allow the Batrider to get on top of you, you die with that one too. So Lina can do it. You can spam in the waves. You can go farm neutral camps fast, and the Batrider's able to, and you can beat him out that way, like we talked about quite a bit yesterday. Man, Lou, you are really enjoying that chat line.
Yeah, I don't even know what they are, but come game time, there's a real chance I might have to mute Lou in this game.
Come on, let him have his fun. Can I get the chat to please boo Ricky?
Boo! Last pick, Darkseer, which means we are seeing the safe lane Monkey King. So this is, I think, the best option here for Extreme. But one thing I am curious about is if they wanted to do like a support Lina instead and put like Silencer in the mid lane against the Batrider, but I feel like there's just because it'd be funny, it'd be a good time, but I feel like, you know, it's definitely just going to be Paparazzi mid Lina, and now you have last pick here for YBB. They see the Darkseer. I think you just need to pick something that can kill the creep and like fights pretty easily in the lane.
You don't have a ton of options here. I mean, you could.
I was gonna say Medusa or Morphling, but they're both banned.
Yeah, Medusa and Morphling would be your ideal heroes. You can't go for a Drow Ranger here. You need something that's able to pump out a lot of damage. Medusa would have been absolutely ideal for YBB here. So I got to give it up. DY, hell of a drafter. He's kind of backed YBB into a corner here. They opt to go for the Phantom Assassin. I mean, you can clear out creeps from a distance. You've got a little bit of jump that deals with the Silencer and the Lina quite well. But, you know, they do have decent kill potential, ways of getting on top of you in the lane with this Tusk, with this Darkseer. So
it is Lou's Phantom Assassin as well.
Yeah.
Something to note. Something that has been banned in nearly every single game against YBB.
Yep, not in the most recent series, but everything else. Lou's Phantom Assassin banned out. The times that it's gotten through, he's played absolutely amazing. And again, some information that we had is Lou recently got to 9K MMR. YBB decided to give him a shot, made it through the opens, and he's had a hell of a performance so far. You'll love to see it when you know, these players come out of you know, seemingly nowhere and just start popping off.
Yeah,
after
absolutely.
being given a chance.
It's really nice to see new blood into the Dota scene. It really is. It's an aging game, you know. It's becoming a game for boomers and mostly spectators. You know, we gotta get some actual.
Sport.
It's a spectator sport now. You know,
my bones hurt. I can't click my mouse so good anymore.
I don't know about you, Nev, but for me, the main issue was I'm just too busy to play now, you know? I'm an adult.
I'm too busy casting Dota and making videos about Dota.
This is true. It's true, dude. I have too much Dota and other aspects of my life to be able to spend parts of my life actually playing the game. Yeah.
I see.
It's like 45 to 50 hours a week spent around Dota content, but none of it's actually playing. It's sad. Maybe more than that, honestly. It's probably more than that.
It's probably more than that.
It's probably a lot more than that. It's probably 60 hours a week on Dota content.
You are very much lowballing. I'm like, that doesn't sound quite right.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, I just kind of started running the numbers in my head and was like, wow, that is way off. But it's worth it, you know. We love what we do.
Until you don't.
Until you don't, you know, and then what can you do?
Yeah.
And if you know what I am looking forward to?
This game?
Yes, but before the game.
You've lost me.
Dawnbreaker, baby. Always looking forward to our Dawnbreaker transition. I know it's coming. It's gonna be here.
I forget.
I don't like. You're missing
the highlight of your day.
Yeah, it's. Yep.
Here we go. Oh, let's go, Dawnbreaker.
Right into the game, everyone. Welcome to game one. It is Extreme Gaming versus YBB. Oh.
It's bound to be a hell of a show. It looks like neither team is going to walk up onto the high ground to scout out for that ward. I think they just both kind of realized the enemy team would be standing up there. I talk about this every single game, but the meta right now, to be able to catch the enemies out in the high ground when they try to scout your ward, you get yourself your first blood, you pass it over to your mid, and they have a significant advantage in the lane. So neither team willing to give that up, especially against Alina. If she gets an early null talisman or an even quicker bottle, the lane becomes quite difficult for a Batrider here. Storm doesn't want to be able to give up any kills. It can go very heavily Batrider favored. I have no idea what the Simply 2 base line is.
The Simply 2 based pack is very based, I'll be honest. Very
There's only 2 lines in it.
Yep, that's all it needs. That is all it needs. The tips into a question mark. You'll love to see it. All right. I am so glad we are starting to get some of the supporter packs into the game. They are expensive, but remember, they do fund the teams. So if you are like, but guys, why would I spend $20 for something that lasts only a few months? Well, because half of it goes, it is half, right? It is half.
Yeah, it's 50%.
50% does go to the teams directly. So not only are you funding the teams, but you're funding the artists, the creators around the scene that have helped them make these different packs. So
and Valve, small indie company.
And of course, the small billion-dollar indie company, multi-billion-dollar indie company known as Valve.
Yeah.
It's a small indie company, though.
Yeah, I do like how these things have gotten out a lot quicker in this season, though. Shout out to Valve for that one.
Yeah, if only we had just known a few weeks in advance instead of 3 days.
I just need my lines to be added to the game now. I don't want to give up too many spoilers, but I assisted some teams and I did some spicy lines. Make sure to buy that, everyone. All right, bottom lane. Already putting in a Lou. Managed to pull the Luane back under his tower, and against the Darkseer, I mean, this is the safest place you can be. And Darkseer, he doesn't have a ton of kill threat until he is level 3, unfortunately. But I think Bane is one of the decent answers to him. You know, if they try to run him down with the tag team, with this Ion Shell, being able to Nightmare one of them, it's going to negate a lot of that damage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Always something you have to be worried about.
Yeah, doesn't have a point into the Nightmare yet, but he's almost hit his level 2. And, you know, when he has that for 2 points in tag team, 2 points Ion Shell, they're not going to have that same kill potential onto Lou here.
And they actually go for it right there. Actually, decent chunk of damage, but that they were already like pretty low on the side of Extreme before actually going for this. So beautiful shard block there from Tank and of Vacuum back. There's your first blood. Okay. You think you can get out of the shards, but then you just get pulled right back in, dude. It's my worst nightmare.
I see what you did there. A little bit of Bane humor.
You know, every once in a while I'm pretty witty.
Yeah. Well done, Ricky. All right, rain back down here on the bottom line. He comes back with full HP and mana, thankfully. But yeah, this lane going to get a little bit more difficult. Hand-up assassin, one of the best heroes they had left in order to deal with it. Does have that you know, jump in order to get away from some of these things. I don't think Ricky would have been quite as good because he doesn't have the daggers to throw in order to secure CS. You'd have to get close to the lane, take a little bit of damage from the ion shells every time you wanted to go in for a last hit. Phantom Lancer might have been an option as well, but you're not keen on playing that against Darkseer.
Yeah, PL into Darkseer is very sad.
Yep.
Let's talk about the mid lane matchup. We haven't really paid much attention to this. It's Paparazzi on the Lina versus Storm's Batrider, and Storm has really been a standout player so far here in the DPC. I mean, he had an incredible first week. Playing his heroes like Razor, I would think has been like his real big performer, but it's pretty much banned in every game now. So he's been forced to do things a little bit differently, and picking up the Batrider, not doing too bad in the mid lane, but Paparazzi seems to be very comfortable.
Yeah, a lot of denies here on Paparazzi, unfortunately. And, you know, with the superior range, with, you know, being able to spam out Dragon Slave, it's a little bit difficult to deal with this Lina here. If a rotation comes in, they could potentially turn things around. But, you know, until then, Paparazzi is bringing the hurt onto Storm.
Yeah, he's got the completed wand, which he probably started with or almost started with, picked up boots before going back for the bottle. So a really smart decision. It does slow down his regen early on, but the reason you do this is because you can't really afford to not have boots against the Batrider, right?
Nice grab there. Forces, well, saw that Storm was going for that bounty rune there. He is forced to move away from the lane, so opted to head towards that water rune. And Storm realizes that he can't man up on this Lina and fight her at the moment. Otherwise, he would have gone down, so he couldn't pop the Firefly and try to contest that second water rune either. Paparazzi bringing on so much hurt. You hate to see it.
Or you love to see it, because he's a great player, you know. This is what you like to see. Bane, yeah, in some trouble. Nightmare stalled this out a little bit, but the tag team does eventually come out and snowball on forward just to get past these creeps. And Lou now also in a bad position as these ion shells just doing work. Blink strikes to the other side of the creep wave, but the creeps, they tank so much of this tower damage, and Lou is just completely trapped. Double kill for Ava here on this Darkseer. A great start to this bottom lane.
Yeah, and while that was going down in the top lane, Titanator tried to dive against this Silencer. Couldn't quite finish him off. Allowed Mikey to build up those Jingu Mastery stacks and then got taken out. So Aenid went down. He's forced to TP back to lane. And all these lanes go in the way of Extreme Gaming. Up 2k net worth, 1k XP already. 4 kills under the belt. Oh, not the best start for YBB.
Not at all. Tank does have knowledge of that ward that just got placed, obviously, so he'll end up dewarding that eventually. But looking at CS, Neff, you gotta be a little worried here. Paparazzi is crushing this game.
Yeah. I was concerned about this. You know, you do have more kill potential here with the Batrider if you can get on top of this Lina, but that's with one of your supports moving to set up right now. And the other lanes aren't going great either. I mean, again, with the 2k net worth advantage here on Heroes on Extreme Gaming, the supports just don't have the opportunity to move out of lane and get you on top of this Lina. And she's sitting so far back that a lot of time one of her allies are going to be able to TP in and assist her. And with sitting on 20 wand charges all the time as well, it means you're going to heal up an extra 300 HP if you try to dive her. This is no easy task.
Top lane, here we go. The DD rune from Paparazzi, Boundless Strike into a Laguna, but Aiden just kind of walking away. Cookies on forward. Looks like they might have jumped the gun a little bit here, so Tidehunter will survive, but 928, not going to be nearly as lucky as they will find the kill. But bottom lane, another engagement. They managed to take down Bane once again, and Darkseer, it's deja vu, Neff. They're just chasing Lou into the trees. A lot of damage from the tower there. Gets that Fairy Fire off, but the Ion Shells? Does he get the kill? Snowball on forward? He does. Oh my goodness.
And they just don't have the people able to TP in to save these. Rain, he's going to try to catch him, but he doesn't have boots, so he can't. Tank, he just ends up taking that Observer Ward down. He realized the Rain had one over there. Oh my god. Going from bad to worse here for YBB. Now 0-7. They're winning all over the map here on Extreme Gaming, and making it look like these roster swaps were a positive thing.
Yeah, I mean, this mid lane is doing really well, and stuff, but you take a look at net worth, and it's actually just Darkseer who's neck and neck. This guy's got Bottle, Arcane Boots completed, and he's just queued up the Aghanim Scepter. So this Darkseer is going to be a massive problem this game. If he gets any space alone in the bottom, he's just gonna out level everyone.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. So they need to find out a plan of recovery here on YBB. I mean, you can set up kill with a couple of these big ultimates, the Mortimer Kisses, or the Ravage on Tidehunter. They get Silencer, so at the very least, DY will go down. So.
But it's gonna cost you Rain bottom as well. So you're right. You did get the Silencer. You are officially on the board, and some money there for the Bat Rider. But this bottom lane is not getting any easier, and you now are level 6 on the Tusk, so Walrus Punch gonna be a big issue. This does have True Strike. One of the things that they did add to it, I think it was just this last year, wasn't it?
It's always hit True Strike.
Did it? Oh, okay. I could have sworn I've seen it miss before, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, Tusk just don't miss. At least I'm almost certain it's always head True Strike.
You might be right, but good against the PA, obviously, right? Blur doesn't. Yeah. It completely ignores it. Fortification comes out bottom. 9 minutes into the game, you're about to lose your first tower. They actually don't know Rain TP down here, so he's kind of just trying to soak what XP he can. But this is a bad place to be for the Bane. His TP's on cooldown for 50 seconds, and he can't really come out of these trees.
Yeah, at the very least, the enemies don't know that he's here, but the moment he shows himself, he's just dead. He's going to be hanging around here, not doing anything on the map for at least another 40 seconds now.
That ward is so cool.
That one with the aura? I think they added a modifier.
It's a gem. It's a prismatic gem. It's really cool.
Orbital Decay.
Yeah, it's a very rare gem. It's very nice.
I'm jealous. I mean, that's something you buy if you're a support player, right?
Yeah. Put it on your favorite ward. Tank bottom lane, snowballs in, gonna find the Phantom Assassin into the Walrus Punch. Right away, they drop the wall. The vacuum finds them both. Lou able to blink strike out. Rain, though, not nearly as lucky, but a beautiful shards block there from Tanky. Will be able to hop over with the cookie. Paparazzi comes bottom for this. Doesn't end up finding anything, though, on this Lina. I mean, he gets the kill, technically, but didn't really... Didn't really make a difference. He was here or not. Meanwhile, Storm mid lane will run DY down once again.
Silencer forced to be giving up kills, so Storm finally finds it a little bit right now. He's going to be top of the net worth on his team. He's only 200 behind, or sorry, 300 net worth behind the Lina, which isn't bad considering his start. He's got himself his boots of travel, but he really needs this BKB before he's able to take the fight into the Lina. Or these other heroes for that matter, and they're continuing to bring the hurt, trying to take down this tower. Tidehunter. He's coming in for the Ravage.
He is. Mortimer Kisses come out. Cancels. They just commit the global. All right. They realized it was just a little bit too late. The tower went down, and global silence just way too strong at stopping their initiation.
Yep. Tidehunter, unfortunately, just a little bit too late. I mean, he could have come in earlier, but his allies weren't in position to take the fight. If he had dropped the Ravage any sooner, then, PA wasn't there. She wasn't at full HP. She was heading back to base. There's still people caught out in the bottom lane moving forward. The Ravage just would have been wasted. So not ideal to give up your mid tower, but I do think canceling that TP was the correct call because things could have just been so much worse.
Walrus Punch top lane. Aided. Slowed down by the Arcane Curse as well. Pops the barrier. Trying to just run away here, but does not look like it's going to matter as Tusk just burning him down here with this Ion Shell. And a Laguna Blade from downtown. Paparazzi finds the kill.
Can we pull up these Ion Shell damage numbers, please?
It's a lot. 648 in that engagement there.
Yeah. Dude, keep in mind, he went through his barrier, too.
Storm? Ooh, actually off the mark there. He doesn't have the lasso, but he will still finish off the Monkey King. So really smart plays here from this Bat Rider. And again, we talked about how good Storm is from this mid lane. And despite what looks like such a really rough start in this game, he's owning.
Yeah, he didn't get that bounty rune, though. Small play, police. Woo-woo.
Wee woo.
Wee woo. No, he had to get out of there ASAP, though. Everyone TPing in on him. if Lina continued to chase him up the hill. If he would have battery, he definitely would have died there. But him keeping them on the board, 3-0 so far. Needs his BKB to be able to jump this Lina, then the Blink Dagger afterwards. But keeping them in this for now. At the very least, keeping morale higher. If they didn't have a single kill at this point, and things would be kind of rough. DY, he's going to scout this one. Beautiful play there.
Instant Fiend's Grip from Rain, so they'll just commit that. Lasso didn't have to get blown here, but looks like they will just go ahead, take down one Paparazzi. Doesn't have a lot of mana left, but plenty of follow-up here as Tank snowballs on in. Won't finish up the kill. Go 2 for 1 here in the triangle. A good response from Extreme.
Yeah, and if DY hadn't, put himself so far forward there, put his body on the line, it's possible that Paparazzi ends up trying to go for that hard camp there and then ends up getting taken down. So, as awful as it is going down on your support, at the very least it wasn't your mid lane, excuse me. Aenid still having the opportunity to land any big ravages this game, but working on his Blink Dagger now, so I wanted to change that one up.
Yeah, they do just need to farm here in YBB. It's really only Storm that's doing well. Lou has gotten a decent amount of space, but he went for the full treads as well as the Orb of Corrosion. So his Battle Fury is going to come out super late compared to what we normally see out of Phantom Assassins.
You can't really blame him. I mean, it's going to come down to the Bat Rider, the Tidehunter making a little bit more space for him, but I don't think the Tidehunter is going to be ready to fight until he's got this Blink Dagger. It's all going to come down to the initiation power. Like, the Lasso and the Ravage need to come out at the same time so they can't disengage or do much damage to this Bat Rider as the Lasso comes out and he grabs somebody. And then you can follow up with a Fiend's Grip or something like that to finish people off. But again, until the Blink Dagger comes out, you've got more jump on both the Bat and this Tide. I don't think you're going to be finding anything other than single hero pickoffs. Oh man, I got the Ags down in the darks here already.
Is it really?
14 minutes into the game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good Ags. Extra 20 seconds as well as 2 charges. The bonus 275 HP. I mean, this is just such a good Aghanim Scepter, especially this early into the game. Like, look at this Tusk, man. He has 2,000 health.
Yeah.
Walrus Punch gonna find 928 as he just gets melted by these 2 heroes. Vacuum back to secure the kill.
Yeah, never stood a chance. All that extra HP the Tusk has on top of the Falcon Blade. He's got no items. He's just got the Falcon Blade for an extra 200 health. Then an extra 275 from this. And I think at level 15, he gets the Health Towel. He just runs straight into the enemy team and doesn't really care about how much damage they're doing to him anymore. He's going to be way too big. One of the highest strength growth rate heroes in the game, by the way. 3.9 per level.
Behind the likes of Centaur and Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit, yeah. I believe Treant Protectors is up there as well.
Oh, that would make sense.
No, Treant Protectors. I remember Treant Protector used to have the highest, years and years ago. And then they just
gave him more damage, right? But reduced his stat growth.
In Dota 1, he had the highest. No, they just didn't increase his by much over the years. Yeah, he's good enough. And they increased all the other heroes. Centaur obviously got a huge buff when they removed Great Fortitude. Dude. Remember that skill?
Yeah, plus 16 strength at level 6. Yeah, that was a good one. The classic old abilities. Yeah, I mean, well, Drow's ult was just plus 30 agility. That was just what marksmanship used to be. Though the old simple days.
Yeah, I think back on it, I'm like, man, Dota's just not as good as it used to be. And I think back to some of these abilities. I'm like, was it really good back then?
Was those really the golden days?
Yeah. We had 3 different heroes with Chain Lightning, Zeus, Razor, Medusa.
Hey man, Ice Frog was just doing this by himself, He was an actual small indie company at the time working on a game.
Actual small indie company. Ricky, you're killing it today.
I do my best.
Okay, back to the topic of the game, though. You mentioned Phantom Assassin. Pretty far, slow Battle Fury, but getting a little bit closer. Slowed down even more if they manage to find the jump off onto her, and it looks like they are.
Yeah, there it is. Snowball comes through. Wukong's command doesn't really need to get dropped here. They got so much damage with that Echo Sacred Tab team. And now Tidehunter comes in, gets caught for a moment, and he's on a cliff. Pig pole activated. He's blending in with the surroundings. Please don't find me. Goes down anyway. Big Watermelon Man. Unlucky. Beautiful vacuum there from the Darkseers. Now looking for 928. Guesses incorrectly, but still trying to chase. Looks like he will give it up, though.
You know, 928 just about cookied the Tidehunter under the cliff there. And I thought, you know, that'd be a real shame if he went up there. But I guess Darkseer solves that problem for him. Let me give you a little bit more of a boost.
Yeah, Darkseer sees that and is like, that's pretty good. I'm going to do that.
What an idea.
Storm pops the BKB. Paparazzi does the same. Walrus punch into the global silence. He's just getting crushed here, but Shards obviously can't block him as he's under the protection there of the Fireflies. So Big Spell's actually committed from Extreme here. You got Wall, you got Global.
And now you're going to look to go back in because you do have your Blink Dagger and your Ravage. This is your opportunity on A unit.
There it is. He gets right on top of the Monkey King. The question is, can they finish him off? Luke comes in. Fiend's Grip from Rain. The Nightmare onto the Silencer. Storm wants to find someone, but it looks like they're just going to settle for the 2. Double kill for the Phantom Assassin as that gets her a lot closer to that Battle Fury.
Yeah. The fact that those 2 kills went over to Lou is huge. And yeah, like you mentioned, closer, it's completed. Oh, she missed one of the creeps.
I believe they call that the Caster Curse.
Yeah, instant Caster's Curse here. But huge fight for them. Ends up bringing the net worth back like 1,200, 1,300 gold in the favor of YBB after the Justice Cell. The XP as well, swinging 2K in their favor. They desperately needed to find something there. And, you know, thankfully, that Batrider managed to get the disengage after he popped his BKB there. This movement speed from the Boots of Travel plus Wooden Lace was absolutely necessary for getting out of that one.
So we saw the BKB get popped on Paparazzi there, and so that was his first usage of the BKB. Has the Grove Bow as well, so arguably one of the best items you could have picked up here on the Lina at tier 2. So he's having a great game. Almost 11,000 net worth on his way to the Shadow Blade. Just needs those Blitz Knuckles, it seems.
And Blink Dagger just picked up now on the Tusk. Just needs to be flown out to him. Now he's a much easier time getting on top of targets and getting away for that matter. So I think it's up to him to... goodbye.
Well, looks like, yeah, kill happens top. Ooh, Storm! Nice prediction here, bottom lane, onto the Monkey King as he's going to pull him back underneath the tower. Cookies on forward. Doesn't end up connecting, but they got Mortimer Kisses. He's going to go down, and Lou...
You search. They could go on him.
They could, but they don't know where the rest of the team is, and it's a smart idea to maybe back, because that is a DD Paparazzi lurking in the shadows here.
Yeah. They realized that
she's
not
they saw
on
him
the top
TP.
lane.
They had a ward here. Yeah.
All right. That was almost a rough situation. But yeah, but the Surge just wasted being dropped on the Monkey King the moment that he went down. I thought, okay, great. You can jump the Lina. But obviously, YBB knew a little bit better than I did.
Yeah, they'd already committed like BKB and Lasso as well. So it's just, you don't have a lot of... You don't have a lot left in the tank there.
Well, you do now. You've got Ravage almost up on the Tidehunter. You've got Fiend's Grip available on the Bane. If they want to, they could set up on Paparazzi in the mid lane here.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely scary on this Lina, but always susceptible to a Batrider. So I would expect him to probably pick up a Linken's at some time this game, because he will need to have one. The last thing that you want as a Lina is very similar to the last thing that you want as like heroes like Drow and snipers. You just don't want heroes near you.
Yep.
You want the range.
His first pickup is going to be that Silver Edge, and when you got a Silencer on your team, I feel like that is the ideal pickup. If you pop Global Silence, you don't want the Ravage coming out, so his job is going to be getting on top of A unit at the same time they global.
They got him again. Perfectly done by Storm in the top lane. Wukong's command does come out, but Storm pops the BKB. They will be able to make it out here on Lou, but will he actually? Paparazzi with a nice stun into the trees. He gets the kill. A 1-for-1 trade. Storm has to be careful here. Does have the Firefly, though. Able to make a little bit of space. Snowball not going to connect. There's the Ravage into the Fiend's Grip onto the Lina. That's the big kill. But Paparazzi, he gets the BKB off, and Storm's still alive. He's got to find himself a lasso target, trying to build these stacks on top of tank. But Lina Gets the kill in A unit, unable to connect onto tank as he will make it out.
No, he's
Gush
dead.
is gonna
He's
do
got
it.
the double. Yeah, Gush eventually did it, but he had 2 charges of the flame break onto him. That damage ended up adding up. 8-second duration on top of a couple sticky napalm stacks. He is melted to that, but they do end up losing 4 heroes there. Unfortunately for the Batrider, the Tidehunter's Batrider ended up going a little bit too far away from the Tidehunter as that Ravage came out. Snowball took him enough distance underneath his Firefly, so Ravage not connecting with him means he ended up eating too much damage and finally went down to that the Dragon Slave from the Lina. Just ended up ticking out. Things took a little bit too long there.
Yeah, I mean, the top fight was pretty close at taking down that Monkey King, but I think the main issue was Lu stood his ground a little bit too long in that Wukong's command. They also just didn't get... they didn't have, like, the lasso onto the Monkey King to prevent him from just getting the Wukong's command off, and I think if they had the, like, time to wait for it, it would have ended up panning out. Ooh, smoke on the high ground popped. By 928, great flame break to push them away. But they're just going to go into Roche, it seems.
They'll make very quick work of this. Lina does do a lot of damage at the moment.
Yeah.
And tag team as well with all of these heroes under it. There's nothing they can do to slow this one down.
So first Roche goes the way of Extreme. It is 20-10, a 5k gold lead. Here just 23 minutes into the game, but I will say Phantom Assassin's done a pretty good job of recovering. She's now finally past the Monkey King, and she's going to be able to continue to farm faster than he does. Like,
yeah, once she's got this BKB, she'll be able to bring on a little bit of hurt. Like dealing with Alina, who's got the Silver Edge, is a little bit difficult. But I do think the Silver Edge is more so to deal with the Tidehunter.
They are pinging bottom. They saw Lu clearing up the wave, or rather that he was... pushing out the wave under blur, and so they do ping out. Monkey King comes down here to clear it up. I don't know if they want to actually make the rotation into the jungle though.
Yeah, there's your BKB that you mentioned. Next, going for the Desolator on the Phantom Assassin. Once she's got that completed, then she's going to be able to jump the Lina. If Lina doesn't have Silver Edge, to get away or to break the crit, then they can start to turn this around on YBB. They're getting close to this late game timing that they're looking for. Now, Tidehunter, I think he's got a Ravage available again, but yeah, like you said, working on the second Scepter. Until he's got this one, he's not going to be ready to fight either, so they might just sack this tier 2 tower while they work towards these next couple of items, as long as they can defend the high ground, which I think they're going to be able to, with like Batrider Lasso with Fiend's Grip and Tidehunter.
Yeah, they actually don't want to fort this.
Tier 2.
This is smart. This is really smart not to fort here, because all it really does is delay it. You know it's going to lose anyway, but now you have your fort for your high ground. You don't have like a tier 1 to reset the fortification anywhere. 928 going to use this time to clear up the mid tier 1 tower though. 5-man smoke from Extreme. They want to fight.
Yeah, they know that YBB, they do have the late game here, so looking to put more pressure on at the moment, take full advantage of this Aegis. It's 3 more minutes on this. At the very least, I think if they could find a couple of kills and take all the outer towers with this first Aegis here, then they're doing all right.
Man, 928, dude, this was such a sick prediction. I think they saw the smoke on the ward in the jungle here.
No, they caught one of the heroes on the edge of it.
Because they all split. They 3 TP'd home, 2 went to the trees, or rather 928 went to go farm like really deep in the enemy jungle. So they dodge out the smoke completely. A really nice rotation, and they're actually bringing this game back in their favor. I mean, the gold has pretty much stabilized. Not necessarily into their favor, but it's not going the way of Extreme, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It's it hasn't like you said, it has stabilized, hasn't really increased since that initial fight that they took over by the Radiant Triangle, like the first fight that they actually lost, and the Phantom Assassin managed to find 2 kills. Wait, closer to this Desolator now. I'm excited for them, Ricky. This match, it was very rough in the laning stage. You remember this game started 0-7.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at us now. Or look where we are now. I don't know why I say us. We haven't done anything this game. But Tank...
You've done a spectacular job today, Ricky.
Wow. Thanks, Neff.
Give yourself more credit.
Okay. I'll try. Tank gets delivered a gem there by DY, so now they have that extra map control that it's going to provide. You get the D ward right there, and looks like Darkseer picks up his Blink Dagger as well. So he grabbed the Lotus Orb, now the Blink, feeling very strong now on this Darkseer.
Mm-hmm. And the Blink Day was picked up a little while ago, but you know, once he hits his level 15, he's got the extra 325 talent. Then I think he can go like, you know, mode Suicide Initiator. Oh god,
Nightmare. Yeah, I mean that was quick response, honestly.
Yeah, that is a very fast reaction on that Nightmare, though. I got to give it up for Rain, but he does end up going down.
And get another D ward there on the Tusk. He's also got a Lotus Orb queued up. So obviously these Lotus Orbs here to stop this Bat Rider from being able to lasso these heroes away. If you want to go for the lasso, he's just gonna, you know, have to lasso himself, and that's never a fun time.
No. I mean, if he's very quick with it, then he's going to be able to get it off one of the heroes, but his life has been made a little bit more difficult with that one. And not just that, but the Fiend's Grip as well. Lotus Orb is such a value item this game. It also applies to the Dispel. I mean, we saw
Sticky Napalm
what happened
with
to the Tusk.
Flame Break, yeah.
Yeah, the 2 Flame Breaks coming out onto the Tusk. You end up like ticking down, taking like a full 8 seconds.
Sometimes your creep you're trying to TP2 dies, you know?
Yeah, what can you do?
But yeah, the Flame Break plus Sticky Napalm is so sick because you just like throw a single Sticky Napalm, then Flame Break, then Sticky Napalm and Flame Break, and it just lasts forever.
Yeah. All right, speaking of things that are sick, Desolator now completed on the Phantom Assassin. She gets closer to her level 20. I think she'll probably get the -3 armor corruption. She's ready to fight now, though. I don't think that you wait for your 20.
Not at all.
I mean, the Aegis is gone right now on the Lina. She is working on the Lincoln Sphere that, like you mentioned, she's only like, what, 100 gold off at the moment?
Yeah, I imagine Lugo's the minus armor corruption. They typically do that when they have this offlane Tidehunter and he builds the Aghanim Scepter. He gets the Gush damage and then eventually the Gush armor reduction. We saw them do this yesterday with Templar Assassin, where any target they go on is just sitting at like -27 armor or like 27 armor reduction. So same type of idea here with the PA, running this Deso, Orb of Corrosion, and eventually the 3 armor corruption talent. So very, very, very cool.
They got a little bit unlucky with these neutral items. A bunch of carry ones. Mindbreaker, Titan Sliver, Elven Tunic, Paladin Sword.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like Lou's just going to hold on to the Paladin Sword this game. I wouldn't mind seeing the Titan Sliver or the Mindbreaker picked up.
Mindbreaker TA is actually so gross. It is so strong.
PA.
Or yeah, PA, that's what I mean, yeah.
Assassin.
Yeah, it feels, Mindbreaker feels really strong on the hero. You just get thrown, like they just throw a dagger at you and you're just silenced. And you're like, all right, cool. I don't know, goes the Blurry Evasion. Okay. So benefit of this is it does kind of force them to go for the MKB on both like Monkey King and the Lina, but Lina has the Lincolns done and already has the MKB queued up, an item that she is pretty used to building. Smoked up on YBB, though, trying to find something here.
Yeah, I mean, they just hit these power spikes. So, unfortunately, it's not going to connect onto anything, but I think Extreme, they feel that the game's starting to tip in favor of YBB. They're a little bit more careful with their positioning.
Yeah, this Lina is going to hurt big time. Goes the Fiery Soul stack talent, which makes sense. More damage. But right now, I mean, it's been 20 to 10-ish for a while. We saw like the 1 kill, but the last actual, gosh, how long ago was the last kill?
There's a graph for that.
Yeah, last kill was
it's littered with towers and
like
sentry kills.
5 or 6 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago.
The people want blood here. They're here to be entertained, everybody.
They're just kind of farming it up and doing their best to stay relevant. A very fast Roche, though. So this is going to be huge for the next team. You know, Roche dropping Aegis and Shard for the second. Roche is really important. And there's a lot of good shards in this game. How do you feel about the Ice Shard? Gosh, that is a... this thing feels really strong. Whoever chose Ice Shard for the Aghanim Shard, you know, they knew what they were doing.
They were obviously a tough player, but you know, they took the frozen sigils out of the game again, meaning your hats are going to waste if you own that one, which is extra sad if you're a VC gaming fan. This is a VC gaming sigil.
All right.
But this fast Roche means that we are going to see some more action, but getting into this Roche pit, it is no easy task. The Tidehunter, he doesn't have his BKB done yet. He wants to be able to pop that as soon as Global Science comes out. If they can buy a little bit more time, and they're going to give it to them. They back up off out of the pit.
Gush spam is no joke, man. You actually cannot fight into this Roshan if you're just getting spammed out by this Aghanim Scepter Gush.
Yeah, 380 damage, -6 armor at the moment.
Oh, they see DY for a moment. I mean, that's a huge target if they can bring him down. Double flame break? He is dead, I think. No, Lotus Orb can't save him. No, he's gone. Oh my goodness, he does have buyback.
They just
Here they go. Tank. Storm. Lincoln's comes out perfectly from Paparazzi there. That was so nice.
Yeah, that means no lasso for you. And they're going to go into the Roche pit themselves. I mean, Santa, he's got buyback available. He doesn't need to be here to drop the global, because that's the benefit of a global. It is, in fact, global.
This is true. That is, I believe if I did my research, it is in the name of the ability.
Oh, God, I'm going to get fired.
Smoke up here from Extreme. The one thing that goes well for YBB here is Storm made that commitment with an Arcane Rune, so it's only 40 seconds till the next lasso. So it is coming up here pretty soon. I think they did see someone pick up that Illusion Rune. They're in the Roshan. It is falling incredibly fast. They need to get in here. Mortimer Kiss is coming through the BKBs, but there's going to be the lasso. Storm. That's the Aegis. He's got it. The shard will get picked up by the Monkey King, but there's the Ravage, and he finds them. Gets the whole backline. Paparazzi, though, protected by that Shadow Blade. Okay. Storm. This man, he fears nothing.
Oh, man. He ran right in there. He did drop with his BKB active, unfortunately, so the moment he got back up, he was forced to disengage out of that fight. They'd already committed the Ravage. Phantom Assassin didn't want to commit forward and pop this initial 9-second BKB either. Neither team's gain or lose much there. We're still at the same network advantage that we had before that fight even started, it feels like. Because, you know, you did get the kill on the Tusk there, but Roshan Gold and XP went the way of Extreme Gaming. And this benefits YBB. The later this goes, the better off this Phantom Assassin is going to be.
Paparazzi hunting for 928, and he rightfully hides in the trees here. Dodging death, basically. He's got the Blink Dagger and the Shard queued up after his Guardian Greaves, something that we don't really see all that often on the Snapfire, the Guardian Greaves, right?
No, but against the Silencer, you know, you need a way to dispel that Global Science, get back into these fights. And it's a couple of these heroes on their side are working for it. And, you know, we rarely see the BKB and the Tidehunter either. You've got Kraken Shell to dispel a lot of these things, but you need the Global Signs to come out when...
so close. Oh, it was so close. Sorry, Paparazzi hunting 928 again as he gets the TP out last second.
And that's going to be Blink Dagger completed. Good. Come on, buy it. No.
Buy the shard?
For the Glimmer Cape instead.
Oh, okay.
All right. I guess they don't really have any invisibility, so forcing them to buy detection or, you know, slot that in these team fights is going to be important.
Did they lose the gem? They did, right? When they killed Tusk? Yeah. So Aenid's got DY's gem here on the Tidehunter.
Yep. And Tidehunter's got a BKB. He's tricky to bring down. He does have his Hood Defiance backpack to hold on to this gem for now.
You don't see the BKB all that often, but he really does need it this game. With the break from the Lina followed by the Global Silence, like, if he doesn't get the Ravage off, these fights can be completely lost. And we saw yesterday how solid his Ravages were. Ooh, they know Tank is here. He's just going to get lassoed right away by the Bat Rider, and an easy kill because we have YBB. Now, you do put lasso on cooldown for this.
Yeah. Well, They won't have that one up for another. Yeah, he doesn't have the Octarine core yet either. So that one's down for 90 seconds now. Octarine core he does have the gold for now, so he might pick that up.
Yeah, it is quite a good pickup.
Yeah,
We're going to see some of the jungle items dropping now as well.
I mean, Paparazzi's had a standout game too, but can we give it up for Storm for a moment? He was the only person on the board on the side of YBB for the first, 10 minutes of this game. I think all morale would have been lost if he hadn't found a couple of kills early on. He's currently 7-1, despite the fact that they were playing from behind early. The man, this is from a lane that he was just getting absolutely destroyed in as well. Lina had 9 last hits on him, 9 denies on him to his 0 denies onto the Lina. He has popped off this game. He's done amazing this entire DPC.
Yeah, I mean, he deserves it. He has played incredibly well, and he is a returning player to the DPC. Obviously, we saw him last year playing on Extreme Gaming. So, showing up big today, it's nice to see. We did see a couple of jungle items just drop here before the pause, but I don't know if anyone has them equipped. Okay, so it looks like it's just tier 4s for YBB. They get the Trickster Cloak as well as the Telescope. Rain, super happy about that Telescope. That's going to be nice.
Yeah, the Telescope pickup. I mean, you could just sit even further back. Just the keen optic before that. Unfortunately, they didn't find many tier 3 neutral items that were that good for the support, so this will make things a little bit better for them. They get the Trickster's Cloak too, so you can pass that one over to the Snapfire, who's probably kicking herself for building this Glimmer Cape now, but at the very least, you can drop that onto your allies. Actually, I would have much rather seen the Blink Dagger and the Aghanim Shard.
I could see the Trickster Cloak going onto the Bat Rider, honestly.
He's got the Ceremonial Robe, though. I mean, this is one of the better items of this hero. The lowers the status resistance, lowers the magic resistance.
Yeah.
And someone needs to hold on to the Ceremonial Robe. Maybe pass it over to the Tidehunter instead. I mean, right now he's holding on to the People's Gift.
Either of them could hold right. Either of them could hold the Trickster Cloak or the Ceremonial Robe. I think both of them are really good.
Yeah.
That instant invis from the Trickster Cloak for 6-second invis is pretty dang nice. And if you get if you just lasso someone and pop Trickster Cloak, they're just like, oh, cool. Where'd he go? It's just kind of funny. Evasion, not going to be super useful once the Lina's MKB comes online, but that 20% magic resistance obviously always really nice.
Yep. And speaking of MKB, Monkey King still doesn't have one for himself. He decided to go with Daedalus this game instead, so they're very reliant on Paparazzi getting the stunts off onto this, getting the break off onto the Phantom Assassin, or somebody eventually picking up a.
Neither of them went the MKB yet. She finished a full Satanic.
Yeah, but she's got the Silver Edge, so they're just reliant on that. And Phantom Assassin, she saw this. She saw the Daedalus on the Monkey King. Went, okay, well, I guess I'm going extra 35% blur evasion. Now I've got 85%. So you can just sit inside the Wukong's command comfortably.
All right, we get the G's. We're jumping back into the game. Let's go. YBB here. Pulling this game back. I mean, take a look at the graph, dude. This game really hasn't been that out of control. The largest gold lead we saw was about 6K at about 18 minutes into the game. And they pulled it back after one nice fight, and then have been slowly evening things out here for YBB since. They're going to smoke up, try and connect to 928 top. They saw Lina, I think, pop the Shadow Blade. So they know she's up here somewhere.
We were so close. We were about to see YBB surpass Extreme for the first time in net worth this game, but now they're 1K up on Extreme.
Do they see Paparazzi? They did for a second, but they're too afraid to go in. There's an Arcane Rune here. Storm's going to grab it. It doesn't stack with Octarine, right? So...
whatever has the highest cooldown reduction will take priority. So that will be Arcane Rune that gives you 30%.
Yeah. I just figured they were going to put it on the Tidehunter there as a result, but get the real efficiency play there.
Yeah, I mean, he's maybe they could have passed in the bottle, but he's already holding on to so many different items. He's got he's in a Defiance backpack. He's got to hold the gem.
So A-Unit did grab the Trickster Cloak. We were correct on that one. And Lu now has a Penta-Edge Sword. So a lot of damage. A lot of damage.
Yep. Satanic coming out next year. And just got the money for it now. Not going to save for buyback. Bold.
Lou
bold
is
move.
about killing people, dude. He is not saving for anything. A flicker drop there, an ascetics cap for Extreme Gaming, and another pause.
I want video games.
Want blood,
Give me
dude.
video games.
What's going on here?
I don't know what that means, but we'll be back up in a second. I could break down a couple of the items I see on the side of Extreme Gaming. Now, one of the things that separates a good silencer player from a bad one, Ricky, we talked about this, saving for buyback. He doesn't have any items on the silencer right now other than a fluffy hat and an urn of shadows and, his drink boots, but he is able to get back in the fight with Papa's Global if they decide to try to jump him. And, you put yourself out of position to get silencer who's sitting super far back, and you can lose a fight off of that. So while he doesn't have any items, holding on to that, I feel, is very important.
I feel like he needs a force staff. Like, he can just buy a force staff. He has 2,000 surplus gold here on DY.
He doesn't have quite enough for the... Oh, wait, no. He's going to go the fluffy hat. Yeah, you could probably get it.
Yeah, it's like, isn't he, like, really close?
Yeah, you can get it right now. You're right.
I'm assuming he's thinking of, like, going for a more expensive item, like another Lotus Orb or a Lincoln's himself, maybe. To hard counter the YBB with the itemization, because that's what we're kind of seeing, right? Lotus Orbs picked up on Darkseer. We see the Lincolns on the Lena. We'll probably see another Lotus Orb or something picked up soon. Looks like double Aeon Disc for Tank, as well as who had the other one queued up? Oh, I guess never mind. Oh yeah, he already has one on Darkseer. So our Darkseer already has an Aeon Disc.
Yep, he's working on a fresher orb next, but that's after he gets a Hex. I mean, they want to be able to lock down this Phantom Assassin. She's going to have a pretty free game here. It'd be somebody walking behind 928. So we're going to be ready to go in just a moment here. I think someone was going back to their chair. Yep. Good to go.
All right. This is what I love to see.
Let's get the show on the road now. Lou. Man is absolutely huge. Satanic is completed. He's got Penta Edge Sword sitting in his backpack.
Elven Tunic coming out for the Monkey King. It looks like he changed his mind. He had the Abyssal Blade queued up and now is deciding to go for a Butterfly. So he will be stacking the evasion there with the Elven Tunic a little bit.
I think he saw what the Phantom Assassin was working on and realized, okay, well, she doesn't have MKB either. No True Strike. We're going to be able to deal with, or I'm just going to trade hits with her. No, the extra evasion will go a long way. We're going to see the anime fight where they're just both dodging each other's attacks.
Classic.
Obviously, it is a pretty Phantom Assassin favorite. You got the 85% evasion because you got the blurred talent and you got the crits as well. The Jingu Mastery. I mean, if you even build up the stacks onto the Phantom Assassin, which is going to be hard, you need to land 4 auto attacks for that.
Yep. Lena does bottle up a DD rune there, which is very nice. Phantom Assassin almost to the 25. I'm curious if she goes the triple Stifling Dagger or the coup de grace chance, because some people actually go to the coup de grace chance. I feel like triple Stifling Dagger is just way too good. It's also such good wave clear, right?
I'm Team Dagger.
I am also usually Team Dagger.
200 XP, and you'll be there. Come on. Oh, she's being so careful. She doesn't know where the enemies are.
Rightfully so. They are smoked up as 5 on Extreme here.
It looks like they're going to find... they're going to walk towards Aenia. They saw him throw out that Gosh Tusk.
He's got a BKB still if he can get it off, and he does. He's going to respond with the Ravage, but the BKBs come through from Extreme, and they will find their kill. Tank going to catch a lasso instead, pulled all the way back to the tower. They do manage to recover their gem as a result, so... pretty good fight there for Extreme.
Tusk pulled all the way back, so they can't continue forward here, but they did pop the Ravage. Might feel... I would say they'd feel confident enough to continue to go forward, but Lena, unfortunately, all of mana, they already popped the BKBs when Tidehunter popped that Ravage, so both teams just going to chill for a little bit. That means this next fight is going to happen around the Roshan, which is... we're going to figure out exactly when he's going to respond in the next 30 seconds here.
Yeah, we'll have both
this is going to be the big deciding one. It's going to be what, Roshan number 2, 3, 2?
Batrider definitely takes the Flaming Lasso cooldown at 25, right? I'm not...
Yeah.
I'm not crazy. I feel like Firefly duration is pretty good, but having Lasso up just like 40% more seems pretty good.
Yep. Yep. So here we are. Wait, no, that's Monkey King, not Roshan. My bad.
Ooh, that is 130 seconds. Oh, baby, it is Monkey King pretending to be Roshan. All right. That's always like such a sick bait, honestly. If you like yeah, I remember. I know where you're going with this. Please tell the story. Go with it. The four Zoomers?
The Four Zoomers game, yeah. Where they picked, that was when Snapfire Aghanim Scepter became a little bit more popular. They ran it with Monkey King. Turned the Monkey King into the Roshan, ate the Monkey King Roshan up, and then tossed it at the enemy team.
Yeah, the good old Roshan gobble up. You love to see it.
I think that was one of my favorite plays in like the history of Dota.
It really is. It really is. Like, it is without a doubt one of those things that's like, this could only happen in Dota 2, and it is so funny.
I think it's funny because it never happens and how ridiculous it is.
Yeah.
We get a Roshan tossed at you, you probably start panicking.
It's also just so funny how like how slow it walks compared to like regular Roshan and stuff.
Yeah. Super low movement speed.
Does the shard give him more movement speed? Yeah, Mischief no longer slows Monkey King. Yeah, I thought so. Really? Yeah. I thought that was something they added. Yeah, I was like, because he's zooming around as a tree right now. Yeah, they made the shard less like really weird and then just built it into Tree Dance. And then now it's like technically has lower cooldown. The invulnerable duration is slightly more, and you no longer slowed.
Disjoints projectiles now. That's busted.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good
I guess
shard.
you have to spend. I guess you do have to spend quite a bit of gold on it.
He got this off the Roshan for free though, so he is very happy about that one. All right, smoke up here from YBB. Both teams trying to scout the Roshan. They will both do it. Going for the wraparound here. Really is going to come down to who gets the initiation. They know they're here somewhere, but go into the Roshan. Shards comes out. It's going to scout them. Lou, does he just slowly do this alone? All right, no, he's going to back out. Roshan down pretty low. It is a free Aghanim Scepter, so you have to be very careful.
I mean, Refresher Shard would be even better if he managed to pick that up on the Tidehunter. He does have mana for the double Ravage with the Shiva's Guard that he's got freshly completed, but yeah, spamming these guys here makes it difficult for them to sit on top of that hill there.
They're trying their best to work on this. Tank jumps in. The shards come through. The AoE Gush is doing work. Mortimer kisses. He gets the lasso onto the Monkey King. It's not there to save him. Can they bring him down? He does a huge crit from Lou. He's going to buy back right into the game. They've still got the Ravage waiting on A-Unit for the moment. Tank goes down. Paparazzi afraid to go further. They have done a really good job so far on this fight. You need to be careful. They jump into the backside. They're going to find the Bat Rider. He's going to get the Wukong's command out. Cookie on forward. Bat Rider's out. He gets saved by the Glimmer Cape, but a nice pull back with the vacuum. There it is. The Ravage comes in. Monkey King caught by the Fiend's Grip. Going to get canceled, but he dies anyway. Meanwhile, Phantom Assassin cleans up the whole back line. That is a dieback on your Monkey King. The patience from this Tidehunter, man.
The Tidehunter waiting for that Ravage and the beautiful jump forward with the lasso and the tusk. He did his best to try to save the Monkey. He jumped forward, tried to get that snowball save off into him, but just a fraction of a second too late. And we've seen these fraction of a second differences here in the DPC. The other day, just when the Tidehunter, or sorry, the Dragon Knight blinked forward onto a Magus and tried to interrupt the Blink RP skewer, ended up getting skewered himself. These clutch moments deciding these team fights.
Looks like they're finally going to get Roche.
Back there was...
They're going to go for it.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do to... They're not going to be able to stop him right now. They're wasting a little bit of time here, dragging the Roshan out of the pit accidentally, but...
Aiden trying to scout things out. He's going to get one of 2 D wards eventually. They've dropped 3 different wards here on Extreme for this fight, and it didn't end up panning out. And Lou, Aegis, going to combine the Aghanim Scepter there, and Storm goes in. He's looking for Paparazzi. This is a massive kill if he manages to get it, but... Lotus Sword will protect him. Aesthetics Cap also helping out quite a bit. And Paparazzi will get out.
Yep. Oh, unfortunately, not able to lasso him. He's got nothing to pop that Lincoln Sphere just yet. He's working on a sheep stick for himself, but until that comes out. I think he's a little bit hesitant, and he doesn't want to spend his buyback gold on this Mystic Staff Ultimate Orb.
They're going to go ahead and put the gem onto the Bat Rider here so he can try and keep vision of this Lina, obviously, with the Silver Edge. But also, it's really easy to deward as the Bat Rider, right?
Yeah.
Neff, look at the net worth.
It's 15k advantage for YBB. They brought it, I mean, it was looking rough from the beginning of this game. I mean, you look at these graphs,
Naya,
XP Gold win probability like 70% for the side of Extreme Gaming. Start of this. You get 928,
to find him. Paparazzi pops the BKB, but he's still got the lasso. The Lincolns wasn't there to protect him, and then into a Fiend's Grip. Global Silence comes out, but Paparazzi, you're not getting away from the PA.
Your first death.
That's his first death. Oh my gosh, you're right. 12, 1, and 2. That gold bounty going the way of the Bat Rider.
Yeah, finally going down. Paparazzi falls, and that's writing on the wall for this game. It won't be long until your base falls as Phantom Assassin as well. They've made it to the late game. This PA is such a nuisance, and everybody has the items they need to fight into these Extreme Gaming heroes. The Tusk falling off, the Monkey King. You know, he is able to pump out a lot of damage. He's going for this Arcane Blink Wukong command build where you eventually get the Divine Rapier, but with no True Strike against this Phantom Assassin, you are not going to be able to fight into her. Your carry is not nearly as strong as Lou.
No, I'm not even close. And honestly, the Aghanim Scepter that she gets for free is just such a huge buff to this hero's kit, especially in fights, allowing her to reset all of her cooldowns on kills. So it is scary to fight into this now.
Yeah, Tidehunter just got the +1 second Ravage stun. He's getting closer to this Refresher Orb. In fact, is it done? It is. He's got the +1 second Ravage. He's got the Refresher Orb. Everybody on the enemy team is going to be stunned nearly 4 seconds as he jumps in.
Fan of Knives now on the PA as well. She got the shard delivered. So
yeah.
And AoE, the thing that makes this so strong is when it resets cooldown on Ag's kill, it's just AoE pure damage every single time. So you can like double Fan of Knives if you burst a hero. It is ridiculous how good this ability is once you have the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, it's really strong in general, but Ags just makes it that much better. Lasso, they find Silencer. DY, you dead, son. That's a lasso. Very worth it if you're Storm here. You actually went the Firefly duration, by the way.
Huh. I'm a little bit surprised by that one. I thought that he'd go for the lasso cooldown, but I guess he values the uptime, the extra movement speed, the unobstructed movement, especially if he's trying to break the enemy's base at the moment.
Top lane, Cookie gets him a little bit of space, just a BKB, and now Aided on the backside hits him with the AoE Gush. They've got a Hex available, but they're just going to try and turn their attention on over to the Darkseer. See if they can bring him down in time. He's fast, but not fast enough, it would seem, as the kill's going to go the way of the Bat Rider.
And that's a dieback. He's down for 105 seconds now. To give them a lot of time to shove in these waves. The missing Silencer as well. Paparazzi, all he could do was get back. They're trying to stall things out for a little bit now. They want this Arcane Blink and Divine Rapier now onto the Monkey King. That's the only way they see the way back into this game.
So Lou has a... Okay, I like this better. I was like, he has a Refresher queued, and I was like, I don't feel like he needs a Refresher. I feel like he needs one more item for when Aegis gets claimed. He's actually queuing up the Boots of Travel just so he has them available.
Yep.
And that's going to be the last tier 2 tower. Nothing standing in their way of going to the high ground. No Darkseer here. Lou with the Aegis for another 45 seconds. This is as good a time as you're going to get.
Yep. Aeonid looking to make an initiation, sitting behind this Phantom Assassin. I mean, you get double Ravage, it is all over. And he's got he's got double BKB. He can just pop off his Global Silence. It means nothing to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's it. Melee lane of Barracks down that fast. They're just going to let the catapults do the rest of the work here. And Extreme Gaming do not want to fight into the side of YBB.
Yep. They will get back here now on Lou, though. He's only got another 10 seconds left on this Aegis, unfortunately. So doesn't want to take the risk and go down, allow them to turn this one around. I think he's going to send out the Moon Shard. And as long as he's got money for buyback, yeah,
he's got the money.
He's not looking to buy the Boots of Travel after all. He's just going to buy Moonshine, fly it out to him, and look to melt these heroes.
Yeah, I like this. I wasn't a fan of the Refresher. The Boots of Travel I thought was kind of just like nice for split pushing if you wanted to keep him in his backpack or something, but more damage, honestly. Why not?
He's got the courier there. He's thinking about it.
Now he goes back for the refresher, it looks like. Hard to decide.
Well, shame it doesn't give you damage anymore. It used to give you plus 40.
What?
Refresher orb, it gave you plus 40 damage.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Oh, that's a bottled DD. Okay, they're going to smoke up right away.
Yep.
Well, it looks like extreme smoke up as well. Oh, this could be the end of it all. On the other side, Aiden comes in. It's a 4-man Ravage. He's got the refresher. He drops it. They're going to be able to take down the silencer before he drops anything. The bashes, the stuns onto the Lina. She's dead. The DD root from Lou. It's just too much. They're falling one by one. And Monkey King, good luck, sir. You cannot stand your ground. And YBB pull the game back for a game 1 victory.
Unit, he managed to get off that second Ravage. Lina got out of it, popped the BKB, but everyone else disabled nearly 4 seconds on each of those Ravages. The absolute perfect initiation they needed to end that game, and bringing it back from an extremely rough start. YBB, they beat their former Team Extreme game and showing them that, you know, we can make it through the open qualifiers once, we can do it twice. We are better than you.
Dude, that was an amazing game by YBB. I mean, you're right, man. This game looked so rough early on. Like, they were just getting crushed in the lanes. They weren't really finding a whole lot, but I feel like the MVP here has to be Storm, right? Like, he
absolutely.
He got them through the roughest part of this game, and finding a lot of kills, his itemization on point, finding a lot of pickoffs with the lasso. A-Unit, every single time you give this man the Tide Hunter, he hits massive Ravages. I mean, it does feel like YBB just have an incredible amount of patience, because a lot of teams, I think, would have crumbled under that pressure from Extreme. And it looks like we're going to take a look at some very nice highlights here.
Yeah, there's no question about, you know, the plays that this Darkseer made inside, you know, the lane. Ended up securing themselves a lot of kills. Shut down this Phantom Assassins game. No doubt in anyone's mind. You know, the Battle Fury came out extremely late, but Storm allowing them to recover. And it's not even really like it was on Paparazzi. Paparazzi played an amazing game, but Storm just did his best against it. Only went down a single time Leon, and, you know, kept his team in it, found kill after kill. First 4 all credited to him, in fact.
Yeah.
Before they found that Bane, and they end up losing a couple heroes on the way out here, but, you know, Storm ends up making it out. And again, if they hadn't found these like initial early kills, I think the Extreme Gaming, they never would have had to slow down.
Yeah, I mean, also credit where credit is due. Lou managed to recover from a very rough start. I mean, he was like 6th on net worth, I believe. He was the lowest of all of the cores, behind his Tide Hunter, who got, you know, kind of shut down in the top lane as well. So yeah, not fun. I mean, she was sitting at just above 3K net worth at the 10-minute mark, which is about 2,000 below like the dream, right? Where meanwhile, Darkseer and Lina both were at like 53, 5,400.
Yeah. I mean, a couple things obviously went wrong. This Phantom Assassin took advantage of the fact that you guys did not have Evasion Pierce outside of that Silver Edge, but I feel like there were more issues. Like, Storm managed to pop off this game. They couldn't find kills off on to him. I think this was his 2nd death here. And yeah, because he ended up going down, they find well, they almost got the kill off on a Paparazzi before you end up just getting beat down there on the Bane on the Bat Rider. Managed to catch 2 more. And like I said, Paparazzi, he had an amazing game. He didn't go down until like the 40-minute mark.
Yeah.
Not a single time. And, you know, he's like slammed the Bat Rider in the lane as well, but Bat Rider managed to find a couple recovery kills for his team.
This was such a sick play by Storm. Yeah. He gets the Aegis. Like, this could very well could have been the game, the thing Extreme needed to win the game, right? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, Paparazzi gets that Aegis and they just go high ground. Yeah, it is just so good.
Yeah.
But again, this is another scenario where, like, right here, I'm like, hey, it's definitely going in with a Ravage, right? But no, he holds it so long.
I mean, you saw the BKB on the Monkey King, who was in the last, and I thought, okay, I'm going to miss him. I'm going to miss the guy on the Snowball. He continues sitting pretty far back, and then when Storm does the wraparound, they get vision. They see all these heroes collapse onto him, and this is where he goes in.
Yeah, this is when the Ravage comes through in just a moment. They get the vacuum pulled back, and it's a perfectly placed Ravage. Paparazzi, of course, able to dodge it, but no one else on the team does, and of course, the final fight. Dude, he just gets vision and says, I'm going, boys. I am in. The aesthetics cap did protect the Lena, which was sick. So she was able to get back into it, but a great targeting from Storm. Just lassos her.
Yeah, and then there's just no chance you can see any good. Now with that 85% evasion, thanks to that blur talent on the PA. MVP, 100% has to be Storm. Man played insane. Only a single death, and that death, like they had to dive so far to find him and baited out the enemy team.
Dude, what a game one, man. This is what I wanted to see tonight. Like, just such a sick performance from these teams. YBB and Extreme, obviously, there's a history between these two. So excited to see that the games are quite entertaining. But we do have to go to a quick break, everyone. We're going to be back with game number 2 here in just a bit. So stay tuned for more. This is the CDEC Division 2. We'll see you in a bit.
还剩10秒，还剩5秒。请天辉方挑选鹰，请夜眼方挑选鹰。
祸乱之源。
还剩10秒，还剩5秒。请夜眼方挑选辉
潮汐猎人。
请夜眼方禁用英雄。
末日使者。
请天辉方禁用英雄。请夜眼方请天辉方禁用英雄。还剩10秒，还剩5秒。
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the CDEC. My name is Aster.Aries, and I'm here with Neff, and boy, we riding high today. We just came off an incredible game number 1 between YBB and Extreme, and a series that both Neff and myself have really been looking forward to since YBB made it into the DPC in the first place. So this is super sick to watch, and yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say, man. Game 1 might be one of the coolest games might be the best game we've watched so far at the DPC.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt that everyone on YBB are DPC players. They were on Extreme Gaming last season, but for them to come up and bring the hurt to their former team/organization there, that was just a real treat to watch. Storm, MVP of the previous game for sure. The decision making on that, man. I was talking to a couple people in the chat about it just now. Sonic being one of them. He lost his tower behind by a full level. His team is down 7 kills, but managed to find a couple, get back into the game, get his whole team back, not only boost morale, but, even out that XP and gold disadvantage with some of these super sick plays and brought them back from the brink. But this game, they're going to have to do it all over again. Extreme Gaming, they're going to run a completely different lineup, and YBB, they want to do more of the same that they did last time. They go with the Snapfire and the Tidehunter on their side, but Extreme with the Bane and the Doom, and Doom is one of the stronger heroes in this patch. So they're gonna have their work cut out for them, and oh my! I hear that we saw a lot of it TI, but not so much anymore.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. The one thing I do really like about Extreme here is I think they're realizing that Aeonid's Tidehunter is way too much to deal with, and so rather than picking up the Disruptor, which is traditionally one of the ways of countering this hero just from the support position, they're just like, okay, we're gonna commit a core position to it, grab the Doombringer, and your only job this game is to doom the Tidehunter and prevent him from getting Ravage. And this has been pretty much the only other response to Tidehunter for a while now. Like this is what people do, and I think against Aeonid's Tide, it's warranted. I think you do need to commit the Doom here or something to make sure that he stops just winning these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, you can commit the Doom. The issue is you need something else to set up for that, because we saw the reaction time of some of these players on YBB. Rain getting his Nightmare off onto the Tusk in the last game. Tank on that hero the moment he blinked in and tried to Walrus punch him. These people are fast. The Doom has a 0.5 second windup. So you got to get the Centaur Stomp off, then into the Doom, and the Tidehunter isn't able to get his Ravage off in that time, which is kind of difficult. There's a couple other solutions, like you mentioned. There's Duel from Legion Commander that's can't be dispelled. There's the Static Storm. Chronosphere is also an option. There's Black Hole, but They do opt for the Doom. Like you said, I think it's one of the easiest ones to land and execute.
Mm-hmm. It just farms really well. It doesn't get shut down in lane that often because it can flex between 2 and 3. But they pick up the Elder Titan here, which is a little strange because, like you said, it's not something we've seen a lot since TI. But this hero, honestly, I think is really strong still. I'm just curious what their idea for... Oh, really? You don't think it's that strong still?
No, I think it's a lot weaker than it used to be after they rescaled Astral Spirit and whatnot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's definitely weaker for sure. I still feel like it has like a lot of playmaking potential is the thing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's great at resetting fights, getting people off of your heroes. You know, if they do commit the Doom onto the Tidehunter and get like 1 or 2 other heroes onto him, you just, you know, drop your Astral Spirit, you drop the Echo Stomp, Tidehunter can just walk away. You know, he's not able to, he doesn't have his Kraken Shell, but he can re-engage in a couple of seconds. It will let you get out of the team fight. And same thing applies to the Medusa. If they get on top of Medusa with too many heroes, Astral Spirit, Echo Stomp, reset the fight. Very good for that purpose. And for a while, I think it was like a year back in the Perfect World League, which is like the predecessor to the DPC League for Perfect World. I think they were using that as like a bit of a test run and also like pushing their storyline of, you know, going through the Battle Subway to Dire Alley to Radiant Plaza and whatnot. You guys should check out some of the art and whatnot on the Twitter later if you haven't seen that yet. But back in the Perfect World League, people ran a lot of Elder Titan, Medusa, and Drow Ranger. So I would not be surprised if we saw a Drow Ranger picked up next year on YBB. They've got Tidehunter and Elder Titan.
Really? Already? You think they'll go? You think they're gonna go like Medusa mid or Drow mid?
Yeah.
Interesting. I think. I don't know if they're going to go for Drow. I think that would be too greedy because they've got the Medusa who's going to need a little bit of space and then you want to play behind. And then you basically just want to play behind the Medusa, right? From the mid lane. But you're going to be able to see... Okay, so this is what I was going to say. I was like, you'll be able to see if this is going to be like an off lane...
Okay, maybe not anymore. How you're playing against the Ursa.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think something else at front lines would be a little bit better. Kunkka is a hero that comes to mind, but I feel like against the OD, he's not going to do too hot. Yeah.
You need something that can get out of OD. I think Void Spirit's not bad.
Backline jump is also important to deal with Bane and the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, it's just Shadow Shaman's such a nuisance
to
deal
lockdown.
with. Yeah.
If you're playing a Spirit hero against the Shadow Shaman, you get that instant disable hex, no travel time, no cast point on the spell. Just instantly hex and then into a shackle afterwards. They're pretty heavy on the single target damage on extreme though, which I
mean, what if they just go the Queen of Pain?
You see a Quap here?
Yeah.
Storm?
Yeah, what if they just take the Queen of Pain? Like, it's not a bad matchup into OD.
It's banned.
Oh, it's banned. Dang. Okay, I was like, I feel like it's actually pretty good here. The other one would be maybe Lesh isn't bad. Is Batrider still in the game? No, just last banned.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with that again. Storm had an amazing performance on it in the previous game. I'm actually thinking... I mean, maybe I'm way out there with my Drow guess. I just know that was very popular about a year back. That and the Vengeful Spirit as well.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
Played either the safe lane or the mid.
I'm just going to start naming heroes, man.
You don't need to anymore.
Okay, and I was like, I was trying to think what other like ranged mid laner would go well with the Medusa. I completely forgot about Viper.
The question is where they plan on. It's going to be Storm, mid lane Viper.
Yeah, absolutely.
Up against this Outworld Destroyer, and you can spam out away with Nether Toxin. I think you're gonna have a tricky time finding kills onto Paparazzi here. A lot like. Mostly people max out poison attack in the lane as the Viper right now. Build up those stacks, force the enemies out of lane, make sure they don't get any XP. But when he can just drop the Astral on you and reset and move back and stop building up stacks, I think he might put a point in the Nether Tox to be able to farm up a little bit faster. But we will have to see. It's definitely one of the better picks you could have gone for last year. Amazing pickup against this Ursa too. Just being able to drop that Nether Toxin on top of whatever target he's going on. He's not applying Fury Swipes anymore, so he hits like a kitten, not a bear.
Yeah, and the other thing too is like it's just a hero that kites Ursa around super hard. Like even if he like tries to run at you with Enrage and wants to get outside the Nether Toxin, you can just Viper Strike him, and there's not a lot you can do. It's a BKB piercing slow, right? So it is very rough to deal with. And Viper, I think Viper is a lot cooler now than he used to be, because previously this hero just didn't really feel like it scaled well. But current iteration of Viper, I mean, this hero does a lot of damage as this game goes on, especially if he gets to like 3-4 items pretty early.
Yeah. Oh boy. I think if they can end this early, then they'll be in a pretty good position. But you know, the shoe's on the other foot this game. I think if it does end up going to late, it isn't really going to matter that you are playing this Medusa. The Shadow Shaman, his disables are going to scale. Your other heroes aren't going to be doing too much. I mean, Elder Titan can kind of pump out a lot of damage, but not if he's like playing position 4 or 5, unfortunately, and you know, Rain position 5 player. So they gotta end this, I think, around like the 30-35 minute mark if they want to win. It goes much later than that. Extreme, they've got too many well-scaling cores on their side. Medusa does do well, but when you're playing against everything in the world, I mean, Heaven's Halberds are going to start to come out. You have a lot of disable on Bane and Shadow Shaman. Just too much for her to deal with. Viper damage and scale well enough. So we'll see if they can close out this game fast on YBB and take a quick 2-0 series or extreme game and can bring it back. They got a lot to prove here as well. It wouldn't look good for them if, you know, people that they replaced on extreme gaming ended up taking them out.
Yeah, no kidding. I want to say last night as well, one of the things that was essential to YBB actually winning game 2 of against Magma was lose Medusa. So, if I'm not mistaken, it did get MVP last night. So this is something you do have to be very careful of. A-Unit taking a lot of damage here, but so is DY. So he might regret coming a little bit too far forward. All right. They're just going to go 2-2 on the runes, it looks like, and into the lanes we go.
Yep. I gotta say, I'm disappointed. If this does end up being a 2-0, 9-2-8, he's not playing any of his signature bug heroes.
I think some of that comes down to the fact that his bug heroes were too strong, and they're giving other teams a chance by, you know, playing a reptilian instead of a bug.
Yeah. He's branching out.
Yes.
He's not just a bug catcher. He's like an all-rounder Pokemon trainer.
God, Snapfire really is one of my favorite heroes in this game. It is just so well designed. It is so fun to play.
I'm pretty sure like the chair that Snapfire sits on has what's the measure of like how like data heavy the hats and Dota are again? What are they called? You know the word I'm looking for. You're the
polygons?
hat expert.
Are you talking about polygons?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the chair that Snapfire is sitting on has more than Morphling.
Dude, the quiver on Drow has more polygons than Morphling. To put it into perspective. Viper's tail has more polygons than the entire hero of Morphling. Like that is how old that skin is, or that model is.
Yeah, there'll be a rework soon, I'm sure.
I would argue that a single foot or a single leg on Snapfire has on Mortimer has more polygons. Bottom lane, Tidehunter doing his best to get away here. Nice save by the Snapfire, and because she has no Fury Swipe stacks, they actually can't find the kill.
No, he ends up getting back underneath the tower then. Unfortunately, the wave is going to push in. They still have to play pretty deep into this bottom side, which does give Ursa a lot of kill potential down here. But up until he hits level 3, his Fury Swipes aren't too scary. Over the mid lane, I want to talk about that one. Storm does have multiple points into poison attack here. I thought he put an early point in Nether Toxin to shove in the lane, but he's doing a decent job at keeping Paparazzi off of these creeps. I mean, it was the other way around in the previous series, but now bringing the herd on him, all he can kind of do is spam out these Astral Imprisonments, go in for like 1 CS at a time.
I think this is my favorite way to play this hero, because anytime he goes for an Astral or an Arcane Orb, he's just going to take damage back in the form of the Corrosive Skin, and then Poison Attack is just such a ridiculous spell once it gets to 2 points. Like, just being able to stack those up. You cannot contest the Viper in the lane. Like, you can't let him just get 4 to 5 stacks on you.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just using his positioning here to just zone him out. He's 15-7 to the 6-3. Yeah, that's a rough start.
Yeah. He just put 1 point into the Nether Toxin here, so that's going to allow him to, when he does push in these lanes or clear it out, he can just drop a single Nether Toxin onto Creep Camp. And,
the fort. Oh, that feels so bad.
You hate to see it. And I think that fort had just come off of cooldown as well. And he'll have to just grab himself a water rune. And he's going for a Meteor Hammer his first time. This is going to be a very slow Meteor Hammer. And while he does have kill potential once he does get this out, you know, it's going to be very easy to run down Paparazzi as he doesn't have boots.
Oh, that is a big rotation mid, but Rain scouts it and is like, I dare you. That is not a combo you want to fight into, even 2v3. Elder Titan Viper, that'd be scary.
That's
they're gonna try.
Early game. Yeah, they're going to try.
They're definitely gonna try. And
oh god, he's just standing his ground here on Storm.
I think he's dead. He drops another toxin. They got him. Rain had already committed the stomp top onto Tank, but misses, and now Rain body blocked up by DY, drops another stomp, trying to get away, might be able to. Brain Sap comes off cooldown, and Paparazzi's gonna clean it up with the Astrals, so that is very worth it. And they had to do this. Paparazzi was getting destroyed here.
Yeah. You know, there's jokes to be made. You know, I had to bring 2 heroes to the lane in order to beat me here, but, you know, committing that stomp definitely misplayed that one a little bit on the Elder Titan, allowed him to play more aggressive there. So brings it back just a bit here, but the Viper is still ahead by, 100 gold.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. And the Viper is going to remain ahead. It's mostly just trying to stabilize the XP for the OD. And the side lanes aren't losing out on anything, right? You have this offlane Doom who's not really pressured by the Medusa. And he did just go Pack Leader's Aura, 2 points Devour. So he's just trying to farm it up.
Yeah, but in the bottom lane, you know, Ursa here that is very easily able to exist on his own.
Ooh, that Sentry just barely misses that ward by 928.
Yeah. But these are, you know, benefits of your safe lanes, the Doom and the Ursa, your core heroes that YBB didn't have when they were losing the mid lane super hard last game. Heroes that can exist by themselves. They need to keep the supports right where they are. And looking to go mid again. 2 heroes rotating in.
They are. 928 is rotating in as well as the Elder Titan. The question is, can Storm bottle up in time? Stomp comes through. They get him, and Storm's going to live.
Oh my god, the bloodbath here in the mid lane. And Storm, you know, not having such a good time all of a sudden.
He's gonna get south. They want to fight for the 6-minute runes.
You want the tango to give him a tango too. Come on, kind of stingy, bro.
He did get a lot out from the salve. Illusion comes through, cookies away, but Rain will not connect with that stomp.
There's a lot of damage. 150 pure on you. 2 points in the Ether Shock there. Shackles, the Hex. The Astral Imprisonment. I mean, he has brought the lane back and now finally ahead on the OD. They did have to rotate 2 heroes mid, but this is the benefit of running that, you know, Doom offlane, Ursa safe lane that you mentioned. These heroes able to exist on their own so well, and they will be winning their lanes in these 1v1 matchups against the Medusa and the Tidehunter.
Oh, the Hex for the deny on the ward. All right, Tank gonna bang the drums as he walks away. Meanwhile, bottom, they actually find a kill onto A-Unit Storm. TP's in for this as well, so they are not going to find a trade at all.
Nope. And it's just TP out. It's that easy.
Top
Bane
lane.
just leaves. Nothing that Storm's able to do about that one.
Nice stomp there from Rain. Doom does get level 6 here, but does not have the mana for Doom or anything, so.
I think he'll clear it. He's going to clear it up and come back in pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
And then he'll drop his Doom. He hasn't put a point into anything just yet, but as soon as he sees this Medusa, as soon as he's got Scorched Earth back up, I think he's just going to try to run somebody down. Yeah, he puts a point into it. The only time you see Doom get at 6 is when they're ready to chase somebody. But they're going to have to, you know, bait the Snapfire in the mid lane or make sure that Tidehunter isn't able to make a rotation if he chooses to try to run down the Medusa through the jungle.
DY here is just like stealing the XP of the Viper, which is kind of funny. But yeah, he's gonna drop the Doom. Okay. Yeah. So you get the first Doom out onto the Elder Titan. It's not like the worst hero to commit it on because it is one of those things where now it's just on cooldown. You did your job, you got your first kill, and you can just keep farming. On his way to that Midas, they go ahead and bring a unit top to protect the tower, but in the in the river. Yep, Sanity's Eclipse comes down and Storm deleted, and suddenly this Viper, who destroyed the early part of this game, is 600 gold behind the OD.
Yeah, he got the help he needed, and Beania Hammer comes out just after Viper drops, and now there comes the damage to the mid-tier 1. Oh, extreme rocky start, but they brought it back extremely quickly. Definitely coming out on top in every single lane here. Medusa is kind of farmed, but I talked about at the start, she's not going to be able to do it all by herself. These other lanes don't succeed. They have tons of disable on their side. The actual imprisonments,
Yeah, they're trying to just keep this tower alive. He went for 4 points in the poison attack, so this is usually what you do on the Viper if you want to be able to just like play really aggressive. It's a ridiculous amount of damage, but he has to find kills, and he needs this Dragon Lance really early.
Mm-hmm. And he's not getting it so early, unfortunately. So OD slowing his game down a lot. He's going to start to max out Nether Toxin now as he realizes he needs to move into these neutral camps and farm up creeps as he's not able to sit inside his lane anymore. If he gets Astral the Meteor Hammer, like one hero TP's in, he just dies. No questions asked.
Oh, here comes the Ursa. Gonna clean up 928 with ease, and now Rain just gonna TP home. No chance of standing his ground against that Ursa. But meanwhile, they actually don't know. Lou cleaning up a big Ancient stack, so he's gonna be able to do that.
Top lane. Unfortunately, doesn't have the mana to drop his Ravage. If he did, he would have been able to get the kill.
OD has been slowly whittling down this mid lane with this Astral.
Speaking of...
Dude, this has been a 6-hero mid lane for the last, like, 5.5 minutes. Tank behind the tower, just putting himself in harm's way. DY trying to survive. Storm comes in with a few Viper strikes. He should go down if
Astral
OD...
will save him.
Yeah, unless OD gets... Okay, no. He's gonna... Yep, one more auto. Astral. Is it enough? Stomp just off the mark. The question is, can they get anything else here? DY. Storm is coming so far forward for this. He needs help. It's just going to be the Ursa running at him. The Medusa with the slow. They take down the Shadow Shaman. He pops the Enrage and he gets the Viper. Ursa completely alone on the backside, though. So does need to be a little bit careful here. Stomp. Comes out, Rain, as well as Aided. They've got the Ravage. They drop it, but the Astral from the OD is there. And now Ursa trying to hobble away. Will he be able to make it? One more attack from the Medusa. It makes it in time, and now Doom rotating on through, trying to find this kill onto the Tidehunter, but he's pretty dang fast. He's got the schmoves.
Yeah, he does, but they had to get away from that OD there. Already stealing a little bit of mana with that Astral Imprisonment, building up the stacks, and does have Sandy's Eclipse available, so need to get away there. Top lane tank, he's just going to drop these Mass Serpent Wards onto the tier 1 tower and grab this.
Scouts the TP, obviously, in that process, and Snapfire has to be careful. Gets Mortimer Kisses, though. He can just let him rip, dude.
I mean...
Oh, well, now he can't. No, not with this Doom chasing after you. He's going to cookie off over to the right, hide in the trees, and... They're like, is he over here? Like, somewhere? Probably. Just trying to burn him down with the level 4 Scorched Earth.
Oh, no. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know.
He can't. Yeah, he actually can't know. Like, he just has to cut through the trees.
No, let him go. Let him go.
He can smell him, dude. He can actually smell him. Oh, God, he found him. 928. You gotta run, brother.
He's gotta blast him. Get out of there. All right, he's down.
Classic. Good stuff.
That's rough. Man, does not let his target go.
Told you, man, Doom could smell. He could smell the lizard, you know?
Yeah. Maybe if he was playing a bug here, I might have been able to scurry through the trees a little bit easier. But, it's going to be an early Roche for the Ursa. Good to see if all that space that was made, and Diffusal Blade almost completed. Just another 750 gold away from this one. Once that one's online, I think they're going to start to pick up the pace. run at Medusa because you just bring down the mana shield no time at all, especially considering she's only got 1 point in it right now. What if people grab this bottom tier 1? You were saying?
I was gonna say it feels like deja vu, mate. Like we're looking at a 6K gold lead here for Extreme at about a little bit earlier. I think they had this at about 17, 18 minutes last time, but this is about what we saw in the last game. The difference here, Lou having a much better time as opposed to Storm. So if Storm can find his way back into this, he'll be feeling pretty good, and he is going to have that Dragonlance finally completed, but they stand no chance of keeping up in farm with this Doombringer or even this Ursa at this rate.
Yeah. And they're not looking to farm right now. They're looking to close this game out. More Serpent Wards come out in the top lane. And that's going to open up Outpost. So XP advantage is going to start to go the way of Extreme Gaming off of this one. Well, already going the way of Extreme Gaming, but it's going to start to get kind of ridiculous here. Right. There it is. First outpost captured, and looks like they're getting in position to smoke up here. They want to be able to take a kill. They've got Tidehunter with Ravage, and they're going to wrap around a paparazzi.
Yeah, they see him perfectly done into a great body slam from 928, and he gets the Aster off to try and buy himself some time. DY comes through, Earth Splitter just for good measure, as Lou will find the kill.
Yeah. Well, Paparazzi's first death a lot earlier this game than last, but he started getting way too far ahead after those rotations of the supports into the mid lane, and they might just be able to get the tower off of this one.
They've got Stone Gaze.
They might, but
they want to jump in here on the Ursa. He has to pop that Enrage right away as Mortimer Kisses are coming through, and the Viper Strike as well. The Enrage, it does work, but Lou's got the Stone Gaze if he wants to try and just reset this fight, but there's going to be a really nice Nightmare comes out instead. Lou trying to chase him down. Can they get on top of the Ursa? They cannot. Forced to disengage. Nice save by DY there.
Yeah, that was a sick play as well. So do you see what they did with the Nightmare? Storm took it off the Medusa, then Lou popped his Mantis style afterwards and used his illusion to take it off of Storm.
Yeah.
Big small plays, but yeah, nice plays getting that disengage off on the side of Extreme. YBB tried to stay in their ground, but getting the Ursa a second time with his tier 1 right there and OD respawning, a little bit optimistic. So they'd use too many of their cooldowns. At the very least, oh god, top lane.
Yeah, it's the Doom onto the Tidebringer. And, you know...
Tidebringer?
Tidebringer? That's a...
Okay, Ricky.
In case you didn't know, you can Doom Kunkka's sword, bottom lane, Medusa. Gonna get Fiend's Grip, but instantly canceled by 928, puts himself in a really bad position, but the Nether Strike comes out, Bane just getting crushed, and now Ursa will just hobble away, so you end up trading 1 for 1. You get the Fiend's Grip cooldown, though, which is not bad, and Lou still farming on this Medusa. Dude, we saw what he did yesterday. Maybe some of the viewers here today did not, but if Lou gets to where he was last time, I don't know if they actually have an answer to this. Like, Doom onto the Medusa doesn't really matter. He will just stand his ground and kill you.
I mean, yeah, but they do have other answers. I mean, look at all the disables they have. Nightmare, Fiend's Grip, Shackles, Hex, Astral Imprisonment, and then they can start to build Heaven's Halberds on these heroes, or Yule Scepters. Like, there is answers to the Medusa this game, and if she's the only one pumping out damage, you know, there is too much control onto the single targets. That's what I'm concerned about. So if they have other heroes doing damage, though, like Viper scales into the late game, then they'll have a little bit of trouble, but I think you are playing for that 30-35 minute timing on YBB. Early definitely favors Extreme Gaming. Late will favor Extreme Gaming, but that mid-game timing, you know, before Viper starts to fall off and, you know, the magic damage of Mortimer Kisses and, you know, Ravage starts to fall off, I think they'll do okay.
There's actually smoke up here once again on YBB behind the Lou Medusa. They want to try and get this mid-tier 1 tower. Once again, an A unit has this Blink Dagger done on the Tidehunter. He's going to jump in, find tank, nice Hex, but very dead still.
Yeah. And another crack at this mid-tier 1. At this point, I think they'll be forced to give that one up. If all 5 heroes are making that rotation, you're forced to fight into a Ravage, you'd say, okay, I'd rather not.
Yeah, definitely rather not. Doom is super far, man. He's got his BKB. He is about to finish the Blink Dagger. He's going to get it off this creep camp right now. And there it is.
Yep.
Paparazzi almost do a BKB as well. We can take a look. Anyone else? Blink Dagger on Courier for the Ursa. So that's a big pickup for him as well as he queues up his BKB. Top lane, Nightmare finds the Snapfire. Does it look like they're going to be able to re-engage DY? Going to be able to find a unit on the backside. Pump faking the Ravage. 928, no way out, right? Burns down there to the Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, can't survive that one. Not enough fluffy hats, unfortunately.
Yeah, could have used another.
You got the 200 health talent at 10. Easier time surviving things once you've got that online, but until then, a bit rough. We got the Blink Dagger on Tide. He's he doesn't need more than 1 point in his Ravage. He's almost hitting his level 12. Working the Aghanim Scepter afterwards, so he'll be able to provide a little bit more damage in these team fights at that point. But Extreme Gaming mounting the pressure on, and they've got like Diffuser Blade Blink on the Ursa, and BKB Blink on the Doom.
Dude, even the supports on Extreme are really farmed. Like the Aether Lens is done on the Shadow Shaman, and DY almost has his Force Staff, so they're feeling really strong just out of those two supports, like in what they can bring to the fights, as opposed to like this Elder Titan who, I mean, realistically doesn't have anything.
No. I mean, you don't need anything on the Elder Titan, which is nice. You're still doing the same thing by dropping your Astral Spirit, your Echo Stomp, but
Doom got the Courier. He's gonna get another Courier. Oh god. 2 point boosters on Couriers right there.
170 gold. Let me pull up my my little county thingy. A calculator. That's the word for it.
County thingy? I'm sorry. Are you trying to calculate 170 times 5?
It's look, I know it's not hard.
Is that what you were doing? Is that your county thingy? Is that what you're doing with your county thing right now? 870 or what? 170 times 5? Is that what you're doing?
Yep.
Okay, no worries. I just want to double check that's what was going on there.
Yeah, my abacus. That's what I was pulling up. I'd dropped it on my desk real quick.
Ah, yes, those are quite large. Yeah, but then again, you do live in a mansion, so.
Yeah, of course.
Imagine your desk is enormous.
Yeah, I have tons of county thingies.
Doom catches a Ravage, perfectly timed as he had just walked to the low ground, so wouldn't be able to see this coming. Lou gets the kill there with the DD. DY just gonna hide in the trees for a moment. He's wants nothing to do with this. Speaking of the Bane, he says, "Screw Force Staff, baby. I'm going Ags."
All right, he's living large. I mean, you mentioned a lot of these heroes are pretty farmed, and he does have the Aghanim Scepter. They're going to have a tricky time interrupting that Fiend sweep. The Ravage will do the trick, but I think it's going to be just the Ravage. Like, aside of that,
Stomp,
I don't know
Splitter,
how to stop.
Ravage, those are pretty much it.
Yeah. Just needs another, 1,700 gold, and he's got that one completed. Roshan going to respawn in another minute here, so both teams are probably going to make their way over there. Not so great for the side of YBB. They're about 40 seconds of Ravage being on cooldown when the Roche respawns, but if they can stall it out for a little bit, then it's tricky for Extreme Gaming to take these 5v5 engagements against the Ravage. And Medusa will have her picked up a Chrysalis, so she's got the I've Scotty completed, point boosters on the card. She's got the Chrysalis completed. These other heroes are close to any timing. Snapfire is still working on that Force Staff.
Oh, they find the Snapfire. Okay. Nice pick off there by the Doom. Just jumps right on in with that War Stomp. 9k gold lead. It's starting to look pretty bleak here for YBB. They are just all picking up so many big items here on the side of Extreme, and the only thing you have on this Viper is like a BKB. Lou does manage to pick up a Chrysalis after this IF Scotty, but it's really just the Medusa at this point. Like, he is everything for YBB. Oh, BKB comes out for the Viper, but they doom him right away. Lou forced to pop the ult to stop this engagement.
Honestly, the fact that he got his BKB off there, I think saved him.
Yeah, because he was going to get Infernal Bladed and definitely would have died.
Yep, and Roche is up now. They gotta contest this. They got 20 seconds till Ravage is off of cooldown. They're pinging it out. They know that they're in there, but Ursa takes this incredibly fast. They're not gonna get here in time.
Yeah, no chance at all. It is already dead. I mean, OD also just does a ton. They're gonna go ahead and pick up the shard as well as the Aegis on the Ursa. They are looking for these enemy heroes. Lu caught for the moment, in some trouble. No Ravage for 2 seconds. He's just dead. Lu has no chance to get out of here. Great catch there by DY, and Tank, of course, is now turning their attention over to the Elder Titan and just pop him. Outside of the fight, though, they're chasing down the Doom. Viper, just gets melted by Paparazzi. A beautiful Astral to save him. 4 heroes go down. Triple kill for the OD.
That Doom played that fight absolutely insane. He didn't have Doom available, but he kept both the Viper and the Tidehunter on him on the backside of the fight. Well, he cleaned up all those heroes there, and the Ravage just, a little bit too late to lose off of cooldown there. If it was, he would have been able to stand right beside the Medusa, pop the Ravage as soon as the Shackles came out from that Shadow Shaman, but the fight turns around and things are becoming way too difficult now for the side of Extreme Gaming. They still have Fortify available, so they aren't going to try to go up the high ground here against YBB, but, at this point, the game becomes an uphill struggle for them. Extreme Gaming bringing the hurt in game number 2 here.
Yeah, 15,000 experience and 15,000 gold, 17,000 XP advantage. So, yeah, they're looking really strong. I mean, YBB's got to do something. I mean, maybe you smoke with the Ravage you have now, and I think that's what they're contemplating. Yeah, they are going to go for it. See if they can find something. Dire scan their own triangle and don't find anything. However, Ursa is going to show on the bottom wave, so they are going to just go ahead and beeline there, I think. Or are they going mid? Okay, they're going mid for the Shaman? Okay, they are. Tank with the stomp. Going to hold him down. They will take that kill. Question is, can Paparazzi find something he decides he does not want to risk it? He's got the Blink Dagger now, so.
Yeah, I don't think that kill was worth it. But that Ursa's not an easy find either. I mean, when everyone's off the map like that, they're going to figure, okay, they're sitting behind the important hero with the Aegis. Even if they bring him down like a single time, if he gets back up, he's got BKB, he's got Enrage. He's able to stall out for like a good 15, 20 seconds between his 2 lives. And that's enough time for the majority of his team.
They've got vision on Lu. They jump in. The Doom comes out, but a triple BKB dodges the Ravage entirely, and Medusa just melted. Fiend's Grip onto the Viper. They are crumbling. Rain with the stomp, but it doesn't matter. Triple kill for the Ursa. Everything spent on the side of YBB as well. I mean, they just have nothing left. They cannot take these fights at all.
No. And the triple BKB onto the Ravage, I mean, they know Aeonid, he's standing in position there, but not much he's able to do at this point. Is he be able to get the blink off? He is, so he can very least get away from that one. But yeah, triple BKB, just perfect initiation there from Extreme Gaming. Ravage wasted again on Aeonid. And I'm starting to think that they're not going to be able to find a way back into this game. The other heroes just don't do damage, so as long as they're able to blow up Medusa fairly quickly, YBB aren't going to be able to take these fights.
Dude, the fact that Extreme Gaming made the call to literally tri-lane mid lane probably won them this game. Because it was looking incredibly bleak in the mid lane as well as the side lanes, because Lu wasn't struggling at all. Like, he was going to find farm, but, Doom and Ursa totally fine solo laning into their respective matchups, and my goodness.
There's the Aghanim Scepter now completed on the Bane. You mentioned reduces the cooldown by 45 seconds and gives you the 2 illusions. I forgot about the cooldown reduction on this thing. Nobody ever picks up the Aghanim Scepter just because you don't have the gold on Bane. Too busy buying wards, you're playing position 5, you get Glimmer Capes and whatnot. But basically anytime you run into an enemy, Fiend's Grip is going to be available now.
Yeah. And it's not even level 3 yet either, right? It's only level 2, so 65 second. But yeah, it's like you said, you just throw that thing every time you see it. Rain gonna turn the corner here, gets found. Hex comes out right away from Tank, and that is a super dead Elder Titan. Viper Strike onto the Ursa. He pops the Enrage, trying to just kite them out though. That's the name of the game. Storm pops the BKB. He's gonna buy back on the Elder Titan. There's gonna be the Stone Gaze. but they just don't have the damage. They can't deal with the Ursa. He's just able to kite out through everything. Backside of the fight, DY saved by an Astral. Paparazzi needs to be careful. There's going to be the split Earth, but they get the feeds grip onto the Medusa. No way to cancel it once again. Doom as well to follow, and they're going to just chase this Medusa up onto the high ground. She gets melted. The GGs come out and a convincing win in game 2 here from Extreme.
Just 27 minutes, Extreme game, and they played that one quick, like you mentioned, brought it back from that mid lane, and looking good. I mean, they played these team fights perfectly. In the last game, you know, Tidehunter, he had some sick ravages. This game, you know, BKBs came out the moment that he would have had any opportune ravages there. So, you know, his patience in the previous game, I guess they picked up on that on Extreme Gaming, and they just said, okay, we're going to remove any opportunity for him to get these super sick ravage plays off onto us. We're going to completely take down Storm to the mid lane this game. These were the two significant problems that we had. We can deal with this carry as long as nobody else is doing damage. So they picked them apart in this game number 2. And, you know, they went for a completely different draft that they went last time. YBB, they opened with the same thing because they felt like it worked. But I could not feel the impact of this Tidehunter and the Snapfire this game.
Yeah, not at all. The thing is they just play their timing so well on Extreme, right? Like that. Not only did they make some incredible calls in the lane stage, but they get their BKBs and they're like, okay, we just put the pressure on and we will not stop for the rest of the game. Like we're only going to be fighting now. Yeah. And yeah, they made it was such a sick job by them.
But we got some highlights here, Ricky. We can switch over to. And yeah, this is some of the early plays where things started to go wrong. They couldn't quite finish off Tank there on the Shadow Shaman, saved by the Viper for a little bit. They do eventually bring him down, but you know, it ends up being at the cost of Storm, going way too far forward. They lose 9-8 as well, and
they just never could deal with Ursa, man.
He does drop here, but you know, it takes so much effort. That super sick Astral Imprisonment ends up saving one more auto attack than the Medusa. Does end up taking her down, but they're all forced to walk away now from that OD. And this was the big one. Ravage not quite off a cooldown, like a couple seconds sooner, and wouldn't able to sit right beside this Medusa and Ravage, interrupt that Shackles, and you know, potentially take this fight, but played around the timing too well.
Just too good, man. This was such a sick save, too. I mean, the OD, just using Astral multiple times. The Vision game here from Extreme Gaming was just so sick, too. Like, they always had Vision where they wanted to be taking fights and always got the jump. Like, every single fight was them getting the target that they wanted. And I think at this point, they are just too far behind, to be honest. Like, you can see it right here, very clear as day. Is like, this Ursa just runs in by himself and is like, yeah, I don't really care. I'll do the damage. And DY ends up getting saved here, allowing him to full duration Fiend's Grip Lu as a result. And, you know, these are just like how, yeah, I just don't know how you play against them at this point.
Tank voted the MVP for this match. He did find a bunch of kills early on. The rotations to the mid lane, I think, did secure this game for the OD, so that is fair enough. He ended up having an impact from the very beginning of the game. But, Ricky, this is a 3-game series here. Would you have it any other way?
No, I mean, this is what we wanted, right? YBB and Extreme Gaming going to 3 games. Like, we talked about how much we've been looking forward to this series, so I'm glad that we get to see it go the full distance. So with that being said, we got to go to a short break, everyone. Stay tuned for Game 3. We'll see you after the break.
DOTA 2开启全新篇章 ，DOTA Plus 加入游戏，英雄修行解锁徽章，陪伴你从入门到精通，从新手成长为英雄。英雄语音聊天轮盘，诙谐幽默，
值得信任的伙伴。
你心中的话语，借英雄
我可不吹牛皮，升级绝对是好
完成任务
东西
即可获得英雄碎片，全新特效套装等你兑换，彰显不凡和尊贵。英雄圣物，记录成就，带你回味每一个精彩瞬间。 游戏中获得的数据将被忠实记录。数据也许冰冷，但其中跃动的记忆无比火热。勇士联赛再度开启，呼朋唤友，挑战极限。信任与配合是 DOTA 2不变的主题，更由 Plus 助手带你快速上手游戏。也许曾离开，但全世界的玩家都期待你归来。DOTA Plus，DOTA 2的新时代。
请夜眼方禁用天辉方禁用英雄。请夜眼方禁用英雄，请天辉方禁用英雄。还剩10秒，还剩5秒。请夜眼方挑选英雄。请天辉方挑选英雄。
盛唐刺客。
还剩10秒，还剩5秒。请天辉方挑选英雄。
干扰者。
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the CDEC. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Neff. We're feeling pretty good. It's a great start to the night. Yeah, me especially. Yeah. Shout out to all the Tweet TV viewers there.
Let's get the show on the road. You probably shouldn't have said anything after that. Now people need to go back and check. So we got Weaver, Tidehunter, Disruptor, Ursa on one side. On the other, we got Mars, Bane, Templar Assassin, and Dark Willow. A lot of heroes picked up already. Extreme Gaming, they're going to go for the Weaver themselves. We don't get to see 928 playing any of his signature bug heroes this game, which is a little bit disappointing, but their confidence a little bit shaken after the last match. You know, before they opened with the Tidehunter and the Snapfire 2 games in a row. Now, a little bit different. They go with the Mars and the Bane instead.
Yeah, and I think part of it is they just wanted to have some way of like locking down this Weaver or dealing with the Weaver in the lane, right? Bane is one of the heroes that is decent at trading with the Weaver, but I'm surprised it made it through the draft, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Like a lot of people, I definitely am. We were making it through. It was a little bit surprising, but the Death Prophet Razor bans aren't surprising. I mean, they ran this with huge success every single game during the qualifiers on YBB. At least every game that it wasn't banned out. So the teams they're playing against haven't figured out how to play against it. So I'm just going to get rid of it completely. There it is. We see a Shadow Fiend picked up, Ricky. One of your personal favorites. Not something that I feel is, competitive viable. I think the hero is a little bit underwhelming. He's too easy to get on top of, easy to blow up. You need to build so many defensive items, and at that point, why not just pick another hero? But Extreme Gaming, looking really good. Not just last game, but game number 1 as well before YBB managed to bring it back. So maybe just feeling themselves super confident enough to run the Shadow Fiend. And YBB, I guess they got to decide what hero they're going to pick up to get on top of it. Mars is a decent start. Dark Willow's decent with the Mars as well, but
you just need something from the safe. I think it's going to be Storm TA mid for sure. So I think what we're looking for here is Lou's safe lane hero that matches up well into Tidehunter as well as the Ursa. So the question is, what is it that you can pick? They ban out the Drow, they ban out the Troll Warlord. I think both of those were great options. But
is there someone outside?
Of me? What?
No, there's someone at the door.
Oh, was there? Oh yeah. Hey, can someone let me inside? It looks like they have an apron on. I think they're cooking.
Oh, is that the show? Are they grilling over there?
I think they're grilling out there.
Yeah,
man.
he's got tongs as well.
Yeah, that's a chef right there, dude. All right, they're living the life. Well done, Extreme.
Oh boy, no, that's a YPB, isn't it?
No, that's Extreme. YBB's on silver on the right side.
Oh yeah, my bad.
But the question is, what are they going to do here? I mean, what's the chance? Oh, okay, there it is. I was going to say, what's the chance that they decide to run A unit TA, Lou TA, and then pick a new mid hero, and they're going to go with the Bat Rider, something that had a lot of success in his first game.
Played incredibly well on that one. Despite losing the lane, he managed to bring it back pretty quickly. So, and I think you do have an easier time dealing with Shadow Fiend than you did with the Lina. It's easier to get on top of him. Once you're on top of him, it's much harder for him to trade. Once he gets his ultimate, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's very rarely picked up at level 6 on the Shadow Fiend anyway. So as long as you don't let him build up his raises as he comes towards you, you can deal with the Bat Rider fairly easily. You win those trades every single time once you get on top of them. So, the allied heroes there on Extreme Gaming, they're going to have to keep their TPs off of cooldown every time one of those are wasted. I think Storm is just going to play as aggressive as possible, get on top of them, and blow up this SF. And probably going to start to play. The supports are probably going to make some early movement to place wards inside the jungle to try to punish the Shadow Fiend's greedy farming as well, because that's just how the heroes played. But
yeah,
we'll see if he can, make up for what happened last game on this Bat Rider.
I'm excited for it, man. It's going to be a really good match. Bat Rider into the Storm, or it's not a Storm. Bat Rider, I'm playing the player there. Bat Rider into Shadow Fiend is pretty good. It's a pretty good lane for the Bat Rider, honestly. Like he can get on top of this hero pretty easily. He doesn't like to build Lincoln Sphere. There are 2 builds still for Shadow Fiend. I think the right-click damage build is probably still the best, but in the mid lane, a lot of times we see like the Yules, the BKB Blink, stuff like that still. So we'll see how this goes as we jump into the 3rd and final game here of this series. It is Extreme Gaming versus YBB Dawnbreaker. Let's get it going.
Yeah. The show on the road. We'll see if anyone tries to face check up the high ground here. It looks like neither team is going to fall for this one. And they have vision? And they don't on the Dire side. They see the Disruptor now. So both teams realize that enemies are sitting up on the high ground, and Aenid being a little bit cheeky, dropping his Quelling Blade, trying to bait someone a little bit further forward.
Dude, paparazzi, if he just bops it.
Yeah. I mean, he'll have time to pick it up as the auto attacks coming towards him. And after all these players are on
like 3 to 5 ping or something.
I was going to my client's being a little bit buggy.
No, bummer.
Like about missing health bar sequence or something like that.
Neff, you should put your health bars back.
Everyone's sitting on like 2 ping though.
One thing I want to talk about in the draft to kind of help explain the Shadow Fiend here to maybe some others that are probably confused as to why in the world we're seeing a mid Shadow Fiend. I think this was in response specifically to the TA because it kind of plays like Alina right now. Honestly, Shadow Fiend does. But Shadow Fiend flash farms a little bit faster than Alina in the mid game and can try and play the lane a little bit better than the TA. Or than Alina would have. So I think the idea was mainly just like pretty much push the lane and get as much out of it as you can as the Shadow Fiend, and then just try and flash farm and stay relevant as the game goes on. But they end up picking a Bat Rider instead.
Yeah, I like what Paparazzi is doing. Is he pulling off? He is the absolute mad lad. He's got 5 stacks of Shadow Rays on him. Storm's dead. He can't leave. He's just gonna...
Yeah. Oh my goodness. When have you seen 6 Shadow Ray stacks on anybody?
Just now from Paparazzi. The pause? The pause? I bet they're losing it right now. Look at Paparazzi's face on the clean. Can we switch over for just a second? He looks so pleased with himself after doing that. But he did have to go through all of his mangoes. But that first blood, this lane a lot harder all of a sudden. You need to get back here ASAP for when this lane shoves into your tower.
Dude, he is level 3 almost here on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is incredibly impressive because obviously he has Necromastery now. And, well, he just took a lot of damage from the tower, so that is unfortunate for him. But in general, Necromastery, the way it works now, obviously it provides a lot more damage early on. Requires less souls to stack it up, so it's
less damage early on. It's 1 damage per soul.
Oh, that's right. Less damage early on. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But the second point is much more value than it used to be, isn't it? If I remember right.
Yeah. And like the first point, like you'd start building up your souls, max it out earlier on. Bottom lane. I'm gonna see a little bit of action here. Ursa does manage to, maneuver his way out of the brambles though. So hard hero to kill early on, but bringing the hurt here on Aeonid. Happy to see him not playing Tidehunter. That hero is a little bit boring in my opinion, as good as he is on it.
That being said, Ava takes it for himself. He's like, ooh, I can go for some of this. But yeah, the Mars, this is the first time we've seen it today. You and I, at least. Like, it's something that's almost always banned. So they pick it up themselves for the side of YBB. And they grab a Dark Willow for 928. So, still with the, like, kind of, I mean, is this on theme? She's a fairy? I don't know.
Sure.
It's kind of on theme for 928, I suppose.
I mean, it's not a bug hero, so I'm not so sure. Oh, man. Storm's mental is just broken after that first death that he had. I mean, you could see it. He knew that he couldn't walk away, but his HP was too low to be able to stand his ground against Paparazzi there as well. He just had way too many stacks built up, and now he's struggling a lot more than he should be in this mid lane. Paparazzi's going to shove in these lanes and quickly go farm up these neutral camps now, as an SF does when he's winning the lane super hard. So he'll have to play recovery here on Storm. Maybe one of his supports are going to be able to rotate in, like a single disable or like a single Bramble landing on the SF, or even like Bane rolling up on him and dropping Nightmare so Storm can close the distance would be enough to find a kill. But it isn't that easy to get away with leaving the lane. I think 928 might... No, he's not even going to TP mid to refill Storm's bottle for him. He's going to go right back to the bottom lane. His TP's on cooldown and top.
You got 4-minute runes coming up in a moment, and he could definitely get one of them, so I think Storm's going to be fine.
Yeah.
He actually, he might contest Paparazzi for one is the thing. Like, he might just chase Paparazzi over a rune.
Yeah. Doesn't have his level 5 yet. I mean, 3 points into Shadow Rays is kind of scary to fight into.
Yeah, and this is what Shadow Fiend does. This is what's so difficult. Like, if you don't have wave clear, he just shoves you into your tower and makes a space for himself instead. Rain getting kind of low here in the top lane versus Ava and Tank, but looks like he decided to stick around. Tank just salves up. But CS-wise, I mean, look at the difference here between these two teams. It is just extreme gaming in all 3 lanes.
Yeah. Extreme, just crushing it in CS at the moment. I mean, mid was the one thing that was supposed to go, you know, kind of in favor of Storm, but Paparazzi played that first wave so well. Did go through so many of his mangoes, but if you could find that first blood, everything becomes so much easier for you. Well, once he's in, I think once the supports are able to start making rotations and Storm can, you know, actually get on top of Paparazzi without like walking into 3 shadow raises, he's going to be able to find kills. But until then, everything is going to favor the side of Extreme. Not much kill potential here on the top lane between the Tidehunter and the Weaver against the TA, though. You're just going to be able to disengage with the Nightmare if anything should go wrong. But he's sitting at no mana right now on Rain.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. He doesn't really have much playmaking potential without any mana there, but Lou, man, Lou is really struggling for CS as well. He's 20-2. Meanwhile, the Tidehunter 24-7, and he's got a massive creep wave to farm as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just ignores. He just completely ignores them.
Yeah. Gets rid of all of his damage as well with that anchor smash. It does get one range deny off mid lane.
Ooh, nice Requiem there from Paparazzi. Storm in trouble underneath his tower. He's got the bugs. Gonna get glimpsed right back into another raise and 3-man rotation to the center lane. Now Rain as well. Gonna go down here. Ends up being a double kill. 4 points in the raise. A haste rune making it that much easier.
Yeah, he actually put a point into his Requiem of Souls at level 6 there. Forced the Bat Rider off of him because he hadn't hit his level 6 of his own. I think he tried to keep it onto him, and then again, he was just forced off, punished there. And I was talking about that at the start. It is so rare for Shadow Fiends to do that, but if you do get it and you're winning this lane to begin with, you can shut down this Bat Rider even harder. It's your tool to disengage. Oh, with that, managed to find yet another kill off onto Storm here.
Yeah, he really wanted to just use the lasso to secure the haste rune top and like flame break them back in and try to get the lasso, but it didn't close the gap in time. And like you said, the Requiem, perfect zoning tool, sets up extra raise as well. So really smart there by Paparazzi, and top of the net worth by a landslide. Like, he is farming incredibly well.
Yeah, 4K here at 7 minutes into the game. Let's see if he can find himself any neutral items here. Of course he does.
Pig pole and
finds
chipped
2
vest.
on the small camp.
Yeah, pig pole quite good for the Shadow Fiends.
Yeah, those extra stats go a long way. You're a lot tankier with that one. He's sitting at 1100 HP, and once he gets this Dragon Lance here, between pig pole, strength treads, Dragon Lance is going to be sitting at like 1500 HP. At that point, it is not easy for the Bat Rider to set up these solo kills. And he's going to switch over to the Ocean Heart, though. Sit in the mid lane. I mean, you do need this. You don't have much mana to work with, so.
Oh, yeah. If you got an Ocean Heart, 100%.
Yeah.
Just one less all stat, but you get regen. Yeah, you'll take that. DY going to get ran down here by Storm on the Bat Rider. So picking up his first kill here finally. Nightmare from Rain does come out. Toggled on over to the Weaver.
I'm surprised that he doesn't go for this on the Weaver on Storm here, but I guess he figures, all right, with the Flaming Lasso, he's just going to Sakuchi away. I'm not going to be able to finish him off. So let the Weaver go.
We've got a Helm of the Dominator build here on the Tidehunter. Where did that happen? Is that just in the jungle?
That was, yep. Weaver running through. Ends up getting hit by, burned down by the Bat Rider, and then finished off.
Yeah, top lane. Helm of the Dominator on Tidehunter. We don't really see this all that often. I've seen it one other time in the DPC so far, but it's actually pretty sick. It's just giving him the push potential. We've seen like Meteor Hammer Tidehunter before, which was, you know, not great.
I had seen the Helm Dom Tidehunter a while ago. I think it was in the CN servers as well. And when you pick up, my brain's about to drop.
Alpha snipes it with a Hadouken.
Yeah. When you pick up like a Centaur creep, suddenly you have like one more tool to work with. You know, the disable, stay on top of the enemies and be more relevant in the fights without your Ravage. It was popping for a little bit, but the Helm Dom had fallen off after that. But I'm looking to play this as fast as possible. I don't mind it, honestly. I think there's probably better items that you could get, but you know, if you're planning on playing super aggressive and far forward, sitting your 900 in front of the rest of the heroes, like, you don't need to be building a blink dagger because the enemies are going to be gonna have to come to you.
TA clearing up a pretty big ancient stack there, and they want to defend this mid tier 1 tower, but they don't really have the tools yet. Like, Storm does drag the wave, which is really nice, so slowing this down a little bit. You've got the Helm Dom there just to make sure that there's something to tank it. And Storm gonna get glimpsed back right on over to his high ground and walks right in on Ursa. Storm gonna go down. No way out.
I mean, found out 1 kill so far this game, but isn't having that same recovery that we saw in game number 1. Post laning phase is a little bit early, but Extreme Gaming looking to bring this back. Reverse sweep. Well, can you call it a reverse sweep if it's a 2-0 after you lose one? Or sorry, a 2-1 if you lose 1 game.
I think reverse sweep implies like a minimum best of 5. Yeah.
Remember the best of 7 that happened a couple of years ago that went to 7 games and it was a reverse sweep?
That sounds awful. Why would there ever be a best of 7?
You don't remember that?
No.
Oh, that was it was a tournament in China. I believe Chan was playing that one, but one team was up 3 games, and then the other team brought it back with a reverse sweep, and then everyone decided it was a horrible idea.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, nice Nightmare into the Terrorize. Full duration Fiend's Grip pretty much out onto the Shadow Fiend, but they don't find anything. Mars stuck inside the Static Storm. He doesn't get the arena off and just goes down instead, and the whole fight starting to fall apart here for the side of YBB. Lou not in a good position. 928 catches and earns a couple auto attacks from Tank, gets the kill, and Storm never found a lasso target at all.
Yeah. Still can't find anything. And Ursa, he's going to finish cleaning up Roshan. These fights, the Static Storm, stop them from accomplishing anything here. Way too much AoE team fight from the side of Extreme Gaming and this SF. I think it all comes down to how well he did inside this lane. If the Batrider had done better for himself, then, you know, he might be able to set up a little bit. SF would not be doing nearly as much damage in these fights. But
he's gonna get a glimpse back. Storm in a lot of trouble. You can't get out at all, and Paparazzi just gets an easy setup there. And that's a lasso as well. Still looking for Rain. I mean, this is one of the reasons you do not give Weaver up. Arena, it's available. You gotta find someone, but Paparazzi, he's gone. And Weaver on the backside just walks away.
Yeah, and you can't commit Arena onto him. He's just gonna time lapse out of it. And yeah, no blink dagger on A unit here. We're only 12 minutes into the game. He might be able to. No.
What a stat. That's such a good kinetic field.
Yeah. Kinetic field allows him to get out of that one. Alright, he's going to TP down here to the bottom lane, but he's not going to find much. He needs to farm up a little bit more. I think he needs BKB or Blink Dagger desperately. BKB especially be able to fight into these Static Storms and get around these kinetic fields coming out from the Disruptor. His lasso on cooldown for another 70 seconds. This is rough, Ricky. 7k net worth advantage. He had only 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah,
Extreme isn't joking around anymore.
Yeah, it does. It just looks like they've really solidified their lane stage. Like all 3 games, Extreme won the lanes, right? Or to an extent. Like I would say game 1, certain things in the lane went well for YBB, but this time it's just been a disaster back and forth. Rain with a nice saves, keeping Lou alive, but ends up giving his life in the process. Now the question is, can they get anything else? Oh, a nice Centaur stomp from the Tide. Paparazzi able to get the Requiem, and A-Unit never connects on that spear combo. The question is, can they do anything here? Can they punish anyone on the side of Extreme Gaming? But it doesn't look like it.
No, they can't step up on these heroes. The moment they leave the tower, the Ares is going to turn around on him, and he's not hesitant at playing into them. He's still got his Aegis available. So Tide, he's just going to walk away from all this. Everyone is playing way too tight right now on Extreme Gaming, and Headhunter does have Ravage back up now, so you commit too hard onto him. He's just going to Ravage, follow up with a Centaur stomp.
Mid for Storm. He's going to get glimpsed. Does he have the range? He does. Pulls him right back into Paparazzi. Easy kill for him once again. As Weaver's providing way too much information.
I mean, this is normally something that we see out of 928. He's incredible at this, you know, on his Nyx Assassin and his Weaver, but Tank, just as good, it looks like. And, you know, farmed up his Spirit Vassal, now going for this the Lotus Orb. Not Egnum Scepter just yet, and that's just going to do wonders against Batrider and Bane.
Oh, DY just drops the ult right away to prevent the Dark Willow from finding the kill. A-Unit will clean it up, so they get 1. Spirit Vessel plus the bugs out onto 928, trying to make his way back into the base, but Tank will find him here. Goes all the way up onto the high ground, has the time lapse available. Rain just gets melted on the backside, and time lapse back out. They're
diving tier 3s.
Yeah, I was gonna say they are just feeling so strong.
They're diving tier 3s. And it didn't have enough mana to be able to spear the Weaver back in the tower. Otherwise, you might be able to find a kill on him. He's only at level 9 right now. But again, he's such a low level here on this Mars that unfortunately he runs out of mana fairly quickly.
Oh, they find Lu. Tank doesn't manage to get caught by the spear, and the arena will buy him a little bit of space. There's your Terrorize, which is a nice combo, but Storm's got to find something. It's just going to go and lasso this Weaver. Tries to pull him up onto the high ground, but he still doesn't die. Will tick down finally to the fire. Okay, Ursa, you've gone a little bit too far here, sir. Rain with a nice Fiend's Grip holding down Shadow Fiend. Spears Ursa right under the tower. They've gone way too far. Tidehunter all the way into the base. The body blocks holding him down. He loses his Helm Dom creep and a Spirit cooling up. Just 1 second away. We'll be able to send him back in, but Tidehunter doing his best to avoid this Mars at all costs.
Yeah, Mars is holding the spear. He's waiting for this Tidehunter to try to TP, but he'll probably try to finish him off with it.
Oh, there they go. They got it. Lu gets the kill. Okay, you know, Extreme Gaming was...
If it isn't the consequences of my own actions.
Yeah, basically. That's where I was kind of going with that one.
You gotta dive in a situation like that, but it does swing the XP gold a little bit back in favor of YBB. It gives him a glimmer of hope. It's 14-6. It feels a lot worse than that though.
It does, yeah.
Net worth advantage, and
ooh, Storm goes down bottom
again. It gets a little bit worse. Yeah,
that's why it feels worse, because it does. Glimpse 928. We'll go ahead and pop the Shadow Realm now. Doesn't have the ability to TP out here. As you just get Requiem. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, it doesn't even have Requiem, but it doesn't matter. Bane, Nightmares up. Paparazzi just gonna chase him down with his Haste Rune. Auto attack after auto attack has a raise and a glimpse just for safe measure.
Yeah.
There is no escaping this Shadow Fiend.
Too much damage from him. Tip comes out on to the Weaver. He did manage to find a kill up in the top lane just now onto him. Spirit came out, and he didn't he managed to get that time lapse off. Just ended up melting to the TA and the Mars, it looked like. So they're in high spirits, at least, or they're trying to be. They're throwing the tips out on the Weaver while they find that kill onto the Bane there. Definitely worth it, that 1-for-1 exchange.
Yeah. And he's on his way to the Deso here on the TA. She's very close, you know, just about 100 gold away. He's going to get himself a Satyr Banisher for his Helm Dom. So you now have a Purge. That's pretty good.
Yep. When did they change this that it could spell enemies as well? Or, sorry, allies.
I'm pretty sure it's been like this for a very long time.
I know that I think that they changed it for a little while so you couldn't target allies with it, and then they changed it back.
There it is, Purge onto the Bane. Lu's like, all right, I need to deal with this. This thing's annoying. Quick 100 gold for him. Put himself in a pretty rough spot here, though, so DY looking to get the glimpse. Storm walking on in. They just drop Fiend's Grip and the lasso onto the Disruptor. Terrorize, however, pushes the Shadow Fiend out. They will be able to get one. Tank coming on in, but they really just want to bring down the TA. She is in a lot of trouble. Aenid hiding on the backside of the trees does have that arena available. It looks like he ends up dropping it. Doesn't find anything, though.
It'll separate people. The question is if they can find Tank with this one. They don't.
We refer to these as zoning arenas.
No.
Paparazzi pushed down to the low ground. He's got a BKB, though.
Yeah.
Trying to do what damage they can here. The TA. Oh, these side blades hitting from the backside. Paparazzi forced to BKB thanks to the Bramble. Oh, and they will just respect it. They know there's a ward up there. 928 continuing to be super annoying on this Dark Willow.
Storm, I think he wanted to jump forward there, but there's no way that he's able to pull that one off.
There's the glimpse. They're going to pull him back in, force him to fight. Nightmare will buy him a little bit of time, but not enough. They get the D ward. They will know there's a ward somewhere on the backside. Otherwise, you know.
Wouldn't have been able to glimpse him.
Yeah. Spear there onto the Weaver. And another glimpse onto the Mars. Surrounded once again by 4. They're falling one by one. This is the problem of taking these types of fights against Extreme Gaming's lineup. If you don't just jump on them and get kills right away, you can't really like retreat, right? You can't. There's no like disengaging. They have Weaver who can just like Sakuchi forward and set up a glimpse.
Yeah, it's always gonna be able to set up a glimpse for this disruptor. Who's just been doing an amazing job with it, and with that, they're gonna probably get out this Roshan in another couple seconds. It's respawning right now, and I think Ursa is heading. Come on, into the pit.
The Dire know they have the trap here, so they are aware.
Yep. And the question is, does Ursa know? Paparazzi, will you scout it out? Nobody's scouting it. They've got no interest in such things. It looks like it is a little bit of a quicker Roche respawn, so they're not gonna get over there just yet. And, you know, maybe not ideal taking. Not ideal taking a fight around the Roche pit when you don't have Ravage available. So another 15 seconds on Tidehunter. I think they'll start to set up around there. And yeah, Ursa's scouting it out now.
If they find Paparazzi, that would be ideal. But Blank Spear, he gets the BKB off just in time. Storm sitting on the low ground, waiting to go in. There's going to be the Fiend's Grip. Ravage to come through. He gets a lasso, but it's onto only the Disruptor. The Fear just sends him right into the hands of that Ursa. And they are just crumbling here on the side of YBB. Lu trying to disengage. A-Unit does have Blink available, but they just are doing no damage to this Tide. And here it is. The Weaver joining the fight. The Bugs. The Spirit Vessel just way too annoying. Drops the Arena. The Spear will just jump onto the Weaver. And it is enough space. He ends up getting Lu out of here. A nice save there by the Mars.
Yeah, you'll survive, but... I don't know. You wanted to be able to drop that lasso onto the Shadow Fiend or the backline, or when he you know, popped his BKB originally, but he couldn't get it off. Unfortunately, you had to use it on the Disruptor so he wouldn't get the Static Storm, and couldn't blow him up fast enough. Instead, you get stuck in the Static Storm kinetic field yourself and torn apart by the Weaver. They're doing such a good job at keeping YBB separated in these fights and stopping them from getting on the targets they need to. Everybody is such a nuisance. Like, this SF is always safe thanks to the positioning of the heroes on Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, and he now has a Shadow Blade as well, and I'm sure going for the Silver Edge after that. So Stormwind Aetherlands queues up the Shard. He's not bothering to go BKB yet, which is really strange because I feel like that's almost always first item after the Boots of Travel on these Bat Riders, but I guess valuing the cast range on that lasso a little bit more right now.
Yep. He's struggling to get on top of these targets, and yeah, you know, the Aghanim Shard being picked up.
They are smoking bottom. Storm will break the smoke from the high ground here and just pops an Invis rune. So they know they are all coming this way, and they back out. Ooh, Rain? Not gonna get out. DY will find him. Quick glimpse to cancel that one, of course, and kill goes the way of the Ursa.
With the positioning of the Disruptor there, he stopped him from being able to get the Nightmare off onto him. You just dropped the Thunderstrike on him. He wasn't auto-attacking him down, so he didn't have vision of the Disruptor while he was inside the trees there on the Bane. That's why he didn't Nightmare TP.
Yeah.
You know, nuisance to play against. You don't have much of the map right now. 11k net worth here at 23 minutes into the game. Weaver almost has his Lotus Orb. Once this is completed, the game becomes even harder. There's like so many items that are coming up. Good timing for Extreme Gaming. The Heaven's Halberd being worked on by the Tidehunter.
Sorry, Paparazzi was trying to channel the Requiem, you know, from Shadowblade onto A-Unit, but he just like senses something is up and blinks out before he can finish channeling. Tidehunter here. Gonna take a decent chunk of damage here from the Dark Willow as well as the Bat Rider, but again, they don't have any way of breaking him, so he's just gonna be able to continuously remove these stacks, and 928 just goes down so fast. Nightmare on the backside, but Ravage from Ava gonna just completely turn this fight, and Lu forced to BKB and run. Storm trying to do the same.
Yeah.
Glimpse onto Lu, though, right into the Static Storm. A-Unit's got to try and help him. Drops the BKB. Will spear up the Tidehunter. They get the kill. Terrorize will hold down this Ursa. He does have the Aegis. And Lu, for the moment, looks like he will live. The question is, can he make it back to base in time? He only has a few refractions left. A-Unit spears the Ursa underneath the tower. He's trying to come in. Gets the Melt Strike. He goes down. Lu Manages to live through it all just barely. And now they're looking for it. Paparazzi forced a BKB. DY, he's out of mana. Glimpse will send Rain away, but he gets the sleep in time. There's the Spirit. They somehow take a huge fight, and it's an ultra kill for the TA.
Off the back of Lou there, who I was certain would go down under that kinetic field, but the beautiful arena from Mars separating the TA just far enough from the Ursa to survive those auto attacks, and then the Terrorize. I mean, not your ideal Terrorize Mars arena. They were, you know, pinned to the outside of the arena, but it ended up being enough underneath that tower. The tower flak came out, doing that extra damage, and Batrider ended up taking them out as well. And Lou, he needed to stick around to finish off that Ursa and get that kill. I thought he was going to TP out when he was in the trees there, but he manned up.
They're looking to go on the Shadow Fiend.
I
they got him. That's a Fiend's Grip. The question is, can they kill him before he gets his BKB? They got him. Paparazzi, he's dead. He didn't even have the BKB. Oh, that's so huge. They pop the dust. Tank looks like he's gonna be fine. I'm shocked. I really am.
They are in this. If they timed the spear perfectly on the SF, the fight inside the triangle, I think they could have interrupted his BKB because it expired like 0.2 seconds after before his TP finished. But they weren't looking at the timing on him. But they got him there. They're bringing this game back.
Dude, and this whole fight was taken with like the TA BKB'd at the very beginning of the fight and manages to survive so far even without it. So I mean, that was ridiculous. That was an absolutely ridiculous fight. It is 8k gold, but only 2,000 experience after these exchanges, and they've managed to catch the Weaver. Terrorize comes through. He's going to walk right into the Bramble. Spirit to follow. They are getting a lot of pickoffs now.
Tank, things starting to fall apart now. I mean, look at this graph. Pretty much had like 90-95% win probability, net worth, and XP. When I was like getting kind of out of hand there, but finally bringing it back. They get a little bit of map control off of all these kills as well, being they're going to be able to farm up. This mid tower still standing strong. They need to be able to take this apart if they want to, you know, even more control of this map, or to be able to contest this next Roshan. But things looking better for YBB all of a sudden.
I just like Lou is top of the net worth by a good margin now, and he is almost finished up at Daedalus. So this Templar Assassin is about to start doing ridiculous damage.
Yeah.
And she finds an Enchanted Quiver. So insult to injury for the side of Extreme Gaming is now you have to deal with this TA that is going to meld strike you from like 1,000 range for like 1,000 damage, roughly.
Yeah. Yeah. Big crits, 951 now. Titan Sliver found as well. You might hold on to that one, but I don't know. Passing that to the Batrider is also a good option. Sends it back to base for now. I think Batrider probably take that.
Smoke. Unit, it's going to get popped. Neither. Okay, I mean, they have vision here on the backside. Did see the Tidehunter Rain putting himself in a really good spot.
Tidehunter's not who you want, though.
Yeah, it's not at all. Aiden comes in. He gets the Spear. The Arena DY, though, drops down that Static Storm, but they've managed to trap the Tidehunter in the arena. He goes down, doesn't bother with the Ravage, and look at Rain. Full duration on that Fiend's Grip into a lasso. They are crumbling. Neff, it's going to be a 5 for probably a 0. Nightmare onto the Enrage. He's just dead. Triple kill for Lou. YBB just bodied Extreme in the jungle.
The absolute perfect initiation. They couldn't disable the Blink Dagger on the Mars. When the Static Storm came out, 2 BKBs were popped. Both the heroes that caught in it, Lou. And now A unit on Mars here. Absolutely insane. No one able to cancel that Fiend's Grip. They controlled everybody up perfectly. I mean, look at the damage that came out of this fight from A unit. You mentioned it yourself. This guy hurts. 4.4k damage there. And Ursa, he's the only person who touched anyone. He got 2 Earth Shocks, just like a couple auto attacks off, and that was it.
Dude, Rain has done so much work on this Bane. Like we saw on the backside of the fight, like he was positioned so well, wraps all the way around, drops another ward and sentry combo to get vision on everyone. Just nightmares up that Weaver and instantly Fiend's Grip the Shadow Fiend. So that Lotus Orb never got to do anything in the fight.
Yeah. You know, by the time you know, he's out of it, Lotus is not going to be able to break the Fiend's Grip. If he could drop it on him prior, then okay, great. But SF didn't even get couldn't get anything off there, and then finally laughs it up after Storm reinitiates into that fight. And Storm will need a BKB for himself in order to play around these static storms, but I think that's going to be his next item. It's going to be on the way soon. This next Roche is going to decide a lot, but this game is even now.
I was going to say, look at the grass man, 53% win rate. We are down from 96 less than about 10 minutes ago, so...
What is Gabe now? Gabe can't quantify, you know, the determination of YBB to win this game. This is the most anime timeline.
This really is. Lou, TA, man. I mean, Lou in general, this guy is so good.
Yeah.
A-Unit did a really good job, though, with that that arena, like grabbing the Tidehunter, because if he ravages, it maybe hits like Willow or something, but everyone else doesn't care, right?
Yeah, I mean, two of the heroes had BKB off immediately as well, right?
Mm-hmm. And Storm's going to have a BKB, I'm assuming, as his next item. He went for the Aether Lens Blink, so he's getting these lassos off guaranteed. All right. Lou just working on this tower, and I think they're going to respect the high ground defense here of Extreme, and rightfully so. You're right. You're going into Ravage. You're going into Disruptor. Like, there's not a lot of ways to...
Yep. Now pushing in mid. It's going to be in a good position, somewhat near the pit when this Roche responds, but both teams are going to have vision of this. The Ogre Frost Mage sitting in the pit. Oh, God. Ursa?
Looks like he's going to be okay. Get the BKB out on the Mars, though, so something useful there. And then they smoke up. They're heading... I think they're going to scout the Roshan. Yeah, both teams know that it's here. So Lou, though, does get the D ward. This makes it a little bit more difficult. In comes the Ravage. They find the TA, but can't she get the BKB off? She does in time. Requiem is not there. And now Tidehunter stuck inside the arena once again. Bane gonna go ahead and put that Disruptor to sleep. Tries to finish him off, but he's still got that Fiend's Grip. They lost the Ursa, and now about to lose that Tidehunter. Paparazzi, the one that you want to get your hands on next, but... makes it away, potentially. Storm. He's got lasso. He finds him. He goes down. It's just the Weaver.
Weaver gets out of this one. The Disruptor got out as well. You know, he was sitting on the back line getting ready to interrupt the Fiend's Grip the moment it came out, and he did. He got that off onto the Bane there. But, you know, he was sitting so far back, he wasn't able to contribute much else to the fight. The Bane is doing such an excellent job at keeping everybody zoned. When, you know, you have to spend so much time in a team fight looking out for the Bane's position, it makes Lou's job so easy. And yes, you have to commit 2 buybacks here, but you're going to get Roche off of it. This is going to be Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard. It's going to be absolutely huge.
The Refresher, this game, I think...
you can just blink on DY in a moment here. If he comes back, he's got level 25 on the Templar Assassin. We've got the Refraction charges now. TA is going to be so hard to bring down. And
Tank comes in, tries to grab any of these items. They're like, wait a minute, there's a bug there. Spear right into the side of the wall, and the damage more than enough.
Yeah. Bug squashed.
Bug equals squashed. Yeah, I mean, I like this. I was going to say, I would like to see the Refresher on the Mars. Double arena in these fights is going to be ridiculously strong. We've already seen how much work it's done just trapping this Tidehunter. It is one of those older counters to the Tidehunter as well, since he wants to always get this blink initiation. He's not a hero that likes to build BKB, which he queues it up now, but if you just trap the Tidehunter inside the arena, he just kind of walks around like a chicken with his head cut off. He can't go anywhere. He can't do anything.
That's exactly what's happening. Oh, man. 2K net worth advantage now for YBB, finally ahead in this game, and they're looking to walk up high ground. They do have Fortify available, so I don't think they're going to be able to get a tier 3 off of this one, but with all these refraction charges.
That was close.
Yeah.
He's going to get glimpsed all the way back in. He ends up BKBing. A little bit too late there, but they will get the fort. And again, YBB going to respect the high ground of Extreme.
Yep. And now, without the BKB on the Mars, he'll be forced to, you know, avoid taking a fight for the next 60 seconds. You don't want to fight into the Static Storm without the BKB.
All right, so you have the Refraction instances now on the Templar Assassin, as she is 26. Going for the Swift Blink as her next item. I mean, she is very scary. Tank still working on the Aghanim Scepter, which he really desperately needs now. I mean, I'm all for Bane finish. Oh, I was gonna say I'm all for Bane getting a BKB at this point, so you can like guarantee get your Fiend's Grip casts off. And it looks like he is way ahead of me. He's already bought the Ogre Axe. Yep. Did find a Psychic Headband as well, so has a lot of cast range.
Let's go.
They're gonna smoke up mid, follow Lu down the mid lane as they want to get this last tier 2 tower standing in their way. Aegis still for another 2 minutes 45 seconds.
Wanting to be able to use this one. I mean, Templar Assassin, yeah, just maximizing DPS onto this tower, onto this creep wave, and fitting that Swift
wow,
Blink.
She sold her boots. All right, she sold the boots to finish the Swift Blink. Interesting. That is risque for sure. But Vision up on the high ground here, just going to continue to work on this tower. The refraction instances, pretty good. Look at that. Those are just taking no damage. Literally no damage, Neff.
Yeah.
You're familiar with that meme, right?
Yeah, literally no damage on Doom. All right, let's see.
Flame break spam, quite annoying. Brambles as well onto the high ground. There's going to be the Halberd to try and slow it down a little bit, but this is where things get so difficult. Like, you have to commit pretty heavily for the TA, but she's got the Aegis, and she's got so many heroes behind her, and there it is. They're gonna go. He jumps in. The Arena, he pins the Ursa down. He's got a second one to follow. And Aeunid on the backside traps him in, and Ursa goes down the lasso onto the Shadow Fiend as he's held in place, but big Ravage as well as the disarm onto the TA. Can they bring him down? Because it's just a Fiend's Grip from downtown. Rain finally glimpsed back out. Storm, Hastrun outrunning Tank. He comes forward in the Ursa, able to take down the Dark Willow, but Lu pops that Disruptor again, has the Aegis. There's a beautiful spear onto the Ursa, gets the Enrage off once again, but Lu, he's still standing strong. Another disarm. Paparazzi with the Requiem, pushing him back further and further out of the base, but Lu glimpsed back in. Can he just finish up Paparazzi? He almost does by himself. There's going to be the Aegis. Can they actually find these kills? Storm trying to run down DY. He gets him. That's going to be a dieback for both. And Tidehunter here, Ghost Scepter protecting him for the moment, but the damage from the TA, another Halberd. Once again, Ursa jumps in, gets enraged. Bane falling here to tank, tries to push him away, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to survive. The big kill is going to be the Ursa. That's the dieback. Paparazzi, he needs help. In comes Tidehunter, but Paparazzi dies. He's going to buy back as well. Loon, you need to run. BKB in 2 seconds. Can he get out? Spear, he's instead going to find the Weaver. The disarms, that's like the 20th one of this fight, and now he's dead. Weaver, time-lapse is back into the fight. Paparazzi comes in, but there's the BKB from Lu, and Paparazzi, he's a dieback to ultra kill for Lu on the TA. Ghost Scepter gonna protect the Tidehunter for the moment, but another Arena rampage for the TA, rightfully so. Make it a double. This is unbelievable. YBB, double wipe Extreme Gaming outside their base.
They've got Tidehunter back, but he doesn't have Ravage for another 45 seconds. He's got Heaven's Halberd. He's going to do his best to stall this one out, but Lu, everyone, get ready to bow to your new king. This man is absolutely insane. The damage he output in this fight. Look at the recap. 15,000 damage from the Templar Assassin, Ricky.
Almost 16,000. 15,700 damage. This is unbelievable. YBB. Take down Extreme Gaming in game number 3 on the back of what might be the most insane fights. 3 arenas, like 8 like halberds, like I don't even know. Like, that was ridiculous.
These flawless initiations and executions in these fights. Rain getting off you know, these Fiend's Grips onto Paparazzi whenever he popped the BKB. At the end, you know, Storm, he had a super rough game, but he was getting his lassos off on a Paparazzi as well. He just wasn't able to stand his ground at the end. Extra stat resistance might have been able to help you out, but, you know, they bought enough time. They got these recovery kills when their backs were against the walls, and it looked like they were about to take racks and managed to turn the game around all off of that fight at the bottom tier 2. I feel like that is just all owed to Mars. That Arena was absolutely perfect, separating the team from the Shadow Fiend, pinning both the Ursa and the Weaver to the side of the wall thanks to that Terrorize. It was beautiful.
Yeah. It is pretty incredible how well they played these fights. Like, it's not like obviously there's the one standout of Lou. Like we're going to come back to that. But the fact that every single one of these team fights was so expertly played by all members of YBB, the Fiends grips, the terrorizes, the lassos. Like Storm played this game without a BKB. Like that is, I don't even know how you do that. But he played this game on Batrider, no BKB, found huge lassos every single time, and yeah, I mean, this was just such a standout performance once again from YBB. This team might be one of the best team fight like execution teams that we have seen in the CNDPC.
Yeah. Oh, that was a treat to watch these fights. Ian, you put him on a hero other than Tinder. He finally did end up popping off in the end, and I got to admit, I didn't think they could bring this game back, but they did. But let's switch it over to some highlights. Yes, I want to run these team fights back. I'm going to be honest with you.
Dude, this is the sickest play. Like, Paparazzi is just like, yeah, I'm a god on Shadow Fiend. What can you do? And here it is. He tries to get the lasso. It was literally mid-animation on the lasso when the Requiem went off. So, super close attempt there from Storm.
Oh, he tried, but I don't think he was expecting, like... Oh god, I don't think he was expecting the stuff to come off that early. Sorry, the Requiem to come off that early.
Yeah, but I mean,
you rarely get it at level 6 on the Shadow Fiend, but he got it here.
Yeah, I mean, this is all extreme gaming for the first 30 minutes, right? Like, it really is. Here's another scenario, just a huge Fiend's Grip duration, and they finally get the cancel, but managing to catch Mars in the Static Storm, just really sick play from DY there, is that really saved this fight, because it could have gone so bad.
Yeah. Everything. I think I'm slightly away from you here, but
this was the a little bit too far of an extension here. This was like extreme kind of clowning around a little bit, thinking they're a lot stronger than they are. I think.
Yeah, this is you know, the consequences of my actions moment. Under the tier 3s, Ursa ends up getting pinned to the tower. They fortify with these dives as well to get the tower flag, and that's twice that they used that. And there was this fight. Didn't quite catch Paparazzi with that spear. He was way too fast, and now Batrider did a great job at
yeah.
Ravage was sick. Batrider, he tried to get on top of them and separate them from the team fight, but this was the game-turning play here. Yeah. Watch Unit come in here. Watch Lou, everybody. Spears come out, and two of these heroes pinned to the side, the outside arena here, allowing them to get the beat down. So they bring down the Ursa's first life. They managed to get Weaver as well. And Lou sitting at less than 50 HP at first. Yeah. Just to get off that refraction, and normally anyone else would TP out of here, but he comes back in, finishes off the Ursa.
Yeah, dude, it's so ridiculous how close it was, and this fight was so sick as well. Again, you just got the BKBs popped, and there it is. You get the backside Ursa, just nightmared into a Fiend's Grip, full duration of Yules just to control them even longer.
Yeah, like, and then the lasso coming out as soon as that Fiend's Grip and the full 5-man wipe. The team fight execution here from YBB is absolutely perfect.
Once again, this is a really nice Ravage onto the TA, but guess what? She gets the BKB off, and then that's pretty much the end of the game here for Extreme, as beautiful Terrorize connects onto the Ursa, the Curse Crown, stunning them both down. They had a really good Halberd usage this game, like, really, but... yeah. It only lasts so long. Lou held his BKB for a long time in a lot of these fights, but you still had the lasso available on this one. And
here we go. Arena number 1 comes out, pins the Ursa back. He's not doing anything in these fights. Arena number 2, the Venn diagram of the Ursa.
Yeah, Ursa stuck, traps the Tidehunter as well. The lasso onto the Shadow Fiend, and there it is. Another Fiend's Grip, and DY will interrupt it, but it buys them so much time. And that's what they wanted here. In this fight, it just goes on for what feels like forever. We see Halberd 1. I want to see how many Halberds actually come out here onto Lou in this fight, but he just stands his ground forever and just keeps fighting over and over.
Yeah, and Paparazzi, there's his, ends up getting his first death here in just a second. Has he bought back yet? No, he hasn't, but you got such a sick crit off on to him here, and again, he's not doing nearly as much damage at this point in the game. He had taken a couple deaths in a row, which is just unfortunate.
Ursa just gets popped there. Yeah.
Yeah. Double
Swift
crit,
blink up onto the high ground and gets him no problem. The Tidehunter buyback. There's going to be a Shadow Fiend buyback. Ursa obviously can't get back in the game, but the Mars, every single time, A unit just setting up one kill after another. The Meld Strike, the God's Rebuke, Lou finally pops his BKB, and he just says, go, let's fight, Paparazzi, I dare you.
Yeah, and all these refraction charges as well. You have to do like 15 auto attacks before you're dealing any damage to Lou here. It just becomes impossible to fight
arena
into
number
it.
3.
Yeah.
You know, it's just perfectly executed here from YBB. This was just absolutely insane. Lou, a deathless game, 18-0-9.
Yeah, I mean, bow to your new king, everybody. Lou, playing these position running areas, he definitely played out of his mind this game. So much damage coming out from him. So congratulations to YBB taking down their former team, beating players that they got replaced with after coming up from the open qualifiers. That is my favorite timeline, man. But it is only our second series of the night, everybody. We've got one more coming right up.
Heck yeah, we do. It's going to be CDEC versus Aster.Aries, and should be a fun one. Aster.Aries, I believe, sitting at the top right now, undefeated at 3-0. They've dropped one game so far on over to Shenzhen earlier. CDEC off to a pretty rough start so far. I mean, it is an entirely new roster. We remember Zhaofu from last season, of course, but this is the first time that these players have really played together. So see how they do here in their next series here tonight. But we're going to go to a short break. Stay tuned for more. Again, ridiculous series. Super excited how this one turned out. But Neff, any final thoughts?
I mean, a little bit rattled after that last series there. I was so convinced it was over for YBB, but they brought it back. Congratulations to them yet again, and stay tuned, everyone. We got more Dota coming up.
All right, we'll see you then.
大家好，我是 YBB 的了，已经爽过了，太他妈刺激了。 二塔那波吧，下路二塔那波吧，我没死，然后那波打了好多钱，收了很多人头。领神，我其实一直觉得能打吧，可能，然后3后卫也觉得一直也在领神吧。 就是所有人都很兴奋呀。是的，这把打的有点转折有点太多了，打的太刺激了。 感觉都很好呀，如果有人发挥不好，肯定就不行了呀。对啊，肯定是每个人发挥都很棒的呀。就。 9月份到的茶几啊，到的 YBB， 之前没有呀，之前就打天梯。对，那个时候放假，没事干，然后就正好那时候 B 站也有这种东西，然后就去直播看，直播了2、3个月吧。那个时候打着打着，然后。 第2天起来发现有个 Storm 加我好友了呀，他妈天梯前10的加我好友通过了，然后就开始聊了呀，然后就去试训了呀。 谁有技能谁就指挥一波呀。比如说马尔瑟比跳大，他就组织一波，然后我有装备了，我再组织一波。谁有技能谁组织呀。好，谢谢。
DOTA 2开启全新篇章 ，DOTA Plus 加入游戏，英雄修行解锁徽章，陪伴你从入门到精通，从新手成长为英雄。英雄语音聊天轮盘，诙谐幽默，你心中的话语，借英雄
我可不吹牛皮，升级绝对是好
完成任务
东西。
即可获得英雄碎片，全新特效套装等你兑换，彰显不凡和尊贵。英雄圣物记录成就，带你回味每一个精彩瞬间。游戏中获得的数据将被忠实记录，数据也许冰冷，但其中跃动的记忆无比火热。勇士联赛再度开启，呼朋唤友挑战极限，信任与配合是 DOTA 2不变的主题，更由 Plus 助手带你快速上手游戏。也许曾离开，但全世界的玩家都期待你归来。DOTA Plus，DOTA 2的新时代。
读书人的事情怎么能算透这世界？自作自受。
你非常酷。
毁灭。时间结界，
裂地尖刺，青蛙快跳！可怜的魔导，
死亡之指。你软绵绵的法术真是扶不上墙的爱。进攻！超新星，月食了！雷神之怒，神灭战，末日接招！原来是这样的。黑洞，来吧！
要陪丽娜玩吗？会被烧焦的哦。
他们无论怎样武装，也不足以战胜我。
第一份极品已经奉上，欢迎来到奈勒摩尔的地盘。
They call me Scream.
They call me Scream.
说的爱上林丹笑，温你的你。
是谁在呼唤水晶侍女？
如果世人不承认我的存在，那就有必要再重新造。
还需要介绍？
因灭落已经消失，只有主宰尚存。
看看这群待宰的狗呀！
没有什么角色是我模仿不出的。
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the CDEC. My name is Aster.Aries. I'm here, of course, with Neff, and we are going into the third and final series of the night. It has been a long day of Dota so far, but we've got a banger of a closer for tonight.
Yeah, Aster.Aries against CDEC. Now, they haven't had the best opening here on CDEC, but, you know, it's a solid organization with a lot of success, but Aster.Aries, they've been looking good so far, man.
Speaking of looking good, look at that opener. Grimstroke Doom, baby. Hard counter to the Spirit Breaker Darkseer. So the Soulbind, obviously very good at dealing with them, but I'm a little bit curious, like, what you pick in the safe lane that can survive, like, a Spirit Breaker Darkseer if that ends up being the, like, 4-position Spirit Breaker. But they could still pick up something like a Nyx Assassin or, like Tusk, even, I think we've been seeing a little bit, so.
Well, we'll see if those heroes aren't banned out. If they get rid of Nyx, I think that'd be a good idea against this Darkseer SB. If they have to play against a Nyx, it's a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, strong openers on both sides, a double Doom, like you mentioned. You would have Invoker on the side of CDEC, and last time we saw the Spirit Breaker, or last time I saw Spirit Breaker picked up to a lot of success, it was alongside an Invoker throwing out Sunstrikes every time a charge came out from him. So without that global potential, I'm a little bit more hesitant to think that this SB is going to do well, but we'll see what they pair that one with. On the other side, you know, the Grimstroke and Doom, you can either run this as your position 4 and 3, run it together, or you can put something else there as your position 4 and run it alongside the Doom in the lane. One of the benefits of Doom, like we saw in the previous series, is he's able to exist in the lane by himself and still find farm, right?
Yeah.
Or move into the jungle and start cleaning up creeps. So you could pick up something that's a little bit more rotation heavy. So something like an Earth Spirit, Mirana, even though it's kind of fallen out of favor, are solid grabs here. But going through a little bit of the reserve time now. We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds left. They've gotten rid of the Wraith King. They've got rid of the Monkey King. The Wraith King makes sense if you're playing the Doom. You don't want whatever carry you're dooming to just get back up. The Monkey King a bit less so, but I guess he doesn't really struggle to stand his ground if he already gets off his Wukong's command. He just sits in his arena and auto-attacks you back.
It's also another 4 that doesn't, that actually pairs fairly decently with the Darkseer. So, you if they decide to run this like a mid-Spirit Breaker, which we have seen, right? Zhao 8, of course, used to do this. We saw Gunner in North America do this earlier this last week. So, very popular. They banned the they banned the Bloodseeker and the OD, which I love the Bloodseeker ban here. I think this is a really sick one. Didn't really talk about that one before, but they grabbed the Jakiro, the good old THD.
Yeah, I know you're a big fan of this hero. You've been playing a lot in pubs recently in position 3. The Macro Pie with the Egg and Scepter is super sick.
People underestimated Witchblade on this hero, I think is what it was.
Yeah.
This hero has like ridiculous cast range with like Witchblade Liquid Fire at like level 10 because he has
huge dot, yeah.
Yeah, well, you also just get like 200 attack range at level 10.
Yeah, but they have a way to dispel that dot. They pick up the Oracle, which is going to negate all the magic damage.
Oh my gosh, how do you
lineup.
How do you first round a Darkseer without banning an Oracle?
You first round a Darkseer SB, so he's going to charge at you. He's either just going to get rooted up, and he's going to lose his oh god, I was going to say empowering haste. It's been a little while since
Bulldozer.
Yeah, he's going to lose Bulldoze. He's going to lose Surge. He's going to lose Ion Shell if you simply just drop the Fortune's End off onto him. So Oracle is the best thing they could have picked. And not only that, but you know, you drop a Fate's Edict onto somebody, it's going to negate the damage from the Ion Shells, from the SB Bash, and everything coming out from this Jakiro's kit. So, and then Oracle pick was kind of a no-brainer. I'm gonna. What were we thinking? Not thinking about Oracle.
I mean, I've just like haven't seen a first round Darkseer in a long time, but the default is like if you pick Darkseer first round, you ban the Oracle. You actually can't play this hero into an Oracle. It is impossible. So I'm wondering if they want to aggressively lane this, if they want to take like the Darkseer to the safe lane into the Doom. You could maybe run Darkseer mid and then pick a new off lane hero here. But you can't put this in the same lane. Yeah, they're going to ban the Night Stalker. I think that's what they're doing. I think they're actually going to run the Darkseer mid or something. or like a support Darkseer here, like a 4-position Darkseer.
Yeah. By the way, Ricky, when are we getting our gaming house?
So I've been petitioning for like the last 3 years to get a gaming house with friends. So let me know. We'll make it happen.
I just don't want to move down to America. You're gonna have to come up to Canada.
That's fine with me, dude. I wouldn't want to be here anyway. I ain't leaving NA, but I have no problem going to Canada, sir.
All right. We'll set something up. We'll talk later.
Yeah,
All right. That's a couple of picks coming out here. Morphling grabbed on CDEC. We see Night Stalker and Lycan both banned on the other side. I guess they don't want to deal with the Night Stalker against the Juggernaut. That one is a little bit miserable to play against, along with the Oracle. You get on top of either of these heroes with the Crippling Fear, there's just no way to deal with it. Manta Style, which is normal, your solution to the silence on Juggernaut, doesn't do anything there.
Queen of Pain puck bans. Okay.
And Death Prophet makes it all the way through here, Ricky.
It's a good pick. There's your tower damage, fighting up really well into these heroes. The silence also very clutch, so I like this a lot. Yep. The question is, what do you do on CDEC? Because, like I said, you can't run this Darkseer as your 3-position now. It's either got to be a support or you got to go mid with it. And you could just run it mid and push with Ion Shells, honestly. Yeah. And I think they need to pick a better off lane that does well against the Juggernaut here.
Yeah, look how happy Red Panda is about this draft. Yeah. He was smiling just a second ago. Sorry, all of his hope has gone away. I think he realized something not so good.
I'm not sure. Did you see the KDAs earlier between like Phoenix and Echo? Phoenix.
Wait, his KDA is 6.
Yeah, on Red Panda.
That's not, he's a support player.
Yeah. Did you see Phoenix's earlier? The mid laner. No. It was like 17.4.
Oh my.
So. Yeah, he's had a good showing so far. This makes sense. Aster.Aries is the undefeated team right now. They are 3-0, 6-1. Like we talked about, only dropping 1 game to Shenzhen, one of the other top teams, one of the open qualifier teams. But CDEC deciding what they want to do here. I think the not banning Oracle might have been a pretty big oversight. Obviously, not the biggest oversight because you don't know what that is, but one of them for sure.
What's the solution to this? Oracle, probably a hero that jumps the back line, and they got rid of the Lycan and the Night Stalker. Would have been able to run at the Oracle. A Spirit hero is the first thing that comes to mind. You could get yourself a Storm. A little bit annoying to play into the Death Prophet, though.
They need an offlaner, man. I mean, maybe you run Spirit Breaker as your 3.
Yeah, they do.
But
I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah, they do need... Wait, no, you need an offlane on CDC? No, you don't. Yeah. You got Darkseer.
There's no way you're running Darkseer in the 3 into this game.
I mean...
You either run it
in
mid
the 3, it's just as bad.
Well, I'm thinking you could run it 4, run Spirit Breaker mid, and then pick an actual offlane. Or you can... Oh my god, they're actually going to do it. So they pick Lina mid.
Not... Yeah, it's going to be Zhao Fu here on the Darkseer this game.
That is indeed your 3-position player. So they are going to go for it. And
Echo pause too on this Lina. So Lina going to be played in the mid lane here. I thought they'd get something with a little bit more backline jump, but this Oracle, it's going to be tricky for them to get on top of. I'm not sure Lina was the pick here. You can go kind of like a heavy physical damage build, but all this magic against the Oracle, who, he's got that Face Edict drop on his allies. You're going to be able to dispel off a lot of like tick damage as well. This is going to be a very rough game, number 1.
I just don't see this offlane going exceptionally well. Like, you're running Jakiro and Darkseer in the same lane, right? Your Spirit Breaker is going to be in the safe lane. That's your 5. And like you said, you have no damage against this Oracle. And this safe lane should farm pretty easily here. I imagine Juggernaut is going to be a big deal. And this is something that like Ulu has played a lot. I think this is like his 4th game now on the Juggernaut here in the Division 2, and he has had amazing performances on all of them. So he's going to be very comfortable going into this one.
Yeah. Spin to win is going to be the name of the game inside your lane. So whenever they try to commit onto you, you simply press Blade Fury, and you're able to heal off a lot of this damage. Like Darkseer's strength normally comes from throwing the Ion Shell out, harassing the enemy down, and then when they're like half HP, you can finish them off. But against the Juggernaut, he's going to be able to spin away from, like, these lethal situations, heal himself back up with the healing ward. Your kill potential isn't there. So I'm going to have to go with Aster.Aries, not just based on, their undefeated performance so far, but also the superior draft, Ricky.
It's pretty good, yeah. I'm with you. I think they do just have a really solid draft here, and Red Panda we saw him smiling right on camera. He's gonna have a very fun time on this Oracle.
Let's just jump right into this one. It looks like we're not going to see any action to begin the game. Neither team really wants to try to contest any wards or anyone else's side of the river. It's disappointing how it's come to this. I think they kept on weakening like these level 1 abilities that people have, Ricky.
Yeah, kind of. I think a lot of it is also like people realize if you just like die at rune, you like kind of lose your lane, guaranteed.
Or if you put the you get the wrong skill at level 1, it also kind of loses your rune. That's disappointing.
Yeah, lanes are so important in Dota right now. Ulu actually just goes in, gets to the Blade Fury. Okay, so it's gonna be 3 runes, but it takes a lot of damage. So Red Panda probably gonna send a salve out at some point for him.
Nah, he's gonna be fine. Come on. Or maybe he'll use that extra 40 gold and send him in a salve. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry for doubting you, Ricky.
Is that what he's doing? Nope, he bought a stick.
Okay, never mind. He's heartless. Ulu goes in, gets his team an overall extra 200 gold, and his support won't give him up anything. The stick makes sense in this lane, though. You're spamming out Ion Shell quite a bit. He did go through a lot of his mana for this first wave in order to secure himself some early CS, but only managed to grab 1 so far. Oh, God. Already taking a lot of damage here on the Spirit Breaker, but he started with boots, so you're not going to be able to spin him down on the Juggernaut.
Yeah.
He's also got charge, so, if he did opt to commit and, you somehow slowed up, he could have just gone to the mid lane or the top lane with his charge and been just fine.
Speaking of other lanes, though, let's take a look at mid. We got Phoenix on the Death Prophet going up against Echoes, Lina, and Phoenix has had an amazing tournament so far, but something that we have been seeing banned a lot is the Death Prophet, right?
Yeah, it's banned out first round almost every match, specifically against YBB because they ran this so much in the open qualifiers, but it made it through all the way to the last pick here. So I guess it's just something that CDEC kind of forgot about, or they were more worried about other things, and it's really good against these melee mid lane matchups. But against Alina, you're never going to be able to get the Spirit Siphon off on her. And if you do, it's very easy for her to drop an electric, right? Either that or you're forced to back up and break the Spirit Siphon yourself. So this matchup does favor Lina quite a bit, in my opinion. But
yeah,
even
absolutely.
so far.
I think Phoenix will be fine, though. He'll just max out the Crypt Swarm, right? And eventually just be pushing the wave on Crypt Swarm cooldown. It's actually quite a bit less of a mana commitment as opposed to the Lina, who usually, Light Striker rate, costs more mana, doesn't do a lot more damage. Is it about the same? Let me see. Yeah, it's like literally a difference of 10 damage, or 10 or 15 damage. So, yeah, pretty good lane for the Death Prophet eventually. You just don't have the right clicks is the only difference. But we haven't really talked about top lane.
No. Top lane, I mean, I think you have a pretty easy time just CSing here on Doom. Neither of them have much kill potential. Once you have Doom available, if you can get it off on a Morphling before you can attribute shift, it's like a guaranteed kill. But we're not going to see too much action up here. It's just going to be, Morphling and Doom trading for CS, neither with much ability to kill their opponents, unless like you walk too far forward on this Jakiro, you walk too far forward on Grimstroke.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised he goes for the 2 points in the Scorched Earth instead of just grabbing second point Devour here, just because, it does just feel like it's going to be a farm heavy lane unless the Jakiro is out of position. I don't think they really have much kill threat, but
all right, Red Panda's courier is dead.
That is
unlucky. Get behind the kill. They're probably going to think that there's wards back there or something.
Where is that charge headed? I actually could not find. Okay, I guess it was going to a mid creep.
No, he's trying to get out of there. Away from
barely misses the ward. He walked over and dropped the sentry, and it's just barely off the mark. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Darkseer. There it is. First blood. You leave him alone for just a moment. 2 points Purifying Flames and the Fortune's End. It's really all you need.
Yep. Battle Fury making quick work of him. So Juggernaut, I think it'll put him close to the top of the net worth here. They'll get back and continue to farm up. But yeah, first blood going the way of Aster.Aries. Not surprised. This lane is just a complete disaster as far as hero matchups go. The SB and the Darkseer can't do anything to this Juggernaut Oracle.
No, not at all. I mean, eventually, like, you'll be able to just, like, sit bottom when the Juggernaut rotates out. And, like, you'll be able to kind of just, like, push lanes with Ion Shells and kind of recover a little bit. But as long as Oracle is the one that's down here, he's just going to slow you down forever.
No.
And we just see Spirit Breaker jungling now. Like, he knows. He's like, yeah, there's nothing I can do to help you bottom, brother. I'm just, I'm going to go farm. Like...
That's exactly what's happening now. SB, he needs to go back to base for now, though. He's trying to play at wars. He realized that all he's doing is zapping XP down here. Bottom lane, Xiaofu.
Oh, yeah. Incredibly low again. Takes a lot of damage there from the Jug, but 2 Ion Shell creeps, though, makes it so he has to kind of back up a little bit. But Ulu's farming pretty well. So is the Morphling, though. So you do have some things going pretty well here for CDEC. Obviously, the mid and the safe lane topping their CS charts, or topping their CS opponents, rather.
Mm-hmm. By a little bit, anyways. I mean, he's 1 CS ahead right now on the Lina. Charge comes out of the mid lane. Not much going to come with that one.
Oh, he might have regretted this.
Save him.
Okay.
Yeah. Like Striker Ray would force him off of him there. Definitely can't pop Exorcism or finish him off with a Crypt Swarm there, though. He has too much HP. Red Panda, he's out of position now, though.
Gets a D ward. The question is, will he get the deny off? He gets the Fate's Edict and absorbs a little bit of damage, but the right clicks from the Spirit Breaker will bring him down. You know, he does hit pretty hard. 70 damage is a lot.
Well, all 3 clicking away at him there did end up doing the trick. Unfortunately, he couldn't. He wanted to be able to deny himself to the neutral creeps there, but couldn't buy himself that kind of time. And we lose Oracle, but Juggernaut essentially free farming in the bottom lane while that goes on. Morphling's keeping up with him, though, despite the 1 kill that the Jug has under his belt.
Whoa, he's not keeping up with him anymore, Neff. He just died. He tried to, I guess, so according to what I can see now, it looks like he was just trying to TP out after the rotation, and the Exorcism, just too much damage, killed him.
Yep. Well, so must have interrupted that one. He did attribute all the way over to Strength, so it just ends up getting melted by the Exorcism, and this tower going down very quickly thanks to this DP, and he's playing right beside it. So the spirits have to come back to you immediately after they hit a target. So when you play close to the tower, it ends up doing way bigger DPS.
Ooh, bottom lane, Ulu going for the charge. He does connect on it, but he's got a Blade Fury. They get the kill. An extra bash from the Spirit Breaker there. All you needed.
That's your 17%. The vacuum ended up coming in with perfect timing as well. If he had popped that Blade Fury, oh sorry, if he didn't throw the vacuum, he would have had time to hit the Blade Fury there. I don't think he would have gone down, but yeah, no time to get the healing ward off. Couldn't get the Omni Slash. Just outplayed, outsmarted. Got played, and he played himself.
Yeah, I mean, you end up getting both of the safe lane heroes at the end of the day, and oh, Ulu debating on going in for an Omni Slash, but I think he got a glimpse of the Darkseer where the Spirit Breaker decided against it. Meanwhile, mid lane, looks like he is going to charge through. He does see this coming. Just a little love tap and walk away.
Respawns to top lane, gets a haste on the Death Prophet. All right, now we're talking. DP is probably going to start making a couple more moves, but she'll wait for this Yule Scepter for now. We've gotten the top tower, but pressuring the mid isn't so easy when you're playing against the SB, the Jakiro, the Lina. They've got so many things. Well, they can turn things on you very quickly with the SB, and so many tools to shove the lanes out. SB's going to charge top again. He's got vision of TK here because of the Observer Ward, and he doesn't realize this.
Yep. He's going to see it just a little bit too late. He has Inkswell, of course, but with the Morphling closing in, he doesn't get the bash, so TK is going to be just fine.
Yep. One more bash, he might have been able to secure that kill, but just manages to walk away. All right, back down the bottom lane. Ulu. His farm slowed down a little bit because of that death, but so is Morphling. Didn't have as much room to farm because his wave got pushed all the way, and he doesn't have that tier 1 tower to sit behind either, so he's not feeling as safe to go this far out. No one's able to TP in and save him. And, you know, rightfully so, feeling a little bit nervous. TK waiting in the trees here for him. He gets that initial stun off, followed by a Doom. He'll just end up going down.
They haven't really been able to pressure any towers without the DP. Like, bottom lane has some chip damage on it from Ulu. Looks like they want to try and dive Xiaofu. Nice vacuum. Blade Fury does come through. Might be able to bring him down if he can get in range for that Omni, but he will be unable to do so. I mean, that would have been a really difficult kill.
I mean, if
meanwhile, top lane, the Doom came out on the Morphling. Exorcisms. There he dies again. That is the level 6 Doom first target, and it pays off pretty big there.
Yeah. He's not able to get anything off of that. No TPing out of that one. So 3K net with advantage now for the side of Aster.Aries. So things going about how we predicted. Juggernaut doing slightly worse than I thought he would because of that death, but outside of that.
Quick Laguna Blade kill there for Echo. The one thing, though, is you did commit the Exorcism for the Morphling kill, and you don't have it available to push a tower again.
Yeah. I don't know, I feel like it's been a little bit underwhelming to push towers. It's because Fortify is so good at stalling things out when you drop it.
Well, they will just drop the wall bottom with the help of Morphling and try and commit for this tier 1 tower. Xiaofu taking a decent chunk of damage, but no one really opting to come down here to slow this down. So tower will end up going the way of CDEC. Oh, you're right, they didn't.
Would have bought themselves another couple of seconds there. I guess everybody a little bit too busy.
Doom's got creeps to hit, you know.
Yeah.
Red Panda probably warding. Yeah, he de-warded. You know, he's busy. He's a busy man.
Yeah. Just keeping their net worth advantage up though. And Xiaofu now farming up the ancients, the hard camps here. Surprised that he doesn't leave these for the Lina or the SB, but because he does have items to build. Working on this Aghanim Scepter will help the Morphling and the Spirit Breaker play pretty aggressive if he gets this one done early.
Yeah. He's taking him a little bit longer to do this than he'd probably like, but
no,
he will end up bringing it down.
He'll be fine, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he'll get it. He'll get it eventually. Yeah, there you go. Nicely done.
All right, now we can leave. Head back to base. Heal back up.
Smoke up. Doom and Red Panda. Looking to come bottom. Morphling gonna waveform on in. They're like, okay, we found our target. He doesn't have Blink yet, but the silence gonna come through from the Grimstroke, and it's just enough time for him to close the gap with the Doom, and that is the third death now on the Morphling.
Not off to a good start here. I mean, he was even with the Juggernaut, who had a essentially free lane in gold for a little while, but now Jug's gonna start to pull ahead as you have 3 deaths in a row. And I think Aster.Aries, you know, after these first couple of items to start to make plays, Yule Scepter is done on the Death Prophet, now working on a Sanj Kaya. Want some stashes this game, which is fair enough.
I like it.
Doom working on a BKB after this Midas, who's able to stay on top of targets. I mean, we can see how heavy the magic damage is coming up from CDEC. Without this magical burst, I don't think it can stop Doom from just sitting on top of heroes with a Scorched Earth.
Yeah, I really do like Doom just going for an early BKB here.
And these other heroes on the side of CDEC, I mean, trying to build a Shadow Blade on the Spirit Breaker, I feel like that's a little bit ambitious. Aster.Aries is going to be pushing along on like your tier 2, tier 3s long before that's completed.
Ooh, they're looking for Xiaofu bottom. He gets the surge, and it's going to be TK that finds him. Echo comes in, but he just gets right into a War Stomp. The Silence and Phoenix with this Exorcism just chewing through the Lina. She goes down. You know, you came down for Xiaofu, but you find a Lina instead. Echo, really unfortunate for him. Nice Yules from Phoenix. He's got the Silence, throws it on the backside, does hit them, but doesn't want to come too far forward. Just wants to chip the tower here a little bit with these spirits. Now, I'm not sure if you know this with Death Prophet, but technically you don't want to be right next to the tower for the spirits. Oh, Doom gets saved by the Oracle. Inkswell is going to connect. That is so much magic damage.
Just melted there on the Darkseer as well. So Xiaofu, despite him having a reasonably decent start, at least securing himself CS, ends up melting. Still 1,700 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter. That's when he's going to start to have like a bigger impact in these team fights. This hero's going to feel tankier, but 6k now with advantage now for Aster.Aries. I mean, it's pretty much going how we expected this to go based on the draft and the performances in the previous matches here in the DPC. But my God, you hate to see it.
Yeah. What I was saying though is, I think with Death Prophet's Exorcism, someone like worked out the numbers and the angles, and I think if you're like 250 to 300 units away from the tower, that's actually like prime location. That's like prime real estate. Because they don't have to go for this like weird, super like wide arc to get back to the Death Prophet for some reason. But just for all you Death Prophet players out there, standing on top of the tower isn't necessarily the fastest way to get the spirits back. Pig pole activated bottom lane. Grimstroke on the run, but no, he's not gonna have any chance of getting out of here.
He lost his courier too.
So a little tap from the Spirit Breaker onto the courier. Yeah, very nice.
Nice clean up. But I don't think that they're really willing to fight into these heroes just yet anyways. Ulu, he picked up a Maelstrom. It's a sign that he is just looking to farm, take this a little bit later.
He's got a Yasha on the way.
Yeah, you don't want to take it too late against the Morphling though, so he's gonna have to pick up the pace probably after this Sanj and Yasha's done. He's got Aghanim Shard and then Blink Dagger queued up afterwards, so he's looking to stay on top of these heroes. This Blink, I mean, ideally jumping onto the Lina or the Jakiro and just spinning them down with that Aghanim Shard is going to be your job in these fights, because neither team has too much jump, but I'm just not sure how they're gonna get on top of this Oracle or this Death Prophet in these fights. Like, you can kind of run at them with the SB, but the SB by himself isn't going to be enough damage to bring down this Oracle. He's going to do way too good of a job at keeping his allies alive.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I don't know how they actually initiate the fights here on the side of CDEC. It's going to be super difficult. As long as this Oracle's positioning is good, which it's Red Panda, so probably will be, like, your like entire initiation on CDEC is just going to be botched.
Yep. It's going to be even harder in just a moment. He's almost got his Aether Lens done. Just needs another, 200 gold?
Yeah, to assemble the Arcane Boots.
Yeah, unfortunately he didn't pick up a bounty rune there.
But Doom's got the BKB. They walk right underneath a ward. Unfortunately, they did not figure out who it was that popped their smoke there. They will just commit for the mid tower, though. Didn't have to drop the Exorcism, and they can go into Roche now, actually.
Yeah, we'll just drop it there, and that looks like what they're up to. Ulu, drop the Healing Ward. There's the Exorcism, and you've got these big spells for taking fights around the Roche pit. Vacuum, SB charge through that, Electric Ray, Macro Pyre, but
they've got no vision.
Nowhere close to the pit. Yeah, and with no vision, they're gonna be able to grab this.
Yeah, your Lina also just has like Shadow Blade right now. Like, do you have any big items completed? Morphling's on his way to his Lincoln Sphere. Like, there's not a lot you can do. Like, they are just so far ahead already on the side of Ares. Like, you just have to give up First Roche. And to be honest, First Roche has kind of turned into a farming Aegis. Like, realistically, that's pretty much all First Roche has turned into, which I find very boring and kind of annoying. It's never an objective Aegis anymore. It's just like, all right, we got Aegis, first Aegis. All right, go farm for the next 5 minutes and you'll be fine.
Well, I mean, you can take tier 1 towers with it, but taking tier 2 still feels so difficult. I mean,
ooh, mid lane, they go on to Phoenix. Nice silence in from TK. Now the question is, can they get out? Looks like this Spear Breaker should be fine here. Jakiro died bottom, but to who? Doom. All right, Doom just ran him down.
Yep. He didn't even have to use Doom on him. Oracle as well. Ended up hitting him with Fortune's End. Ended up being enough. Anyhow, but yeah, the first stage
they
is...
see the Morphling. Doom comes out, he gets the Strength Morph, but the Chain Stuns are coming through. He cops the BKB. Morphling, he needs help fast. Macro Pyre gets dropped. There is going to be the Ice Wall, and Morphling, with all of that heal, with all of that Strength Morph, should be okay to get on out of here. Echo now dumping the damage onto TK. There's going to be the False Promise from Red Panda. Phoenix, depending on going in, but he doesn't have the Exorcism quite yet. Tries to silence with the backside, but misses completely. Ulu here on the Jug, trying to enter the fight, but doesn't find a target quite yet. 0 heroes fall to start this one off. Doom needs a blink, basically, is what they learn, and Aries will back off as he has that queued up.
And he'll be able to farm this one fairly quickly. All right, gets the Devour.
Charge.
Gold Midas.
He can just yield. Oh, what a Light Strike Array from Echo into a the crit. Wow. All right, that was sick by Echo.
Oh, off of that CDEC. How much gold was that worth? That was like a 1,500, 1,600 swing off of those 2 kills right there.
Dude, he did all the damage. That was 2,400 damage from Echo. He was about to Yule's the Spirit Breaker, right? And then instantly gets a 2-man Light Strike Array before his hero finishes turning around. And now they get themselves a tier 2 tower in the process. I mean, that is a big win for CDEC.
Yeah. I mean, you're up so much net worth. A couple of kills that you had under your belt, too. But you don't even have the bottom tier 1. You haven't taken a tier 2 for yourself, despite the fact that you've got Death Prophet. So, nice pickup there. And Spirit Breaker. I said that it was ambitious for him to go for this Shadow Blade, but he's only 500 gold off after helping buy those 2 kills.
Not too bad.
No?
Morphling has to be careful. Obviously, Blink Dagger now available on Doom. He's just going to go right over the Ice Path. He ends up missing the Stomp, but a lot of damage here, and they will find it.
Yep. Takes down all that damage over time.
Yeah, he's even got the Fade Grenade.
Yep. SP's charging Juggernaut up here in the top lane. I don't think they're going to be able to find him, especially if he's got a healing ward behind him. He's got Aegis for another minute and 39 seconds. Yeah, you want to turn around.
I love that just the casual hits him right into pig pole. See you later.
Yeah.
Do you remember me like nonstop complaining about pig pole not having a different sound?
Yeah, then they
added a new sound to it.
Yeah,
you're welcome, Dota.
You're welcome. That's Ricky's contribution. You refused to make a squealing noise for me on Casta.
Yeah, I did. That is true.
So, you only get half credit.
I can do it, but, they didn't... you got to pay for those types of services, right? I can't just give Valve the soundbite,
Yeah, of course. All right, Juggernaut's finally got his Blink Dagger. He doesn't have his Aghanim Shard yet, so he can get on top of people with an Omni Slash, but I think he just wants to be able to spin some of these heroes down. So he needs to farm up another 1,100 gold for that one. Then I think we're going to see a little bit more action come out from Aster.Aries.
Smoke up. Well, Jakiro. He's just going to walk into the Doom here once again. What can you do, Bottom lane. Oh, Red Panda, his smoke pops. He knows MKS is here and gets the Lincolns, the silence. It's gonna connect. The root cancels the TP. Doom's like, hey, how you doing?
Oh, hey there, bud.
They got the chain stuns. There's a war stomp if he needs it. And Morphling, you got a Lincolns, but Red Panda ready and waiting. And really smart of him to cancel the Lincolns with Purifying Flames, then channel the Fortune's End right away. That's just such a small, big play, right? We talk about those a lot.
Yeah, those little big plays, as we like to call them. But yeah, interrupting that one as he tried to jump away. If they didn't got vision with that bug, it ended up making a world of difference there. They're just pushing down the tier 2s. I don't think they're going to be able to go high ground off of this, but no.
Oh, they're going to go for the charge mid. Oh, Yule's will interrupt it, but a huge vacuum into a sick macro pyre. But the question is, can they get out? I don't even know where Lina went, but she is super dead. As Phoenix will just heal back up to full.
Yeah, courtesy of that Oracle, the healing ward, the Spirit Siphon. When you got double healing into that Oracle, there's just absolutely no way. And they kind of want to walk up high ground here, but the DP ultimate expires, and I do think they
kind of want to just force the buyback, I think. I want to, like, okay, how fast did this Lina die? Just Death Prophet. Oh my god, the Exorcism just, like, instantly killed her after the TP.
Yeah, she just doesn't have any armor. That's the issue.
Wow. That was wild.
They are forced back now, though.
It's that combined with the fact that she went Silver Edge as opposed to, like, BKB, right? So, also a lot less tanky.
Yeah. I'm surprised SB continued that charge there, but they did drop a sentry. So they had vision of him as he was coming in. Don't do it again. Okay.
You're like, that's just like, bro, calm down. Echo going for the Lincolns. I mean, you have to get one this game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The Lincoln Sphere, 100% necessary. If you don't get that, I mean, it just becomes too easy for them to control you up. There's the Doom that comes out, so you could drop that on somebody. You know, when you see the cast animation comes out, when all these people are on low ping, which they are, it becomes much easier to get the Lincoln's block of a Doom coming out. The fact that you know, the Fortune's End coming out from people, the Yule Scepter from Death Prophet allowing her to set up on top of you. So there's a lot of things this game.
Blink Dagger on the Juggernaut now. Smoke's gonna pop, and he will jump right up here, and there it is. Blade Fury with the Ink Swell. That's the new shard, of course. Super sick. And they get the D ward in the process, so.
You got too much movement speed. There's no way you're getting away from this guy now.
Nah, Inkswell, Blade Fury with that shard where he gets that extra 100 movement speed plus the extra attack. Woo! Oh, he's dead. But he also usually goes to Blade Fury DPS, if I'm not mistaken. Ulu picks that up a lot of times. In this game, the armor isn't that necessary, right? You're against Lina Morphling, but we'll see how it goes. Double damage comes out from Phoenix. Echo just died bottom. Doom wasn't even committed for this, so you gotta be careful. All right, they're gonna jump in. The silence does connect onto the Morphling, holding him down. He's just getting burned. They get the kill and now jumps over into the Omni Slash onto Xiaofu. It ends up tanking up on the Jakiro. One last auto attack to find the kill. He's got a full stick as well. Might have come a little bit too far, but his team ready to back him up if they need. Lina will buy back into this game, but again, Doom, he's just gonna join the fight. He was busy killing other heroes on the other side of the map.
Yep, he's got Doom available.
He jumps right in, stuns up the Spirit Breaker, and gets that kill, no problem at all.
Makes quick work of this Rax now, and I think they'll just turn their eyes. I think they'll turn their eyes to the top lane. They don't necessarily have to, though. They could back up and go to Roshan, yeah. Kaya Sanj completed on the Death Prophet after that push as well. She's going to do way more magic damage. The only thing she's lacking right now is armor, but now the magic resist that she gets from her talent at level 10, the Nether Shawl that providing extra magic resist as well.
And she's queued up a Lotus Orb, so there's your extra armor, right?
Yeah. Well, and right now it isn't a problem. I mean, Lina did go to the Silver Edge. She can melt heroes fairly quickly, but not if she gets melted herself, which has been what's happening here.
Juggernaut queues up the Basher. They will scout the Roche.
Doom is going for the Shiva's Guard now.
Is he really?
Fact, yeah, he's going to sell his wand. Yeah. There it is.
That is a big pickup.
Yeah.
Hey, do you remember when Fate's Edict used to increase physical damage taken and you could, like, do Roche it with, like, Oracle and any other hero in the game?
Yeah. Increase physical damage taken and disarmed.
Yeah. It was like 200% bonus physical damage, too. It was a lot or something.
No,
like,
it was just 50%. You're exaggerating slightly.
Okay, no, I did the math backwards in my head, is what I meant. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Good old Oracle on release.
Yeah.
Not as bad as Monkey King on release.
Yeah, that hero is something else, man. The good old 300 damage boundless strike at like level 1.
Yeah. I think my favorite part of Monkey King on release was crashing your game.
He's found Spirit Breaker. He gets the channel. He gets the cancel once again. Dude, what is the cooldown on this Fortune's End? 6 seconds. He charges right across, but he runs right into the enemy team.
Yeah. Okay, so because he was bashing and he has the shard.
He bashed him.
The attack. Yeah, he bashed him while he was charging with a melee attack.
Oh my god.
So because how it works, you get the auto attack off onto somebody when they come to your Blade Fury once every
Every second.
Every second for 75% damage. He got hit on the first attack from the Spirit Breaker as soon as he came rage to that Blade Fury. That was sick.
That's so funny, actually. Kira did a little bit of chip damage bottom, but not enough.
No, now your tier 3 is under threat. You've got Fortify. You can buy yourself a little bit of time, but you can't really force these heroes off your tower with the Fortify.
I mean, Phoenix has an arcane rune.
Yeah.
All right, they're going to smoke up on the backside. They know they've got to do something here. You got to somehow bring down Phoenix, but where's your initiation? Oh, actually, Darkseer has a blink. There's the charge in onto Phoenix. They get the first stun. Nether strike back, but the instant save, and oh, they just turn it around. The Blade Fury just melting these heroes, and MKS trying to do what he can, but the bash in from Ulu. He's still got the Omni Slash, and does he get it off just in case? No, he will not. They're going to go ahead and try and back out of the base here, it seems, as might have overcommitted. They will just wait for this wall to expire.
So we've got a little while yet. 30 seconds, 100-second cooldown. And it's gone. So back a little bit further away, though. So they still keep the racks alive after that team fight, but they expended pretty much everything there. Lina still doesn't have this Lincoln Sphere. Okay, Lincoln Sphere now completed.
Oh, actually smoke here on CDEC. But, oh, Doom's going to find the Morphling in the mid lane. They get the chain stuns, but going to get saved for the moment. Inkswell, he just gets melted, but on the backside fight, Ulu, he's trying to get on top of Echo. The Surge, it's not enough. He gets the kill, and now Spirit Breaker going to end up getting feared by this Death Prophet and die as well. So that's a die back on your Lina.
Spirit Breaker's forced to buy back into the game here. There's nothing for them to take in the mid lane other than, look for kills. But if they can shove this in, then makes up for the fact that top lane is still pushing and they can grab that range racks, that melee racks over there. Juggernaut still has Omni Slash as well. If someone managed to stun off on the Morphling here, he's just going to come in onto him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, charge comes through from the Spirit Breaker, but second charge comes through. Morphling does need to be careful, though. He gets the Blade Fury and the bash. He's silenced up. He can't get out, can he? He's trying really hard. There's going to be the wave for him. He does now. Darkseer, great vacuum in back. Nice Soulbind once again, but Phoenix just standing his ground. Hasn't even had to commit the BKB. Just dropping these Spirit Siphons out onto these other heroes, and Ulu Omni slashes up one. Pops the Blade Fury, but a nice charge in from the Morphling once again. There's going to be the bash. Phoenix pops the BKB. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find any of these kills. Red Panda's the one who's playing a little bit aggressive. He just blinks on in, but
yeah, but they still haven't taken the melee racks off of that. So CDEC, even though they're losing heroes, have managed to keep their buildings alive, kind of.
Yeah.
He goes back to objectives here, but he's going to be forced to get back pretty soon. He can't keep his eyes on the prize, man. And now he's baited out. I mean, he's
got no mana. But yeah, he does have Aegis. You're right. Doom's back, though, so that's a big deal. Shiva's Doom still available. Didn't get a chance to use it in the last fight. They will get the barracks. Yeah, I don't think... You can't deny any gold from barracks, right?
Oh, you get bonus gold if you get the last hit on it.
Oh, that's right. You deny the bonus gold. That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So Juggernaut doesn't get that one. Next, he's got the Nullifier queued up, looking to do even more damage. Stay on top of... this Lina, the Morphling. Morphling's probably going to be working on the Ghost Scepter / E-Blade pretty soon. And
that was close. Well, they get the bottom tower there. 25 seconds on the Aegis.
You get on top of Oracle, but I don't think you got enough damage to kill him.
No, he's just going to go ahead and turn around onto the Spirit Breaker, but it's the other side of the fight. Doom pops his BKB. He wasted the Doom, actually pops by a Lincoln's instead. So you get the Spirit Breaker.
All right, so Lincoln Sphere already coming in clutch. They've got several of these
now. Soulbind onto two, chainsawing them down. The Blade Fury just cleaving through them. Silenced up by the Death Prophet. 2 heroes dead without the buyback, and there it is. The GG will finally come through without any other options. That is going to be a very convincing game number 1 here from Aster.Aries.
28-7, yeah, but again, this team did have the superior draft. They looked better so far in this tournament. I don't think anyone is too shocked about this one. You had moments where you felt like you'd come back there on the CDEC, but you're playing this Darkseer and Spirit Breaker into the Oracle. You talked about this during the draft, Ricky.
Yeah, it's This game is, to me, is just purely an outdraft. Like there wasn't any answer as like from the lane stage, or even as the lane goes, or as the game goes on to dealing with Oracle. Like he's always going to get a false promise on, and Juggernaut is just free. Like he had an absolutely free game. He goes 8-1-7, but yeah, I just good execution from Aries. They just don't really make any mistakes, and CDEC just maybe need to be a little bit more careful in that draft phase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so hopefully they don't draft themselves into a corner like that one. The Oracle ban really needed to come out. Red Panda had an amazing game, got tons of TP cancels off, found those kills at the beginning of the game as well. So congratulations to them, and looking just as strong as ever in the series today. And I believe this will put them at 7-1 overall.
Yeah.
But it is a 3-game series. CDEC, they do have the opportunity to bring this one back, and you know, they gotta, if they want the opportunity to, you know, sort of press for upper division or even stay in this tournament at all, they got to get a couple of wins under their belt.
Yeah, this was the first kill onto the Morphling top lane with the Exorcism. Just the Inkswell setup are good enough. And then, of course, Zhao Fu, he kind of baits Echo here a little bit. I think they thought they could take a fight, but did not expect Phoenix to show up with this Exorcism. Okay, this is the fight I was really curious about, because Echo just dies so fast. Yeah, it's literally just all Exorcism damage. He just died completely to Exorcism. Phoenix just walking around with BKB and gets saved by the False Promise.
Gotcha.
The Yules. He's like, hey, buddy. What's up?
This is the second one.
Yeah, this is such a sick play.
Get spin. Yeah, let's see it. Come on. There it is. The stomp doesn't even land. That was 100% the Juggernaut. I clicked on his basher, 100% on cooldown there, and that one came out.
Yeah, every single one of these fights, I mean, it's just instant save from Red Panda. Yeah, like Phoenix just
let Phoenix play so far forward.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the bonus healing you get from the ward when you're inside the Oracle ultimate, you know, running people down with the Spirit Siphon. It's just too much to deal with. You get to play way too far forward.
They definitely sent it a little bit too far forward here, but then watch Ulu. He just like stands on top of Echo, nearly kills him with Blade Fury, and he's like one more attack, finds the kill. They get Spirit Breaker once again. Yeah, this was a great game. Phoenix MVP, that makes sense to me. I mean, his Death Prophet was absolutely perfect. Finding a lot of kills, and surprised it made it through the draft, to be honest. Like, we normally see Death Prophet banned out, but slipped the mind of both you and me, as well as CDEC, it seems.
Yep. So that's going to be it for the first game of the day. It makes sense that he gets the MVP. Man played a pretty sick game. Definitely enabled by the Oracle, but played pretty well in the mid lane. Just got to play so far forward because he had the Fate Seeker, because he had the False Promise behind him. So solid game number one. We'll see if they can bring him back in game number two, though, Ricky.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Everyone stay tuned for more. This is the CNDPC Division 2. Aster.Aries versus CDEC Game 2 coming up in just a moment. We'll see y'all then.
请夜眼方禁用英雄。请夜眼方挑选英雄。请天辉方挑选英雄。
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the CDEC. My name is Aster.Aries, and of course, here with Neff, going into game 2 of our 3rd series. Here's CDEC versus Aster.Aries. Neff, break down what's got to change here in game number 1.
According to CDEC, not much, Ricky.
Yeah, they just opened Darkseer Shadow Spearbreaker again.
And without that Oracle ban, but they do ban out the Death Prophet this time, so at the very least they don't have that to worry about. But I imagine that Aster.Aries is about as confused as I am.
They've got to be sitting here thinking like, okay, do we just pick the Oracle here, or do we hope that they don't ban it?
Well, they do end up picking up the Doom, so they got one Dispel there in the form of, you know, Doom signature spell, Doom. You can also pick up the Satyr Trickster, which does have the Purge of the Dispel. And they ban out the Wraithing immediately afterwards, so Aster.Aries, I don't think too much has to change. They ban out the exact same heroes. I don't want the Kia to get back up after dropping the Doom on them, but I'm certain that they ban out the Oracle here on CDEC. Right?
Hear me out, Neff. Hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
Weaver Oracle is not a great support duo.
That is true. Your support duos don't do too much damage. You don't have a real stun between those. So at that point, they think, okay, well, if they pick up the Oracle, they will be pretty heavily punished for it. They might not do it this game. Instead, they get rid of the Invoker, which, you know, Tornado, Dispel, pretty good against both the Spirit Breaker and the Darkseer. They banned it out in the previous game as well. They get rid of the Monkey King now on the side of Aster.Aries. I'll be disappointed if I don't see an Oracle ban. I feel like there's a lack of respect to Red Panda if Oracle isn't banned.
They're thinking about it, right? Like, they've got to be thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
At least I hope they're thinking about it. But I do like the Invoker ban. I think this is a pretty good one.
All right. All right, Leshrac gotten rid of now. So again, just worried about that tower push ability. It's something else that pairs up with the Oracle fairly well. You know, we talked about this one a couple of times. Leshrac, Death Prophet as well, I suppose. Very good with heroes that can keep them alive in team fights. They give them the extra survivability. They have the saves, allow them to just run in. You know, with the Pulse Nova, the Diabolic Edict, and I guess Exorcism and Spirit Siphon. So I think if they get rid of all the heroes that pair up fairly well with the Oracle, then they're not worried about the Oracle of itself being played in the safe lane against this Darkseer again. Either that, or they plan on pulling a gotcha, and it won't be Zhao Fu on the Darkseer.
Yeah, which we'll find out. We'll find out for sure. I mean, okay, they banned the Oracle. Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. My worry is less. They go ahead and pick up the Disruptor here, so that's not bad.
They're not surprised that that Oracle is banned. He smiled when they did see it banned. So I think they have something else in mind here. But Disruptor, fairly solid pickup as well. One of the more popular supports after the post-TI nerfs to a couple of heroes that were grabbed a lot there. So because he was relatively unchanged, people are comfortable with them.
You can play Lifestealer into that combo, can't you?
Yep. Or which combo? Sorry.
Into the Darkseer Spearbreaker?
You can. I mean, if you get locked down, you still just end up melting and you die. And you're susceptible to getting killed just from, your HP whittling down. You're not going to be able to heal up nearly as much as he's going to be able to pump out damage onto you. So I feel like just going for the Juggernaut again is solid enough, but that's not what they go for. Instead, they go for Grimstroke, and they pick up the Sven to go alongside it, and CDEC picks up Lifestealer for themselves.
Okay. So I was going to say I would really like to see Grimstroke picked up again here because it works so well with Doom, but also it's a really good counter from the safe lane into this like Darkseer Spearbreaker combo. So the Sven, a little bit different. It's just like a really strong hero. The Cleave obviously helps clean up these waves pretty fast. And again, Stormhammer to follow up with an Inkswell is pretty good.
Yeah.
But the lifesteal on the side of CDEC, I'm not actually sold on this because Doom actually doesn't struggle that much against a lifestealer.
No, he can trade with him reasonably well. I mean, if he gets like an Alpha Wolf or something like that, especially the damage aura, plus like, the crit damage that he gets, you're forced to play pretty close to the lane. As soon as he hits level 6 on Doom, the rundown potential is still there. You've got a lot of movement speed, but your strength growth rate is actually, I think, one of the lower ones in the game for all strength heroes at 2.4 per level on Lifestealer.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's really interesting about that matchup is like Doom with Scorched Earth can actually just apply a ton of damage to the Lifestealer without putting him himself in danger, right? He shoves the lane, Lifestealer does not anti-push well. The only thing he has to be worried about is like getting glimpsed into a kinetic field, because the kinetic field combo with the Lifestealer is pretty good because it just allows the Lifestealer to just chat up on the hero and just kind of beat them down. But I imagine we'll see Doom probably start with like a Ring of Protection pretty early here.
Is it the lowest in the game?
Is what the lowest in the game?
2.4 out of every strength hero. Is Lifestealer the lowest strength growth rate? It's got to be people lower, right? No, Io's at 3 now. Sorry, I'm getting off topic here.
It's not Ricky Maru levels of bad primary stat game,
pretty,
but
I mean, it's pretty bad.
It's all right. He has like 80 free attack speed or something. It's fine.
Yeah, but I can't think of anyone who has lower than Lifestealer now that I'm thinking about it.
Queen of Pain is still available for the mid lane here. They banned the Puck. The Ember Spirit's banned. Storm Spirit is still available.
Storm we haven't seen at all today, which is a little bit surprising.
We haven't at all. You're right. But I don't think you can pick Storm if the Queen of Pain's in, right? That just feels so rough. I think that's what it comes from, is like Queen of Pain just has been such a strong counter. Ooh, they grabbed the OD. Okay.
All right, so there's your save, and you can drop them to somebody who gets, you attempt to glimpse back, that Spirit Breaker tries to charge on. You get double OD Astral Imprisonment as well if you need it with the Grimstroke, so it provides you a couple of things. I do like the save potential here, and the ability to play around the Disruptor. Everyone on the side of Aster.Aries is going to need a BKB in this game, though. Doom, Sven, OD in order to deal with this Disruptor. But once you have that, I think they're going to struggle to do any damage.
Okay,
Ricky.
They go back for a Shadow Fiend.
All right, the second time we see an SF pickup tonight, and it was okay in the lane last time, but after that, I do feel like it was kind of susceptible to getting outscaled in the end game, and yeah, a lot of confidence to pick a Shadow Fiend against a team that just absolutely bopped you in the last game, but we'll see if this confidence pays off. I feel like confidence is something you need to be a Shadow Fiend player anyways.
I will say this, Shadow Fiend, there's like one particular hero that you hate playing against, and that is Doom. Like that is like one of the worst hero matchups in the game for you to be playing against, because you just do not do well if he gets on top of you. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's a pretty easy dual target in this game, so I'm curious if he can actually make it work. Grimstroke with the Soulbind just makes that easier as well. So it's going to be a rough game, I think, for CDEC. I don't think Phoenix is even going to struggle in the mid lane on this Outworld Devour.
It remains to be seen. I mean, if anything gets too tough, you just drop the Astral Imprisonment on the Shadow Fiend. You can stop him from finishing you off with that raise combination. You just need to be careful with your cooldown. I'm going to have to go with Aster.Aries as my favorite for game number 2 as well. I don't think they fixed the major solutions by banning out the Death Prophet, banning out the Oracle in this game. I don't think Lifestealer is the carry that they need to secure this game. Sven is just going to significantly out damage you.
You're right. I feel like that is the case, and we'll see how it goes. Lifestealers in certain games can really pop off with like the Armlet Deso build, so he's gonna have a lot of weight on his shoulders here to not only win his lane, but then get aggressive and try and just fight it out. But it is game 2. Thank you, Dawnbreaker, for the transition. We love you so dearly much. And here we are, Aster.Aries versus CDEC. A rough game one for CDEC, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. Let's hope they can bring it back. I don't think we're going to see much action at the beginning of this game, though. As we discussed last time, teams generally don't want to put any points in the wrong abilities to take a fight inside the river. I mean, we did see Juggernaut just snag the boom last time, but CDEC, it's Lifestealer who's the only hero who's got that magic immune ability to be able to get in and get out real quick. But if you put the first point into Rage, I think that is you know, leveling the wrong ability. You usually want Feast or Ghoul Frenzy first to be able to trade with the enemies in lane. Yeah, not much action, unfortunately. Bottom rune, Doom and Lifesteal will bop each other a little bit, but that's it.
Yeah.
Actually, they get 3. They get 3. Lifestealer, you outclicked the Doom.
Wait, what? All right. I didn't even see the Lifestealer there. Very nice. Echo with a nice tip. Hey, good job, buddy. Well done.
Yeah.
And Doom did start with the Ring of Protection. This is pretty much what I figured.
Yeah, but Aster.Aries got 3 runes last game, and they won. CDEC get 3 runes this game. And I mean, just food for thought.
Just food for thought, indeed. Ooh, charge. Okay, top lane. You are going to have a lot more difficult of time dealing with Darkseer's illusions here. And this is something that I'm a little bit weirded out by when it comes to this Sven pick, because you could have just picked, like, a ranged hero that just can clear them and not be pressured by the Darkseer, but they go with the Sven instead here, so we'll see how it goes. They're just going to go ahead and block up both of those camps, make sure that Red Panda cannot pull these. Meanwhile, Ulu... Wait a minute. That camp did spawn. Okay, that was interesting.
A little bit weird, but I think he was just outside the box or something, right?
Yeah, he must have been.
TK in a lot of trouble already. He won't be finished off. His last one will be close. He's sitting at 45 HP, and magic resistance will keep him alive.
You take a lot of damage from the Lifestealer there, actually. That early level of Feast.
I mean, you don't have much max HP. You don't have much armor on the Weaver. You don't have damage block because you're a ranged hero. So if you play too close, you do get punished for it. But yeah, Feast is generally what you level up first on Lifestealer. Bonus damage, healing up allows you to trade with the enemies a little bit easier. And then Ghoul Frenzy at 2. He's going to go Orb of Venom as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes Orb of Corrosion in this lane and just walk down this Doom. Doom has to get early boots of speed in order to deal with this Lifestealer. And yeah, he's got some coming out to him right now. Then after that, armor. He's got Soul Ring. He's got Phase Boots queued up immediately afterwards, but you'll have to get the Chainmail component of these Phase Boots first.
Yeah, I think this is the correct build. Like, he does just need to go this Soul Ring right into Phase Boots. I think this is, like, definitely the best way that he can play the lane here.
Yep.
Just try and mitigate as much damage from this Lifestealer and then be able to just sit down here solo. He also picked up a Cloak Aura, so trying to reduce some of the damage being dealt by this Disruptor's Thunderstrike, which is kind of sick. So, pretty good.
Well, 10% to extra magic resist, so he's going to be hard to deal with in the lane. It means that MKS isn't going to have such an easy time trading, especially without any wards down. MKS kind of getting bopped here. Is he going to be forced to buy any extra regen? Sorry, you were saying?
Oh, no, you're good. I would say we can take a look at top lane, see what's been going on up here. It's a lot of creep dragging shenanigans, it seems, is they just keep pulling them away from the Sven and then sending them underneath the tower. Yep. This is very strange. Do you have any idea why they're pulling the creep wave here?
I guess
they're afraid
to deny as much from the Sven as they can. If the wave is already all the way back here, then Sven's not getting any of this XP or gold.
Are they just, like, really worried about the Stormhammer combo? Is that actually what it is?
I mean, wouldn't you rather it be back here than close to the Sven? I mean, he's not going to get any of these creeps. No XP, 0 XP, and 0 gold, man.
Well, Sven's, like, farming pretty well. He's 16 and 3. And he's got a whole creep wave still that he's just kiting around.
Yeah, but it's a full wave that just got denied from him.
Yeah.
That's 200 XP and, like, almost... That's like 180 gold, man.
Yeah.
So. That's the most that the SP is going to be able to contribute because he needs to be useful in other ways. He doesn't trade with the enemy so well, so he's got to play with the creep wave, drag it around. He's got a lot of movement speed to work with, but not many tools to harass the enemies. That's the best he's able to do to deny Sven any farm. If you can't zone the hero, then you zone the creeps.
Exactly.
It's a Galaxy brain play. All right.
Phoenix mid lane doing the standard Meteor Hammer build, though. So we're just going to be able to see him farm up with that, do a little bit of damage to towers and stuff. Top lane. Ooh, try to get the vacuum there to save the Spirit Breaker, but there's the Stormhammer and the Inkswell combo, and First Blood goes to Ulu as he gets the cleave off the Zhao Fu, and Red Panda trying to make it underneath the tower. Looks like he will, just barely down to 15 HP. He's got a Stroke of Fate in a moment. Needs to be careful, though. Yeah, would definitely die to 2 auto attacks from that creep.
Yeah, so he's got to back up away. Can't even get that Stroke of Fate off, unfortunately. Barely got out of that one with his life. Back over here to the mid lane, though. Phoenix, he is... And it's just a Stormhammer coming on top. Phoenix, he is finishing up his Meteor Hammer pretty quickly. And at that point, Spirit Breaker's going to have to play pretty close to the mid lane. If you can bait out the Meteor Hammer, you can turn things around and get the kill off on OD. But that it kind of requires a lapse in judgment by Phoenix here. If Phoenix like forgets about the SB and then he just walks up to the Shadow Fiend brainlessly.
Charge coming out bottom onto TK. Looks like he barely makes it outside of that kinetic field, but
he's dead.
Yeah, he's definitely dead. Charge comes through, and well done there from the Spirit Breaker to find that kill.
Not much you can do about that one. Meteor Hammer now done as well, and I think this is where Phoenix and SB are going to have an opportunity to set something up here. Arcane Rune bottled up. He'll play a little bit safer. I think the SB is going to be on the forefront of his mind after he just watched him walk up to him and stonks.
That is indeed stonks. The enemy bounty runes as well. Okay. Feels pretty good.
Yep. And I think Echo's a little bit hesitant to take his own because he wants to optimize his use of this Arcane Rune, but the enemy's going to end up stealing his bounty rune if he doesn't do anything. In fact, I think TK might have thought that he already went up there. Echo?
Ooh, Inkswell will connect. I don't think you have the damage for this. Yeah, it's a little bit scary diving underneath the tower there, and Phoenix does not want to put himself out of position on this OD, so he's just going to go ahead and drop that Meteor Hammer on the tower instead. Do what damage you can. They have a catapult. I imagine they should have forwarded this.
Yeah. That was a lot of damage that they just did.
Ulu. Gotta be careful, though. Pulls him back with the vacuum. The Ion Shells, he gets a quick bash, and that is an easy kill onto the Sven, and this is what I was afraid of.
I mean, yeah, you can't do this when you got the Oracle in your lane, but, you know, against this... Oh, no, Red Panda, you knew they were here. You walked right into them.
Yeah, I think he underestimated the damage from 2 Ion Shells there.
Yeah. A lapse in judgment there by Red Panda, and now 3-1 for CDEC.
Yeah, Echo just clearing up some stacks in the jungle. And, you know, so this is a team effort, you know? Nothing like team bonding, taking enemy creeps away.
Yeah, that's what Dota's all about, right? It's not about enjoying the game yourself, but, you know, removing fun from the enemies.
Yes, this is why I like playing Pudge.
It removes the game the fun for your enemies and your allies.
If you're a bad Pudge, yes.
Nobody wants to deal with that. All right, Doom top of the net worth. We're not surprised. Well, I guess tied with Shadow Fiend. We're not too surprised about that one. Did Max Scorched Earth down here as well, even though he hasn't managed to find any kills, but he can threaten people out of the lane. If he gets on top of Lifestealer here, I do think that he's got kill potential with the Soul Ring. But he's gonna move right back to the jungle, finish up his Hand of Midas, and you know, just continue to out farm him. I think that letting Lifestealer do what he wants is a little bit of an issue. But if you can catch him out with a Doom, like immediately after he completes his armlet, with the armlet active, then, you know, he goes down fairly easily.
Oh, Weaver pops a Sentry, will get a D-Ward. He's going to pay for this one for sure, though. I think he realized, he's like, well, I'm definitely dead, but I'll at least get something for this. Sometimes you just Sakuchi onto a high ground right into 2 heroes, you know?
Yeah, I mean, 134 gold and Observer Ward. It's not bad.
a freshly placed Observer Ward too, you know.
Exactly. It's damage to the enemy team's vision.
Also, to their morales, it's mental damage, you know. I think they're gonna go ahead and bring Weaver down to the bottom lane. Doom can't kill the Lifestealer alone. Like, he definitely needs help, and the OD I don't think is gonna be able to do anything either. So they're just gonna be able to let this Lifestealer farm, and it's really gonna come down to whether or not Aster.Aries can hit like this mid-game timing, because at some point Sven will start pulling a lot further ahead. And this offlane Doom is always gonna have farm. So if they hit their like BKB timings, I really think Aster.Aries will just like run over CDEC pretty much simultaneously. Oh, top lane, Red Panda gets the silence out onto the Spirit Breaker. Inkswell will slow him up for the moment. Phoenix trying to make the wraparound as well as Ulu. No points in the Warcry, but he gets the Stormhammer.
And the Spirit's gonna come right back. He's gonna be able to throw it out again.
He's gonna go and drop the Astral just for good measure and gets the kill. Mid lane OD happy about that one. On the way to his Midas. So this is the standard OD build we've been seeing. This Meteor Hammer, Brown Boots into the Midas, and then usually like BKB or Ags.
Yeah, I mean, the Meteor Hammer I feel like is necessary to be able to continue to farm up. Kraves to be able to push the enemy mid tower and, you know, kind of actually act as a mid and not have only single target. Yeah, he's going to clear up this camp so quickly with that as well. The Meteor Hammer just necessary for farming and pushing. So good on this hero.
TK, bottom lane. Nice combo. Managed to keep him inside the static field the entire time. No time lapse available.
Made quick work of him for sure.
All right, Ulu, where are we on this Sven? Mask of Madness, eventually going for the Echo Saber. Pretty much the standard Sven build. Nothing has really changed there. Echo making his way top.
Top 3 heroes all on the side of Aster.Aries. You need to pick up the pace here on CDEC. I mean, Darkseer, he's going for his first item, Aghanim Scepter. He's a little bit further behind where he'd want to be on CS, 4.1k. They're going to rotate a couple heroes up here. I think, yeah, they see Echo, and they figure, all right, well, they don't have a ton to save. Why don't we just run at this SF? I think, yeah, there's no reason Doom shouldn't head up there as well. I mean, he's still working on his BKB, but he's got Doom available.
The Charger's coming through. Oh, he's going to cancel. Okay. And OD teleporting in. They will see this. Zhao Fu needs to be careful, though. The Meteor Hammer is a really big deal. Shadow Fiend, though. Big Requiem. The second Stormhammer comes through. And TK, he gets the time lapse out. In comes Zulu. He's got God Strength. He wants to pop it. A nice charge, though, comes through and will stun them up. The first kill just going to be that Darkseer as they chase for more. And that is a super dead disruptor. It comes through very fast. And they'll pop that fortification on the top tower, Meteor Hammer, and there is going to be the God Strength. They held this for a really long time. I thought for sure he was just going to run in with it, but
I guess he figured he didn't need it, or he'd just be putting it on cooldown. Otherwise, he could be using to, you know, maximize his farm or take another tower. But that's going to be the top tier one down. Now 3k net worth to Aster.Aries off of that one. And I'm not sure they're thinking.
They didn't commit Doom. They're coming mid. Oh, it gets the rage off just in time, but maybe. Nah.
SB is going to stop Doom from coming forward and dropping that onto Echo. He's faking that out right there. I saw the beginning of the casting animation, but will ultimately end up getting back.
Yeah, the freeze frame of Doom with his hands going up is definitely a moments before disaster freeze frame.
All right, now BKB is still being worked on Doom. Until he has that, I think he's hesitant to like play super far into the enemy team. Otherwise, you know, they can turn things around with Kinetic Field and Static Storm. They could run people down with the Ion Shell on the Darkseer. They're gonna have to rely on the physical damage from the Lifestealer, which at this point isn't too much. He's got the armlet completed, but that's it.
Yeah, he's still gonna need like a Desolator.
He goes for Blink Dagger instead on Doom. I guess he's more concerned about getting on top of these heroes than he is, you know, staying alive.
I'm okay with this just because they don't have like the same type of mid laner as last game. So you can just kind of Blink Stomp or Blink Doom anyone, and he doesn't really need a BKB to follow it up, right? Like, he'll get to the BKB eventually. Ooh, double smoke, unlucky there. But you're also just, your carry Sven just wants to keep farming. He has no desire to continue jumping in. And there it is, the Blink Stun. They get the Lifestealer. That's how you find the kill. Big Static Storm, but they are going to be able to just save him here with Phoenix. Yeah, nice Astral. Meteor Hammer, not going to be bothered, obviously, thanks to the Soul Bind, but holding them down for the moment. Not going to be able to find the kill. He barely survives.
Yeah. Miscalculation there by the OD. Thought that he'd have enough to finish him off, but we'll drop the SP low enough that he's not able to defend the tower. They'll pop the Fortify, but
TK
searching. Grab this one.
They see Echo.
I think they're just trying to zone him.
Yeah. Ulu comes in real quick with a God Strength, cleans up that tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and will just walk out. They don't have Glimpse available. Oh, they will find him now. Inkswell on top. Oh, the Astral. All right, you talked about this earlier.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons they picked up the OD. That save from that one, and we've been seeing a lot more disruptors, so it makes sense that we see more disruptor counters picked up. Not being able to grab that Sven there. He's got the BKB queued up now as well, so he's gonna be able to deal with that Glimpse himself.
Yep.
He's kind of pesky to deal with.
Exactly, and this is what I was talking about. Like the Doom just wants to make a couple plays first with his Blink Dagger, but they really want to synchronize their BKB timing. So like Doom, Sven, both going to get theirs nearly identically timed. OD about to have a Force Staff, then we'll go back for his, but Echo working on the mid tier 1. They will drop the fort, trying to just buy themselves a few extra seconds, but 3 heroes smoke, mid lane, trying to connect into the bottom. They get the charge out onto the Doom, but they don't see Ulu behind him. Ooh, he gets the blink off just in time.
Yep. You might have gone down there on the Doom. You don't have a ton of HP, but the Storm Bolt would have helped with the disengage. This is good for the SF. He's having space made for him at like the optimal time. He's very close to his BKB right now. This is probably like the weakest point he's going to be inside the game. It's like 16 minutes post laning phase. He's a little bit behind a couple of the enemy heroes and very susceptible to getting gone on and just like being bursted down by magic damage. So once he's got the BKB, he can stand his ground in the middle of these team fights. And the only hero that he's really going to struggle to trade with is the Sven.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of BKBs and whatnot, it's working on his next on the OD. I'm a little bit surprised that he opted to go Force Staff as the next item. I thought like BKB would be absolutely crucial given that he's playing against a disruptor.
It is really good to have the Force Staff just against like the Lifestealer and the Shadow Fiend and stuff like that. It also gives them a little bit of catch. It's kind of like a pseudo BK or a pseudo blink, right? But yeah, I agree. I kind of expected him to go the BKB blink route here for sure.
Yeah. He's almost got he's got a Sange coming out to him on the Lifestealer right now. I think he'll probably grab a Heaven's Howl, but that'll allow him to trade with the OD, when he's not in his rage form, or get him off of his allies in the fights. But that means his damage is going to be kind of underwhelming. You spend a lot of gold for not so much damage, just getting utility out of that. And given that your strength growth rate isn't very high either, I feel like you're going to start to fall off on this Lifestealer if we go for Heaven's Howl.
Well, speaking of falling off, falling down is going to be Zhao Fu.
Nice.
Yeah, like that?
Yeah. All right, BKB almost done on the team. We just need one more component. And that's
nicely timed on that Storm Hammer. He waited for the bulldoze to end. One more auto attack, he gets it, and Phoenix gets the Astral off onto the Shadow Fiend. And Echo, he has the BKB, but the War Stomp comes through. Echo in so much trouble. He gets the Infest. Nice save there from MKS, but Ulu on the Sven, he just needs to retreat now. Buyback on the Spirit Breaker, trying to find the target. It's going to be the Doom. Doesn't have the blink out. He will be isolated out from the rest of his team, and he will go down.
Yeah. Ulu was feeling very weak, very small there. He ran around a couple of times, not sure if he could actually commit onto that Shadow Fiend. And then, when the Storm Bolt came out, when initial stun came out from the Doom, the War Stomp, he wasn't hitting him. So the SF just was able to stand his ground there, thanks to this BKB and thanks to, some skittish plays there by Ulu.
It's one of those things that this Doom has so many good Doom targets, but it's also kind of it's a blessing and a curse, right? Whenever you see one of these heroes, you're like, cool, I'm gonna Doom this one, but then it left Echo to Echo and Lifestealer to be able to do whatever they want in this fight, since he had already committed the Doom onto Zhao Fu previously, and so Just need to be careful. He'll eventually go for a refresher, right? Ulu charged up here by the Spirit Breaker. No Nether Strike available, though, and he's just zooming away. Thanks to that War Cry Inkswell.
He's out of there.
6 to 7 at 19 minutes. Very low kill score game, but a 9,000 gold lead here for Aster.Aries.
Yep. I mean, they're not at like a... cancel the zone medium. Oh, you realize there's no creeps in there. But yeah, at this point, they haven't hit like a power spike. So even though there's... even though they have such a big advantage and there hasn't been that many kills, they don't have the items they need to fight into CDEC yet. Right now, it's still a worry if you like get hit inside a static storm and then you know, you get pulled into a vacuum, or you have ion shells on top of you. You need a couple BKBs on your side. They only just finished Fens in the middle of that last team fight. He disassembled his Echo Saber into a BKB mid-fight, so he didn't have any attack speed. He opted to go phase boots this game. He didn't pop his Mask of Madness either in the last fight.
Yeah.
But the BKB is coming out next on OD. It's almost done on Doom. He just needs another 100 gold to get that one completed. So once we see those, the 9k net worth lead will feel like a 9k net worth lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to think like what you do here on the side of CDEC. Like you just finished up the Ags here on the Darks here. You know, you have BKB on Echo. Lifestealer is going for an Iascoti, so a pretty good Iascoti game, but it just, I worry that they're going to be too far behind item-wise. Like once all three of these cores have BKB.
I mean, it's a good Iascoti game, but I think like if Aster.Aries just focuses down SF and kind of ignores the Lifestealer, he's not doing a ton of DPS. Like he's not bursting anyone down very quickly at all. 16 strength, he spent 2,000 gold on to 16 damage for the Sanj, and now you're spending like, I don't know, 5,200 gold.
Inkswell stunned. There it is. The Doom out onto the Lifestealer. A nice vacuum wall does come through though. Ulu trying to get these kills, but the Lifestealer just burning down here, and the rest of them on the run. Soulbind not end up doing a lot since they are so dang fast, but TK coming through on the backside. Nice static storm, but the two-man Stormhammer from Ulu gets one. Now turns his attention on over to Xiaofu. Maybe he can find the kill. The bugs do connect. Does he have a Spirit Vessel charge? He does, but oh my goodness, just two quick attacks from Ulu will take down that Disruptor. Shadow Fiend had to TP out pretty much at the beginning of the fight, and into Roshan they go.
Yep, they're not going to be able to stop this one. Not with just two heroes alive. That Lifestealer never stood a chance. I mean, I think they could have left him, and his armlet alongside the Doom damage would have ticked him out. Xiaofu. Ambitious to... All right, he's just clearing up creeps. Ambitious if he thought that he could go and contest this Roche fight right now. But they are going to clean this one up in short order. I don't know who they give this to. All right. The Phoenix.
There you go.
I mean, usually you give it to whoever's sieging the tier 3 towers. And if you're dropping the Meteor Hammers on Phoenix, I suppose you're the one doing that. Sven, he'd probably get punished if he tried to. I mean, if you get vacuum backed and then, you know, ulted by the SB, you can be pretty far away from the rest of your team.
Yeah, I think they'll probably wait until they have the Shard on Phoenix before like allowing the Sven to push the high ground, right? Because once you have the Shard on the OD, you just have this moment of being like, oh, they're going on the Sven, cool, I'm just going to Astral him and he's going to walk out of their base.
Yep. Either that or at least, again, the BKB completed on the OD. That's going to be his next item, which he needs another 300 gold for. So. He mistimed that. That's embarrassing.
Ooh, Ulu? Oh, he just got a glimpse of the Disruptor, and that's all he needs.
That's a good one.
Yep. See, I'm on it tonight, right?
Yeah, you will. All right.
I wonder how many of these things just like go over people's heads until you point it out.
Probably none of it. The only head it goes over is mine, probably. Most of the time. Let's be real, yeah. All right, Blink Dagger done on Xiaofu. It's making it much easier to get in the middle of these team fights. He's only a single point in the wall, though. I'll have to put another one in. Get himself his level 14. He's got the BKB queued up next, but you know, I think this is like as strong as he's going to be. Tons of physical damage is going to come out from this Sven, and he's not really going to exist even with the BKB in the fight. But BKB now done on the OD. BKB done on Doom. He's got the plate mail, the first part of his Shiva, so he can stand his ground against the SF and the lifesteal a little bit easier. Oh, this game.
I mean, they are bottom, setting up like they want to fight here. Spirit Breaker doesn't quite have the Aghanim Scepter, but Nether Strike does find the Sven, charging him over and over. There's the Astral Stave from Phoenix, and he has a BKB to get out of this. Echo on the back, or MKS is on the backside. Will just pop the Rage. Duke comes out right away, and now Vacuum. He didn't get the wall. It came out too late. Big Static Storm there, but they just stand their ground with the BKBs, and now there's just nothing left. They're just going to back on off. You still have this Aegis protecting Phoenix for the moment. A huge Sandy's Eclipse and a even bigger crit from Ulu. Echo, chain stun down. There's the blink in from the Doom. They just take down 4. Dude, they just picked him apart one by one in this fight.
They're trying to run down Jiafu, but I don't think they're going to be able to grab him.
Oh, yeah, they will.
CDEC.
Oh, yeah, they will.
Okay. And so they
grabs
do.
him.
Life Stealer.
DK just kind of baiting him here. Just pops the time lapse.
Yeah. But that's your buyback force there. He felt like he could turn things around. MKS, he gets nothing from this one, and they're all just going to back up now.
It looks like the Sven's going to go for the classic disassemble of the Echo Saber into the Bloodthorn, which it's a good Bloodthorn game. You never want to have to build BKB on a Lifestealer. You don't really like to build Manta. So
you can build a Satanic, but you'd be going out of your way for it this at this point, because you haven't really progressed at all in like in net worth the last couple of minutes. You've just had this ultimate orb Sanj, and again, I mentioned this before, you don't feel like you have too much damage. Your DPS doesn't scale with anything other than your items on Lifesteal. Your stack growth rate is so bad. This game pretty hard for him. All of a sudden, 19k now with advantage. I think once his Doom is off of cooldown, they'll make another play and try to charge Phoenix in the top lane, but he already knows. He just sits behind his tier 3.
Dude, TK on the Weaver is so farmed too. I mean, he's got Spirit Vessel, Solar Crest done, now on his way to an Orchid. And like, we saw an Orchid first item Weaver the other day. Oh, Soulbind into the double Storm Hammer, the cleaves from the Sven. Goodbye. They didn't have to do anything. Doom wasn't even available. You lost 2 cores.
Just like that. I think the game might be over off of that one. That is your dieback on the Lifestealer. Bought back in the previous fight. SF, I think he's trying to like drop his ultimate or something to force the enemies back.
Charge, they find TK. This is not really want to be. Echo, yep, there it is. The Sven comes in. The chain stuns onto the Shadow Fiend. He's dead without getting anything off. Disruptor will join him, and Ulu continuing the chase with this DD rune, but he's going to be able to just charge out of here on the Spirit Breaker, and he should be safe. They're going to turn their attention back towards mid, though.
Yeah, keeping their eyes on the prize. The entire enemy team dead. Might as well take this tier 2 tower. They still don't have fortified for another minute and 45 seconds, so they'll make quick work of this one. Fortunately, they don't have God's strength anymore. 24k net worth advantage now. All of a sudden, Bloodthorn completed. OD just had himself Blink Dagger sent out, so he's got Blink. He's still got his 9-second BKB.
Dude, Dota Plus had CDEC at a 75% win rate, like 7 minutes into the game.
That is
very odd.
Insane.
Yeah, Darkseer, stunned up, meaning he needs some way out of this. Ooh, Bloodthorn comes out just a little bit too late, though, and Disruptor trying to get ran down by the Doom. It's going to be forced to pop the BKB and disengage, and he just says, see ya. Oh, the charge, the angle, yep. Spirit Breaker pulls out the Protractor.
A very clean pickup there. I mean, if he ulted there, he wouldn't have been able to get that off in time. The charge is the only thing that was going to be able to do it. So, sick pickup there. They end up grabbing the Doom, ending his dominating streak, and a little bit of gold in the pocket of the Lifestealer. We'll bring him close to this Eye of Scotty that he's been working on for a long time now, but still doesn't have that one completed.
Yeah, it's been a long time in the making.
Question is if he can find it before they take this next team fight. I mean, as soon as Doom's back up, I feel like they're going to run at you again. But if you're quick, you can find it before this next Roche, but not if the SF is contesting your farm. What can you do?
Yeah, there's only so many creeps on the map, you know. Blast Rig, Psychic Headband, some good drops for both teams. I'm just curious who's going to be taking what. Oh, Paladin Sword for the Lifestealer, that's a feels good. And then on the side of the Dire, they... Ooh. Spider Legs? I'm sure that stays on Sven, yeah. Cloak of Flames for the Doom, and a Psychic Headband for the OD. So even further... is he going Ags? He is. He's queuing it up now. So he's got the Blink Dagger now, Psychic Headband on his way to the Aghanim Scepters. So these Astrals are going to be coming from downtown.
I'm not even sure they need this to close out the game, though. I mean, they might have it by the time they clear out this next Roshan, which is, I think, the next time they're waiting for. But they want to go for one smoke gank. All their cooldowns are available.
Scan comes out. I'm sure they're just going to blink right up onto the high ground. Ulu cares not. And instead, he's going to find the Lifestealer. That's not who he thought he was going to get. The Disruptor was there to try and tank the gank, but it ends up being the worst scenario. Now a double Doom onto the Spirit Breaker, as well as the Shadow Fiend. Ink Swell, not even needed. Darkseer is trying to hide. He's like, guys, leave me alone. Runs right into the four of them. Gigi comes out, and Aries get the series 2-0.
Yeah, CDEC taking this beat down for too long. 7-26. CDEC not off to a good start. This will put them at 0-3 for the series overall. But Aster.Aries at the top, looking to remain there. Looking at 4-0 for their matches the DPC season, and 8-1 for their total win-losses. Absolutely dominating the CNDPC, Ricky.
Yeah,
and looking incredibly good today, I would say.
I mean, no joke. I mean, this is just another flawless draft. I think both games they really got everything they wanted. I'm incredibly surprised they went back for the Spirit Breaker Darkseer opener. It just didn't feel like it worked in game one, but they do go ahead and ban out the Oracle, yeah, in game two. But I think their like response of just like picking up the Grimstroke again was fine. Like Grimstroke does well in that lane with like most carries. The Sven like maxing Stormhammer in the lane just to deal with it as well. I mean, they just had everything they needed, and he clearly farms a lot faster than the Lifestealer.
Yeah, he did. Lifestealer definitely fell off that game going for that Sanj. I think he's thinking about a Heaven's Halberd, realized he didn't have enough damage, rundown potential, switch over the Eye of Scotty, but this got blown up too fast. They always had to jump in these team fights on Aster.Aries. Amazing vision as well. Weaver, great hero for that, scouting things out, and picked them apart. Aster.Aries in great form yet again today, and look at some of the highlights of this game.
This is the one, like, Echo comes in. He manages to get this BKB off, which salvages this fight in a really sick infest there from MKS. They don't manage to get Ulu, though. So, like, this is a big fight. You get a kill, you buy back the Spirit Breaker, and the only thing you get is going to be the Doom here. So, not a lot lost, but this seemed to be the name of the game, right? Doom just running in, catching the Lifestealer at every opportunity. And they just have no save. They can't get him out.
Yep. I mean, against armlet heroes, against heroes with, such bad strength growth rates, Doom just works wonders, and he's either forced to, he can't stand his ground and trade because he's got great passives for that, but if he's not able to, he just gets melted.
God, that damage. This is a nice attempt at a setup here, right? Trying to get these kills, but Phoenix there with the save into the BKB, and then, or didn't even BKB, he just blinks out, yeah. And then, again, Doom on the backside, right onto the Lifestealer.
Yeah, jumps him another time, and they couldn't finish anyone off in these team fights. They kept getting saved by these Astral Imprisonments from the OD.
And this whole time, Phoenix is sitting on an Aegis, too, so it's like, they finally get him, but he just reincarnates, and now, you committed 2 extra deaths just to try and pick off that OD. The double Stormhammer. Oh my god, this was so sick.
Yeah.
It's like double Stormhammer, War Stomp, and Inkswell all chain stunning him down. This time, they managed to find the Shadow Fiend. Don't even bother committing the Doom. But Blink up onto the high ground, finds the Lifestealer again. I didn't even see the aggressive tip. That is...
I missed that one as well.
Oof.
But that is going to be it. And MVP, Ricky.
Ulu.
I'm gonna give it on over to Ulu for sure. I mean, man, played a sick series here. Sven ended up doing a lot of damage. He only really made one misplay where I felt like he walked around a little bit awkwardly in that fight inside the Radiant Jungle. But outside of that, amazing performance. Congratulations to Aster.Aries, who, previously were my favorite team. They were my favorite in the last season, but YBB has made their ways into my hearts.
Yeah, dude.
I am an incredibly biased caster, as you know.
That is going to be such a sick series, and I'm taking a look right now at when we get to actually watch that one, and it is... I mean, wait, it didn't happen yet already, did it? Oh, it did. It did. YBB lost to Aster.Aries. Oh, no. So that was the only team they ended up dropping to so far. So, I mean, that makes sense. Aster.Aries has looked incredibly good, but...
you were there for that. Wait, no.
No, I don't think I was. No. I don't think I was, but maybe I was. It's been a lot of Dota recently, but speaking of a lot of Dota, we had 3 best of 3s today, and they have all come to a conclusion, but we've got more Dota coming up soon, right? We're on a couple-day break before we come back with CDEC and Neptune.
Yes. A couple of days break before we have CDEC against Neptune, and then Shenzhen against Extreme, and then after that, 1 day break, and I'll pick back up again to 8 series in 3 days. So
yeah, those weekends, like the Friday to Monday, is just like a ridiculous amount of Dota that happens.
Yeah,
it's really cool. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. Neff, before we call quits, any final thoughts, any final words for all of our wonderful viewers and fans? I'm sure, because I'm sure you have a lot.
Shout out to all of you continuing to watch, support the Dota scene. Shout out to Perfect World and making this incredibly easy for us and throwing all this together. The amazing production they're sending us over with this clean feed. And shout out to you, Ricky. You killed it today.
Wow. I know. Thanks, Neff. Yeah. But you too,
you
buddy.
Follow him on Twitter at Cryptic. Cryptic. It's not Dota, right?
It's just Cryptic. It's no one else has this name. Trust me. No one else wants this name. It's a burden that I bear for everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure as always, everyone. So thank you so much for watching. Make sure to check out Neff as well. You can see his name here on the screen. But yeah, another night down. I hope you all enjoyed the cast. We will see you all very soon. Enjoy your next couple of days off. But as always, have a wonderful night.
黑鸟就是现在很厉害嘛，就很赖皮，然后对塔有点威胁吧。打黑鸟的方法就摇人呀，就把队友都喊过来，一个打不过就3个人一起打嘛。就玩自己玩的好的吧，就这些对线其实也都还好了，就我玩黑鸟对面中单一般也都还挺肥的，就是的，就我就黑鸟就对肥嘛，然后中期能救救人就行了。
一些放假
都有吧。就谁比较强势，就强势期谁强一点就谁指挥嘛，就看强势期的。
不要哈，我只是以为给你双钱，
没有，没有。好，谢谢。
众朋友，大家好！您现在收看的是2022 DPC 赛季第1期的 DPC 全球周报，我是本期的客串嘉宾菲尔根。
Hello， 大家好，我是施丹尼。
那么新赛季的比赛呢，也是终于开始了。经过了一个转会期之后呢，各大战队的人员都或多或少有一些变化。
是的。
然后中国区的话呢，因为疫情的隔离的政策的原因呢，是先开了 A 级的比赛。但是其他赛区的话，其实跟之前一样，是 A 级、S 级都已经是并行了，
就穿插着来啊，还是跟之前的赛程差不太多。
是的，
只是说今年的这个或者说这个赛季的时间啊，比如说欧洲区的时间、美洲区的时间，比之前的那个赛季对于中国的观众来说更加友好一些，
稍微友好一点。
对
啊，就是他强队的比赛可能会放的稍微靠前一点，
是
不用熬大夜了。
对，而且是稍微提前了那么2-3个小时，所以就会看起来会比较舒服。
是的。相信大多数观众可能还是关注中国区的比赛比较多，包括中国区的 A 级联赛，其实也有一些之前 S 级的老选手参加，
是的，
关注度也比较高。但是呢，其实国外赛区的这些 S 级队伍当中，也有很多的这个强的选手，我们也可以帮观众来普及一下。
包括他们也有一些强的选手带一些什么新人啊什么的，
对，
结果新人也发现也是蛮强的选手，
是的，那么我们可以先来看一下我们的邻近的一个赛区啊，就是东南亚赛区。
是
啊，东南亚赛区的话呢，它经过换人之后呢，老牌强队 TNC 和 Fnatic 其实最近的表现是不甚理想，
有点哑火了。当然也跟 TNC 的一个运营政策、运营理念有点关系吧。TI 开始的时候说宣布解散了，然后 TI 结束以后又想搞回来了，结果发现厉害的人都走了。
是的，
对吧？所以现在 TNC 是没有成绩，或者说打不过人家，也感觉理所应当吧。
然后的话，这个东南亚赛区的整个格局，目前来说还是 T1 这个队伍处于一个绝对领先的位置。
也是因为他们人员没有变换。在赛季初期人员保持不变的队伍，基本上都取得了一个比较好的成绩。比如说中国区的 Magma， 他们就是在 A 级联赛里面，你看人员不变，发现比较强势。
是的。
然后包括像欧洲赛区，然后像东南亚赛区，都是有人员没变的队伍，都是依然保持着强势的一个状态。就是因为赛季刚开始有很多队伍还没开始训练嘛，或者说刚开始训练，刚在一个磨合的阶段，但他们起步就比较早了已经。
经过 TI 之后呢，人员没有进行变化的队伍，都是对于自己上个赛季的比赛成绩相对来说比较满意的。
是的，
而且就是人员之间的配合默契程度也没有问题的，所以就不用换。
兄弟们之间都感觉好像我觉得你挺靠谱的是吧？你也觉得我挺靠谱的，就继续打下去了。
是的。然后呢，